for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is June 26, 2024. It is 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are thankful for this day you have given us. We thank you for your grace and mercy upon our lives. We bless those who are present and who are not present. Bless our community, bless our state, bless our county. We pray now your continued blessings upon our leadership. Give them your strength and direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, which indivisible. Thank you. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 240407, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the second regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Nothing, Madam Clerk. Commissioners, anything on the consent agenda? All right, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, second regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 items requested to be added to today's agenda. First item on your add-on memo, 240450, behavioral health and developmental disabilities. Request approval to renew existing contract in an amount not to exceed $9,481,532 to expand services to provide full service operation and management of the new Fulton County Behavioral Health Crisis Center.
All right, Mr. Manager, Dr. Rochelle, what's the
The
reason?
urgency.
Yes, ma'am.
For the first item, the behavioral health contract, we have selected Grady as the operator for the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. Their contract expires on June 30th, so this is a renewal for those services. The delay in getting this contract renewal into the system is related to budget. The state approved $9.4 million. However, the Board of Commissioners approved this contract for $11.2 million. So we needed to work with the operator to realign the service structure to fall within the $9.4 million, and that took some time, sir. So this is time sensitive because the renewal will expire at the end of June.
All right, as you know, to add to the agenda requires a supermajority vote, which is 5. There are 5 of us here. I would appreciate your favorable vote. Let's vote, please. Madam Clerk?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Next item?
Second item to be added, 240541, request approval to increase spending authority in the amount of $28,848 to implement health communication strategies in underserved communities and to form, lead, and facilitate a community coalition board and develop an online hub.
So, Mr. Chairman, this item will increase the budget or the spending authority for Black Cross. They are a partner with the Department of Behavioral Health to implement a federal grant. That grant expires at the end of the month. However, there is $28,000 remaining that needs to be spent, and there are expenses that Black Cross has incurred. So this will give the department the opportunity to expend all remaining dollars from this federal grant on activities that are approved in the grant.
All right. There's a motion to add by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue.
240427, adoption
What
of,
page? Oh,
page 6.
okay.
Adoption of the second regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have amendments to today's agenda. Commissioner Barrett has requested to move up 2 items to be heard before the millage rate item on page 7. 240432, County Manager, presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report,
What page?
page 7.
Okay.
And also to move up item on page 10, 240311, presentation of the Senior Transportation Uber Lyft Program update. Those items to be heard before the millage rate item 240431.
Okay. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm going to request that the order of the agenda remain the same, and that this millage rate item come first as a customary where it's placed on the agenda at this point in time. It is time sensitive that we get it out there so that the advertisement can commence. And these other 2 items run the risk of being particularly lengthy. The operational report, I noted, is 64 pages. And this other item has generated a lot of discussion before, and we do need to take this other item up and dispense of it. And I think that's why it's at the front of our agenda. And my request that we have it continue to be at the front of the agenda.
All right, Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've requested that these two items be moved up because both of them will impact potentially our spending for this year and our potential budget for next year, depending on how we vote and or what we hear in the operational report. And I think it's important that we have this information before we lock in a millage rate for the year. And while I understand the time issues, I think it's important that we give careful consideration to the millage rate we set for this year, and that includes hearing this information. So I'd appreciate a favorable vote on this.
All right, is there a motion to move up? Well, but if you want to, we're going to make a motion to move it up. We got two different positions here now.
Well, yes.
All right, motion by Commissioner Barrett to move it up. Is there a second? Move those two items up before the budget discussion. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, continue.
And we also have an item to be removed from today's second regular meeting agenda on page 10.
To be removed.
Removed. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman has requested to remove her item. Request approval of a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners urging municipalities located within Fulton County to enhance safety at convenience stores by adopting ordinances and laws mandating the use of video surveillance systems.
That's on page 10. Which item?
240354. At the top, I believe.
I don't see that.
On page 10, at the top, under Commissioners' action items.
Well, I don't see it, but she wants it removed. No
Yes.
problem. All right, no objections. Commissioner Barrett? Okay. All right, anything else? Madam Clerk?
That's all I have.
Commissioners, any items? All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion to amend today's agenda passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Continue, please.
240428, ratification of minutes, second regular meeting minutes, May 15th, first regular meeting post-agenda minutes, June 5th, 2024.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 24.
Hold it. So those signs that are in the windows, whoever placed those, please remove them right now, immediately. Continue, Madam Clerk.
240429, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing Art in the Paint Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioners Arrington and Hall.
Just one.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Good morning.
Over here.
All right, good morning. Proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Art in the Paint was founded in Atlanta, Georgia in the year 2020 and has installed over 60 murals worldwide, enriching communities and fostering cultural appreciation. And whereas Art in the Paint has successfully registered over 1,000 voters, thereby promoting civic engagement and democratic participation. And whereas over 300 families have been supported through the distribution of meals, demonstrating a commitment to addressing food insecurity. And whereas Art in the Paint has provided essential financial literacy education to children and young adults in Southwest Atlanta, equipping them with valuable life skills. And whereas Art in the Paint has offered art therapy in middle and high schools throughout the metro Atlanta area, supporting mental health and emotional well-being. And whereas the initiation of free play basketball games has been a proactive step towards combating gun violence in the city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Art in the Paint for its outstanding contributions to the community, relentless advocacy for health, education, and safety, and ongoing efforts to create positive change through art and athletics, and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, June 26, 2024, as Art in the Paint Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a big round of applause. You want to speak?
Thank you.
Page 6, public hearings. 240430, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing, registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 21 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? Keith Gamage, Chief Judge Cassandra Kirk, Chief Judge Wes Taylor, Maurice Kenner, Jimmy Gall.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Just a minute. When you have, this applies to, under the new rules, this applies to elected officials and the public. When you have 2 minutes, when you have 15 seconds remaining, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that's your key to begin to conclude your remarks.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of this esteemed commission, county manager, and most importantly, our citizens. My name is Keith Gamage. I'm honored to serve and frankly, freshly reelected to serve as Solicitor General here in Fulton County. It is my highest honor outside of what I do with my family. I rise to ask for your thoughtful consideration, understanding the hard work already put into the operational presentation by our great county manager, who's one of the best executors, I think, in our nation. I'd ask you to give great consideration to looking more closely at that resolution. It is item 24-0431. You know, those visionaries that came before us in Atlanta and in Fulton County were similarly situated as one time as Birmingham. Coming out of the civil rights movement, some people held closely to old ideals, Mr. Chairman, but there are others who look to the future. We have to build a justice system that looks to the future, and we have to make the financial investment. You all are burdened with figuring out how to do it, but as a leader in the court system, I can tell you those ORCA-identified employees in particular brought us through and are continuing to bring us through, and I hope they're watching, a worldwide 100-year pandemic and crisis. We trained them well. They took these opportunities without certainty of full-time permanent employment, and they have advanced us. They're working right now extremely hard and diligently in our county. It would be a travesty to let them go, because if we do,
15
we will
seconds.
go back in time. And so I'd ask for your thoughtful consideration, figuring out a way for us to continue to grow our budget, to continue to be able to onboard and continue to keep hardworking team members and employees. Senate Bill 63 in particular is.
Thank you. Now, sir, one more time, I've asked you about those placards, those signs. Would you remove those? Next speaker.
Esteemed members of the Board of Commissioners, my name is Cassandra Kirk. As the Chief Judge of our Magistrate Court, I stand before you today as a representative of our justice system and a voice for the 143,000 people who entrusted me with their vote. It is a high responsibility to serve this community, and I am acutely aware that I must depend on each of you to make decisions that uphold the values and principles our constituents hold dear. The recent stance taken against justice entities and the proposal to restrict elected officials from controlling their budgets raises concerns about the fundamental principles of justice and accountability. It is essential to recognize that an independent judiciary is the cornerstone of our democratic society, ensuring fairness, equality, and the rule of law. By limiting the autonomy of justice entities, we risk compromising the very foundations of our legal system and undermining the trust of our citizens. Elected officials must be able to oversee budgets responsibly, but this oversight should not impede the administration of justice or erode the separation of powers that is essential to democracy. I urge you to consider the implications of the proposed millage rate resolution, to engage in dialogue with the justice entities to find solutions that uphold the integrity in our legal system while ensuring transparency and accountability. Thank you for your attention and commitment to serving our community.
Good morning, Chairman Pitts and fellow commissioners. My name is Maurice Kenner. I'm the Chief Public Defender or Circuit Public Defender. As a critical stakeholder and an equally important justice partner within the Fulton County court system, I'm here today to remind the Commission of the direct positive impact the ORCA staff has had on the Office of the Public Defender. Our office touches over 90% of the cases that are prosecuted by the District Attorney and the Solicitor General, over 90% of the criminal calendar scheduled by judges and clerks, and over 90% of the inmates waiting in the Fulton County Jail. I'm here to urge you all to find a path so that we can continue to utilize the services that the ORCA employees have provided over the past 3 years. Much progress has been made during the pendency of the ORCA project. ORCA was created to not only address a backlog of cases that ballooned during the COVID period, but to also prevent an additional backlog from creating itself. Our office was allotted 27 positions. 19 of those were attorneys, and those attorneys worked real hard to get the numbers down to help decrease the number of inmates in the jail. Also, with the new Senate Bill 63 that takes effect in a week or so.
15 seconds.
Thank you, sir. That takes effect in a week or so. I wanted to point out the need for them. It's estimated according to the District Attorney as of yesterday, Senate Bill 63 will increase the number of annual inmates by 1,090.
Next 5 speakers, L.A. Pink, Mike Russell, Paul Hershey, J. Wesley Day, and Angela Harris.
Is it happening? I'm Jimmy Goff, lifelong Atlanta resident. I'm the current chair boardman at the Academy Theater in Hapeville, Georgia, Atlanta's oldest professional theater company, founded 65 years ago. I founded in 1966 as a high schooler who didn't know what to do with his life. Imagine that. I was guided by thoughtful, intelligent people. Nobody that walked in here today, I hope, failed to miss all these pictures of these dancers on the wall up here. The most incredible things that we have are paintings in France and Spain from 20,000 years ago, deep in caves with people trying to figure out how everything works. We're at a crucial spot. You know, we just don't know what to do. Are we going to kill ourselves or are we going to cooperate? I've never found any better way to cooperate than through the arts, especially if we want to work on race relationships, on understanding other religious cultures. If we can approach them through the arts, it becomes a much more open-minded, non-combative way to work with others. And the first person, when y'all gave that award, is there anything better for mental health and emotional health than getting kids started reading, writing, drawing, playing music, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? This is the gift that keeps on giving. You know, math doesn't just start with math. It starts with reading. It starts with understanding symbols. All these things add up to arts. So I please implore you to not slash arts fundings anymore. If anything, come on.
15 seconds, sir.
Let's take it up. Let's go up. Higher ground, people. I can't thank you enough for giving me the time to talk. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. Well, I come today cheerful and joyful that we have 1 down and 2 to go that sits on the board here. So I am thankful and grateful for change is coming here in Fulton County for our Commissioner Board. Welcome Mo Ivory to the board. Most definitely we are beyond thankful and grateful that the accomplishments have been conquered. We have no reason to mention other people's names because they don't exist at this point. And just like everybody else that sits on any position here at the Fulton County building for us as a community, you have to understand, once you're gone, you have no existence into our world. We won't have to mention your name. We don't have to think about you. We don't have to talk about you. You don't have to feel no type of way. Because as we address you and let you know, we're after your job. We're not after you as a person. We want your job when you're not doing what you're supposed to do for our people. Ike Arrington, Dana, you know, your jobs are next. So we will continue to come until you guys are gone. And then we will be satisfied for real. But regardless of who is here in this Fulton County building that has a job, y'all have to understand, street groomers and other organizations, we are going to see whoever's before you, after you, during you. Your job is what we are addressing. And we're going to continue. And Ike Arrington, it's so funny how you talk about Douglasville, but here we have you taking up for a cricket judge. Oh my goodness, how are that's going to play out?
15 seconds.
So we're just going to continue to come down here, continue to give y'all the real deal spiel about what's next, your job. Kingdom blessings.
All right, good morning. I hate to follow that, but I just wanted to talk with y'all real quick this morning. I'm going to talk with you again later today, and I apologize for being late. I am in the middle of a jury trial. I've got jurors upstairs, but I wanted to address one of the resolutions on your calendar today, which is the budget resolution of the millage rate. I understand the position y'all are in. I really do. It's got to be really, really tough to talk about taxes and what happens and how much the county's spending versus what you're getting out of it. I get that. It's got to be really difficult. What I'm just going to do real quick this morning is talk to you about state court. We are going to be asking for more money this coming year. I know nobody wants to hear that. I'm just going to be front and honest. We don't do it often. We've been the quiet little court that's just done and done and done. We give, we give, we give. Y'all know last year we took Superior Court civil cases. You know that, or maybe you don't, but the state court now hears all first appearance cases of misdemeanors. And that's what we're doing without any change in resources for the past 7 years, just about. We've been stagnant. I'm going to tell you that we have a study that's been commissioned for the AOC, the Office of the Courts of the state, and I expect that they're going to tell you all that Fulton County should have somewhere between 15 and 20 state court judges. We have 10 now. We've had 10 since 2003. 20 years, had the same number of judges.
15 seconds.
That's all I'm getting?
Yes.
Okay, so real quick, we got a budget of $15.6 million. That's below what even the juvenile court gets. And we've had, and I'm just going to let you know, last year we had the most number of cases filed, 43,000 cases. Our next highest since 2017 was 34,000.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Mike Russell, and I'm here once again to call for an investigation into the sheriff's office and the DA's office. We're talking about this millage rate. When you guys passed the budget last year, you promised to do a better job of looking after our tax dollars. Why have we stopped talking about the sheriff's pitmobile? That's $200,000 that could go towards the court. All the money that Fonnie Willis has wasted, that money could go towards the court. When are we going to have an investigation? If you guys don't want to do the investigation, how about sending a letter to the governor, to the AG, to GBI? Somebody needs to investigate this. Why are we stopped talking about the deaths in the jail? Now, this is not a black or white thing. This is do the right thing, but let's just call it what it is. If Sheriff Labatt and Fonnie Willis were white, half of Georgia would be in the streets right now protesting. But because they're black, they get a pass, and that's wrong. Do the black lives that have died in that jail, do they matter? Where are the social warriors? They complain about everything else, but they are not down here to talk about the people who've died in that jail. The people who've been in that jail for up to 5 years and never been brought to trial. Do those lives matter? We need to do better. We need to start today. We need an investigation. We need an audit. We don't need to let this die about the sheriff's pitmobile. The fact that Fonnie Willis and the sheriff denied the grand jury their requirement under state law to investigate that jail, to inspect it, and they denied them that opportunity. That's against the law. Where's the investigation?
15 seconds.
So I'm asking you once again to stand up, to have a backbone, to stop Fulton County from being the laughingstock of the nation and investigate the malfeasance that's happening in our county starting today.
Good morning. My name is Paul Hershey, and I'll get straight to the point. If you look at 200446, which is your investigation of the clerk, it's already been proven that there's corruption in the courts. So why are you bringing this up? The DOJ and the IRS sent a letter to the county, And Pitch, Mr. Chairman Pitch, you were referenced in that. So you already know it's corruption there. If you look at 200447, the whole Board of Election for Fulton County has got total malfeasance in it, and this agenda here should be looked at totally, not just with the absentee ballots. You've got a DA that stymied the grand jury from their yearly inspection of the jail. You've got a sheriff that ignored a subpoena that was given to him by the DA, by the grand jury, and the bottom line is the DA didn't support it. That's a malfeasance and should be prosecuted. You now have a county commissioner that's asked for special consideration for a judge that was basically drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning. And if you look at the videos in the jail, it shows that she popped a cop. He's in violation of his ethics. And if I was chairman of this board, I would be recessing this board, going into an executive session to make him resign or not sign the affidavit for the ethic violation as an attorney and as a
15
commissioner.
seconds.
And why aren't you doing it? And the vice chair, if he doesn't do it, you should do it. That's your job. He is in violation of the code of ethics for the county of Fulton County. And every one of you sitting up there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Angela Harris. I am the founder and executive artistic director of Dance Canvas. I'm also a professor of dance at Emory University, Spelman College, and Brunel University. And I'm here this morning to talk to you about the impact of Fulton County arts and culture, and to thank you for your continued support of the arts in Fulton County. The arts are an essential part of the quality of life for any community. And an investment into the arts is not only an investment into experiences, culture, and identity, but it also stimulates jobs, the economy, and educational opportunities. My company, Dance Canvas, is in our 17th season and has provided career development to over 200 professional artists, jobs to nearly 1,000 professional dancers, reached 5,000 youth with hands-on experiences, and 30,000 community members. Besides our professional and community programs, this July we are welcoming our 15th class of DC Next students, which teaches the business side of the dance industry. Our DC Next program has produced 3 valedictorians. We have a 100% high school graduation rate. We have 2 PhDs. We have students that have masters in environmental science, business administration, arts administration. We have 5 alumni on Broadway, 2 program managers at Fulton County Arts and Culture throughout the years, stage manager for New York City Ballet. We create jobs, we create an investment in our community. The arts are an important resource for Fulton County, and we thank you for your continued support. Similar to someone who was up here earlier, I want to acknowledge Shakar Marcus' exhibit that has been on display out here. And as you exit today, please take the opportunity to think about the value of the arts in Fulton County. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Jay Wesley Day, as hopefully you all know by now. In 2018, I was beaten. And I'm here to tell you the story of how Keith Gamage destroyed my life. Unfortunately, he's left. But I was beaten, and I have my assailants on camera. No one has been prosecuted. We know who they are. Instead, Keith Gamage dismissed one of their cases. He's on camera punching me, calling me fags and sissies. Why would Keith Gamage dismiss his case? But Keith Gamage escalated my case to a felony. And I'm showing myself as the non-aggressor. I even called the owner of the joystick game bar, Johnny Martinez, to say, hey, your people are giving me problems at the door. I texted him and said that as well. I still have that screenshot. I was leaving a community meeting that I was president of, which was the Atlanta Nightlife Alliance, in which your mayor asked me to put together a blueprint, and he stole my idea and created the Atlanta Nightlife Task Force. But leaving that meeting, I was attacked. But Natalie Hall, who is my commissioner, lost millions of dollars for taxpayers. She has refused to meet with me, provide any type of support. She was chasing balls and stalking a man, and she has no charges. Another situation where Keith Gamage ruined my life, I was just sitting at the Cheesecake Factory waiting on a $100 order of food for me and my mother, who I'm the caretaker of.
15 seconds.
And the police told me I had to leave. I asked them why. I said, can I go get my food? They arrest me and charge me with trespassing. I was simply waiting on food. And then Keith Gamage came, and 2 years later, and added obstruction to justice. How is this fair? Can somebody help me make this make sense?
Next 5 speakers, Dave Schneider, Katie Grace Kirby, Janet Hill, Maria Guardio, and David Jones.
For the commission, my name is David Schneider, last name Schneider. Reason here I came out to speak is against the construction of this new jail, as well as echoing the brother's call just a second ago. There needs to be greater oversight and honestly just a full-blown investigation into the way that the sheriff here has run this jail. I have to admit, I'm appalled more and more as these stories come out. And this is something that, unfortunately, I've really only started kind of looking into recently. But just the sheer amount of deaths that are happening in Fulton County Jail for people who are just being held waiting for trial is insane. I mean, we're talking more than 24 people, or more than 24 inmates who died in custody in Fulton County Jail since January of 2022. But, you know, I'm reading about all this stuff and then seeing how the sheriff reacts, basically saying that, like, well, we need a new jail. He's essentially trying to shake you all down for more money, and that's what this has been this entire time. I mean, the fact of the matter is, nobody stops the sheriff and asks, why are you arresting so many people? That these facilities then are continuously overcrowded, overpopulated. More often than not, people for nonviolent offenses. You're talking about people who are essentially getting death sentences when they are arrested and held in pretrial detention. That's insane. I mean, it's the kind of thing that the previous speaker, or a second ago, brought up, that it is kind of like a national disgrace. I think, frankly, it is. And in order to address this, we're going to have to look at the ways in which the sheriff arrests people, targets certain communities, and you know, holds people in jail, not just building a new facility, you know, so that they can lock up more people safely. I think that the problem clearly here is the sheriff, and I think that there needs to be greater change. And you all are going to be kind of at the start of that by cutting them off and not building a new jail.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Grace Kirby, and I represent the Atlanta Shakespeare Company in the heart of Atlanta on Peachtree Street. My father is a paramedic, and as I grew up, he taught me that doctors save lives, but artists make life worth living. I also saw a quote yesterday, "Don't tell me where your priorities are. Show me where you spend your money, and I'll tell you what they are." The state of Georgia ranks 50th in the United States for arts funding, spending only 14 cents per capita to support and sustain the arts. I'm here to advocate that our representatives show us that they understand our value to the growth, wellness, and vitality of our county, city, and state by voting to maintain art spending at its current level. Seeing stories performed engenders empathy and compassion for fellow travelers from different life experiences and backgrounds. In an increasingly divided world where sides are taken at an instant and all or nothing thinking permeates our rhetoric and social media engagement, I would offer that calls for greater empathy and tolerance are needed now more than ever. The Atlanta Shakespeare Company is just one of many theaters in town, but we alone have reached 36,197 patrons from 46 states, 19 countries, and 91 Georgia counties in just this year alone. And our education department reaches an additional 11,000, including offering artist in residency programming for children who are or have experienced homelessness through the Boyce L. Ansley School and the Atlanta Children's Day Center. Atlanta theaters create brave and bold work that challenge audiences, bring them into community with one another, which, after the isolation wrought by COVID-19, is now needed more than ever, and provide a balm for their soul and delight for their lives.
15 seconds.
Your support ensures that our businesses can provide affordable access points and keep arts available to all Atlantans, not just the financially privileged. I ask you today to support Atlanta arts and artists. Thank you for your time.
Hey, how y'all doing? My name's David Jones. I'm a member of the Atlanta Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression. Just some background on the group. We were founded in 1973 to free Angela Davis and the Black Panthers. We're in about 24 cities, mostly fighting against police crimes and mass incarceration, with emphasis towards like releasing torture victims, people who have been forced into false confessions. That said, here in Atlanta, we're doing a lot of work around the jails. Like many before me, I'm also opposing the $2 billion jail. You know, Rice Street has its issues, and we know for a fact that building a new jail is not going to fix any of those issues. If we want to call the issue overcrowding, we need to attack that issue. If we want to call the issue lack of medical care, we need to attack that. But particularly on overcrowding, if we want to solve that issue, we need to start making real paths to do such a thing, whether that be a compassionate release program to let those who are sick and elderly get out rather than dying in that jail. Yeah, and I want to uplift two people, Yavin Jackson, a 24-year-old who died in 2023, and Malaysia Osborne, a 28-year-old who died in 2022. They were both in that jail less than a week when they died of seizures. Everybody knows that a seizure generally is not a fatal thing. The survival rate on a seizure is like pretty high. Sorry, trying to watch my mouth. The survival rate on a seizure is pretty high. There is no reason for those people to have died of a seizure. Malaysia specifically, she was epileptic. I'm sure that they knew that information, and she was not being given the care that she needed to make sure that she survived. This was
all right, 15 seconds.
Yeah, this is them being in there for a week, and it's shameful that those people died. And you know, as a county, we must do better. And the start is not building that new jail, but actually making sure that we can get those people out so that they can get the medical help that they need, and so that people stop dying for no reason. Thank you.
Good morning to the Board of Commission. My name is Judge Kenya Johnson with Probate Court, and I'm joined by my Deputy Chief Clerk, Robert Cunningham. The court wants to bring to the Commission's attention that Probate Court has made great strides in the last few years with your help, and we want to thank you for that. Probate Court is the services that we issue are paramount to the lives of our citizens when they lose a loved one or they have difficult life circumstances. Our wait times prior to my administration were exorbitant and more than any other county in this state. Since we were able to receive temporary funding and personnel, which we have since lost, we've made great strides. But now we are at risk of going back to pre-pandemic delays and lack of resources. Fulton County has done a comparison, I have done a comparison of our metro counties and have found that Fulton County is the least resourced per hour volume. Fulton County population has grown, which means the demand for probate services has grown. And we are asking that this commission employ whatever measures to appropriately fund our court so that we can be the leaders in our area that we are and that we can serve our customers with timely service. This court has submitted a soundings request for additional funding to resolve our legal matters and our hearings that we hold. Right now, it's taking 6 months for contested estates and contested guardianships to be heard. We need additional judges, we need an additional attorney, and we need additional clerks to replace the clerks that we are losing as a result of the temporary funding. So we ask that you consider our mid-year soundings request and our ultimate budget request and do what needs to be done to provide probate court with the
15
resources
seconds.
so that we can continue to move the citizens of Fulton County forward. Thank you for all that you've done thus far and all that you will do for our citizens and for probate court.
Last 6 speakers in Assembly Hall: Erica Schneider, Jennifer Swaney, Stephanie Owens, Lisa Morchower, Josh Milton, and John Fisher.
Good morning. I am here in support of Agenda Item 24-04-06 regarding the climate of corruption. So thank you very much for the council or commissioners for putting that agenda item together. I'm here probably now 6 or 7 times specifically regarding deed fraud in Fulton County. Crimes are being committed and boldly admitted using Fulton County resources on Fulton County property with assistance from Fulton County associates. More specifically, this has been known to Fulton County for some time. Most recently, at a town hall meeting, April 11th, 2024, when Shay Alexander, clerk of the court, stated that there is a deed fraud crisis. Additionally, Judge Cassandra Kirk has been notified by the Department of Justice through an IRS whistleblower representative last year and again over the last 3 weeks regarding deed fraud. In addition to that, multiple Fulton County commissioners and the court judges are aware of fraudulent notaries, power of attorneys, and fraudulent deeds. Additionally, Fulton County residents are similarly situated
15 seconds, ma'am.
as other parties in other parts of the country that have been arrested through the Department of Justice. I respectfully demand an expeditious resolution to deed fraud.
Good morning, Maria Gaudio, Fulton County. I'm also wanting to speak regarding the culture of corruption, but more specifically with regard to what happened yesterday, where the Fulton County attorneys moved to destroy the 2020 election ballots after there have been 8 rulings by the judges to preserve these ballots. You know, the IRS holds your records more than 10 years. They can go back more than 10 years. The Social Security Administration holds your records all your life. In this state, we have professional individuals who have to hold their records 7, 10, or indefinite number of years per their licensure here. But yet, they are trying to get rid of our ballots, which is our property. When Sherman came down to Atlanta, when the Northern invasion occurred in 1864, the first place the Northern armies destroyed were all the courthouse records on their path to Atlanta. They were interested in stealing land, much like the deed fraud going on here now, but a little more in a sophisticated way. But our ballots, we're still not resolved on the 2020 issue. It is still in court. It has been said that there's no room to hold the ballots. Now, we have this huge facility down in Fairburn now, which I have seen, and even when it's full of all the equipment and they're back behind chain link fences, there's enough space to hold a football game. It's just a blank space.
15 seconds.
We have plenty of time and we have plenty of room to hold the ballots until we figure it all out. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Erica Schneider, and I'm from the Atlanta Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. As my friend David shared, we were founded in the 70s to free Angela Davis and the Black Panthers and do work around mass incarceration and police crimes. My goal here today is to build a relationship with you all to improve public health and safety. My speaker card has my information if you're interested in reaching out. Our organization works in different Atlanta communities, particularly on the southwest side, and you may have received postcards from our supporters who oppose the build of the new jail. I want to thank you specifically, Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, for your office responding to our request for a meeting, and we look forward to meeting with you and working with you. Specifically today, I want to not only oppose the new jail, but offer a solution for improving the current one. Overcrowding and understaffing can be resolved by giving compassionate release to those with medical conditions. I know you do not have the unilateral power to execute something like that, but you do have power over the budget, and like my husband shared, I think it's time to cut the budget for the sheriff's office and provide them with a reason to stop arresting people needlessly. And I know you also have relationships with the DA, and you can provide some support for them for doing compassionate release. I want to close by remembering Noni Batiste-Kazoka, a 19-year-old who died of toxicity of her prescribed medications for her mental health condition. She was only 19 and was in jail for a nonviolent crime of trespassing. With the remainder of my time, I want to take a moment of silence for Noni in the hopes that the medical negligence in your jail that killed her doesn't hurt anyone else. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Swain, the Executive Director for Youth Spark, the nonprofit that's based inside of the Fulton County Juvenile Court. And I'm here today to thank you all for your community services program and the grants that you provided to our organization. Today, more than ever before, we recognize that young people in our community need programs that they can access before residential care becomes necessary. I'd like to also thank Commissioner Arrington for your support in recognizing Youth Spark for our 25 years of service earlier this year. I'd like to thank you, Commissioner Khadijah, for your work in raising awareness, not only during Human Trafficking Awareness Month throughout the year, and for partnering with our organization. I also want to thank you, Commissioner Thorne, for visiting with us and learning about the work that we do inside of juvenile court. Right now, we've made tremendous strides in the human trafficking world and how we are able to intervene in the lives of children. But one of the things that we recognize is that we have to close the gap of young people who are missing at the time of referrals. Right now, I have 18 young people that are out of home. We are providing the partnership with Fulton County Juvenile Court to make sure we not only reach those young people, but that we are able to intervene with the services. And while you all provide the grant to us, I wanted you to hear from one of our recipients today, Ms. Messiah.
Good morning. My name is Messiah Farmer. I am a member of the Youth Spark program. I started when I was 13 years old. I am now 17, and I am now a youth leader at the program. I just wanted to issue a thank you out to you all for your unwavering support of us. And you see, I am an example today of what the grant goes towards. I'm here today speaking in front of you all. So thank you for your
All right, 15 seconds.
Thank you again, and I will yield the rest of my time so that we can hold space for those 18 young people. And I thank Chief Judge Renata Turner for her leadership at Juvenile Court and for the unique public-private partnership to do this work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Owens, and I serve as the Executive Director for National Black Arts Festival. NBAF is a proud legacy partner of Fulton County, and we're grateful to the Board of Commissioners and the Fulton County Arts and Culture for your support. We are in our 36th year of providing programming for Fulton County citizens, and it's through your support that we continue to make an impact. This year alone, we've served over 100 artists, provided grants as presentation opportunities. We've supported 20 business owners through economic opportunities in our programs, and we've served over 7,500 Fulton County citizens and exposing them to diverse arts programming. According to the Arts Economic Calculator, we've contributed $1.6 million in contribution for Fulton County. So we're continuing to make a significant impact, and we couldn't do this without you all and your support. Thank you for your commitment to the arts here in Fulton County. Because of your leadership, we are seeing more unity and collaboration in the arts. We're very excited about the possibilities, and we look forward to continuing to watch that grow, and as you continue to protect arts funding here, and that enriches the citizens' lives here in Fulton County. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Morshower. I'm an attorney, and I know several of you from my work as an attorney, but I'm here today for a different reason. I serve on the Roswell Arts Fund Advisory Board, and arts has always been very important to me and to my family. I have two daughters who are in the arts. One of my daughters has a BFA in musical theater from a very well-known university in Virginia, and my other daughter just graduated from Birmingham Southern College with a Bachelor of Fine Arts in studio art. So art has always been a part of my life. And in fact, I used to be an attorney for the city of Atlanta, and when I first started there, my first job was to sign grants to local artists and theaters so that they had funding for their various projects. And I was so happy to do that because of my love for the arts. It is imperative that this body, which has generously supported the arts in the past, continue to do so. Taking any action that would negatively impact the arts would hurt the Roswell Arts Fund for sure, and all the other people who have spoken ahead of me have so eloquently told you the reasons why funding the arts is so important, especially in Fulton County. The Roswell Arts Fund uses the portion of its budget that it gets from Fulton County to fund local art, local artists, local theater, and local musicians. We put on a concert, well, we put on several concerts, but one of the ones we've just started doing is the Jazz Festival, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful concert for lots of people to enjoy. And we put on concerts at the City Hall building and in various spots around Roswell, and we also have local artists submit art for posting around Roswell. We have a project
15 seconds.
Where artists have been selected to put art on various structures around Roswell. It's a beautiful thing, and so to lose the funding and to even cut it by any dollar figure would gravely impact not just children, but the whole citizenship of Fulton County. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is John Fisher, Georgia Coalition for Fair Housing Justice. I'm also a member of the President's Financial Fraud Enforcement Task Force. And this task force is a collaboration between the FBI Atlanta's office, the Office of the Attorney General of the Northern District of Georgia, in connection with the Presidential Established Force to wage an aggressive, coordinated, and proactive effort to investigate and prosecute federal financial crimes. With more than 20 federal agencies, 94 United States Attorney's Office, and state and local partners, it is the broadest coalition of law enforcement, investigatory, and regulatory agencies ever established to combat fraud. What we deal with is mortgage identity theft, which is a federal crime. And what we have been able to do is we have one particular instance more than anything else. We've got thousands and thousands of documents of houses that are basically being stolen. We have an individual that lives in Fulton County, house was foreclosed on 34 times, and it never shows up on the foreclosure list. That's just impossible to be done. She was put out of her house for no reason, out of her house that does not qualify. But the deal is, what we're dealing with is this, is foreclosure auction fraud in Georgia remains a focus of the FBI investigation and federal prosecutors with the Antitrust Division of the United States Department of Justice. We go after everybody, judges, clerks, everything, filing documents and everything in the process. I didn't just start doing this overnight. I've been at this since 2009 when Obama was in office, okay, in the process. We have thousands and thousands of cases of fraud that have gone on just not in the state of Georgia, but all over the United States. They are literally stealing the houses and the document, but we found ways to combat these things. I want to thank you today for giving me this opportunity to talk about this. I've also been in front of the City Council of the City of Atlanta.
15 seconds, sir.
So anyway, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 11 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Amara Kennedy. Amara Kennedy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that you all could hear me okay. It is great to be with you via Zoom. Forgive my not being able to physically be there. I'm actually in Jacksonville, Florida, and was quite pleased to have had dinner with some folks here in Jacksonville that one of the subjects that we were talking about was the vibrant art community that existed all across Fulton County of some folks that had just recently left there. So that got me very excited as we talk about the support that has existed and will hopefully continue to exist by this group of leaders. As others have said, yes, you have some tremendous challenges ahead of you, and we all send you ardent prayers that you make the right decisions for all of Fulton County. But what I can say to you, as was exhibited by the proclamation that we started off with this morning, when you maintain arts funding at the level that it's currently at, if not more, you are not only addressing the issues of entertainment value in the county, but you are also addressing many issues that proactively address some of our community issues, whether it's youth violence, whether it's the need for therapy and mental health awareness. Lisa spoke on some of the other things that art speaks to and proactively addresses. So we just ask you to, as you address the challenges that you have around the millage rate and so many other challenges, that you not let the arts be at the chopping block. And Commissioner Ellis, I just want to say I was so pleased to hear of your conversation with my colleague on the Arts Council to talk about how we can look at ways of increasing funding to the arts organizations in North Fulton County. And we are actively doing that and looking at creative ways that we ensure that from everywhere of the county that we are funding art and culture at the level that it needs to be, and ensuring that, thank you, that this is a culturally vibrant community, and that only happens with your continued leadership. Thank you so much for your leadership, and remember, arts start with A, and we know that you'll continue to support. God bless.
The next person to speak is Amanda Jones.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of Commissioners. My name is Amanda Jones, Director of Development from the Johns Creek Arts Center, where we are proud to be a legacy partner. The Arts Center is grateful to the board for ensuring that high-quality arts programming remains accessible. North Fulton is experiencing tremendous growth, with hundreds of new families moving to this area. The Johns Creek Arts Center is blessed to serve these families. With this population growth, we have outgrown our current facility and ancillary spaces we have rented due to increased demand for arts programming. This summer, we now have over 1,000 youth in our summer camp program, and we have wait lists for camp and for many of our classes. We served over 10,000 participants through all combined programs last year. As North Fulton continues to grow, so will the need for quality arts education, enrichment, and arts and wellness initiatives. We are so grateful to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners for their continued support of the Johns Creek Arts Center and for keeping the arts accessible in North Fulton and throughout the county. Thank you.
The next person to speak from a Motorola. Excuse me. The next person to speak is Donna Watt.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Donna Watts Nunn, the Managing Director at the Hammonds House Museum, and we're a proud legacy partner as well. And I know we've stated already that, the state of Georgia is 50th in arts funding, but I want to applaud you for being the first and the highest, supporter of arts, of funding arts in the county and as well in the state. We have been proud recipients of your support. And for the first time in the 3 years that I've been managing director, I actually have been able to hire part-time staff. We are fully staffed, and we're able now to expand our programming and expand our partnerships. We're super excited about being able to work with poets, musicians, as well as visual artists in our building and provide training, for all ages or for people in classes of all ages. And this is a result of your continued support. So I implore you, I applaud you for your continued and very stellar support of the arts. It is a lifeblood of this town and a lifeblood of this state. And as we get ready for things like FIFA coming in 2026, this will give us an opportunity to plan and be prepared for that and to be, proud representatives of the state of Georgia. So again, thank you, commissioners. Please keep the arts as top of mind. It's very important for us all and allows us to be diverse and to reach out to everyone in the community and to do us all well. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Julie Straw.
Good morning. This is Julie with Executive Director of Reimagine. We are an education and workforce development organization for the arts and creative media industries, now operating in our 10th year in Metro Atlanta and across the state. We have also been proud recipients of support from Fulton County. Thank you so much for supporting the arts. And our programming directly employs local youth. We work in partnership with other nonprofits and with youth at the At Promise centers and different after school and in-school enrichment. We've seen that the arts improves the local economy, empathy, it grows the culture, and really does help prepare our youth for being able to tell their stories, to be able to grow in confidence and be a strong member of the community. Thank you so much for your support for our nonprofit. And I just want to encourage the commissioners to continue to support the arts, to continue to value the work of the different community members. And we appreciate your support for continuing to support the arts. Thank you so much.
The next person to speak is Waduda Muhammad. Waduda Muhammad.
Next speaker.
The next person to speak is Laura Henninghausen.
Hello, commissioners. I am working with Purpose Possible as the Director of Strategic Philanthropy, and I also am leading a group of 17 different arts organizations in the metro area known as the Metro Atlanta Arts Collaborative. And we wanted to, again, as many of my colleagues here have done already today, thank you for your support for arts and culture in Fulton County. It's incredibly needed. And as has been stated, we are 50th in the nation for arts funding. And so our organizations really count on support from Fulton County. I also wanted to mention that just weeks ago, Mecklenburg County in North Carolina approved a budget of $10 million for the arts. And so I think that it's imperative if we want to remain competitive and offer support to our arts organizations, all of the people they employ and all of the people they support, that we do not cut anything that would affect our arts funding. Thank you very much.
The next person to speak is, again, Waduda Muhammad. Waduda Muhammad. Okay, the next person to speak comes from a Motorola Moto G.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Gao. I live at Clark Road in the city of South Fulton. I'm demanding that an investigation be conducted and charges placed on Stephen Meldron Knight, who works for Knight Construction in Conyers, Georgia, along with his associate Christy Tilley, as well as Clayton County Deputy Jamal Hunter and his wife Ashley, Their friends Rodney Elliott Brown and Courtney Elise Collins of Peachtree City and Jim and Brenda Wheeler of Fairburn, Georgia, for unlawful surveillance, organized stalking, criminal harassment, and attempted murder due to their anti-Asian racist hate. I also demand a federal investigation to the Fulton County Solicitor's Office for the malicious prosecution of my husband, denying us a trial which would have shown probable cause, which there was none. Fulton County Police, the City of South Fulton County Police, have willfully violated our constitutional right and stole our property as a means of government-sanctioned oppression against myself and my family. I want it investigated because I have emailed every single city official in the City of South Fulton, in Fulton County. I have emailed AG Carr, I have emailed Governor Kemp, and no one has addressed our attackers or made any redress for the extreme danger that we were placed at in our own home. How can people be constantly attacked at their home and nobody assists them? Georgia is not fit for families. It is not a place of safety because there is no law and order. Debased and immoral, this state is only fit for dogs due solely to corruption and illogical leadership. You are all unfit for authority, and it will be taken away.
The next person to speak is Abigail Justman. Abigail Justman. Okay, the next person to speak is Kathy Bird. Kathy Bird.
Hi there, this is Kathy Bird. I'm the former director of the gallery at Georgia State University. And we were very fortunate to have support for the years that I served as director there from the Fulton County Arts Commission. And I really want to encourage you to continue supporting the arts in Atlanta as a leader in the state. Thank you very much.
The next person to speak is Suzanne Gordon. Suzanne Gordon. And the next person to speak.
Yes.
Give me a second. Suzanne Gordon.
Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm the administrative assistant with Ballet and Dance Company, and I wanted to speak on behalf of the arts in Fulton County and its importance, not only to the county, but also to our educational areas and the vibrancy that it brings to the county. And also just to talk about the importance of arts with mental health and so many other areas. And I ask that the commissioners continue to support the arts, Fulton County Arts and Culture, so that we may continue to keep the arts alive in Fulton County. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Thomas Brazel.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Thomas Brazel. I'm the managing director at Out of Hand Theater. I just wanted to thank you so much for the support over the years for our organization. We've been able to do a lot of programming in Fulton County with our Creative Kids program, shows and homes, as well as our Equitable Dinners. We've just seen how communities have gathered together, been able to have vital conversations around race at our events, how students have been able to increase their competency and their love for the arts and lead to more graduation rates as well through our program. We just find that the arts is so vital to this community and has been vital to the work that we do. And we just want to thank you so much for the support, but also the support you've given to all our other organizations that we've been able to work with here in the arts community. It is such a vital, important piece to what we do here for all these arts organizations, as you've heard today. So we just want to, again, thank you, but also ask for your continued support as we continue to move forward together to make a more vibrant community for all. So thank you so much.
The last to speak is Donna Watts Nunn. Donna Watts, none. With that being said, that concludes our Zoom public comments.
All right, 1 hour exactly. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 7, County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government, 240431, Finance. Request approval of resolution setting proposed 2024 millage rates for the general fund at 8.87 mils, authorizing advertisement of the proposed general fund millage rate, advertisement of the dates for the required public hearings, authorizing the chairman to sign the pending appeals, and authorizing the county attorney to petition the Superior Court of Fulton County for an order authorizing the immediate and temporary collection of 2024 taxes.
All right, Mr. Manager, Madam CFO, who?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We do have a brief presentation on the millage rate recommendation itself. And as part of the package that was submitted to the board, we included an update from the chief appraiser on the 2024 digest, and he is here today as well to present that information to the board and take any questions. Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, what I would like to do is allow Hakeem to walk us through his brief presentation on our recommendation, and then ask Mr. Conley to present his information.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. Today, we are starting the process of setting the millage rate that will support the current year's budget. In January, we presented the budget to the board, and it was adopted at that time. And the budget that was adopted was prepared with several assumptions, including the following. Next slide, please. At that time, when we prepared the budget and it was adopted, we assumed that the billable growth rate in the digest will be at 7% level from new growth or reassessment. This billable growth rate is supposed to be the rate after all the exemptions are taken into considerations. These exemptions include homestead exemption and also the tax allocation district exemption. We also assume that we're going to have a 96% collection rate. And then the millage rate will be set at a flat level to generate sufficient revenue or adjust spending level to ensure a balanced budget. And then the recommended millage rate at the time was 8.87 mils. In actuality, our gross digest grew by 6.35% over last year. Last year was 109.6, and this year it is 116.6 billion. So what that means is the billable growth rate is lower than the 7% that we assumed at the beginning of the year. The third billing was estimated to increase at $8.8 million. This is an increase of 16.8% over last year. We had $52 million of third billing last year, and this year we are estimating that we're going to have $61.3 million. And then the appeal value for 2023 was $35.6 million. Because the appeals are still ongoing and it's not supposed to end until August, so we grew the appeal amount by 6.35%, which is our digest growth rate. So the new appeal amount or number that we use to prepare the estimate that you're going to be considering today is $37.9 million. So what does all of this do to numbers? The statutory rollback rate, which is what we're required to advertise in order to stay at a no tax increase level. And the rollback rate is the rate that's supposed to generate the same level of revenue in the current year as in the prior year, which was 2023. That rate is 8.55 mils. And it is projected to generate at 96% collection level, $649.9 million. If you pair that against the revenue that we used at the time that the budget was adopted, that amount was $687.9 million, and that will give us a projected shortfall of $38 million. The difference between that, the percentage difference on that is about 5.52%. And then at this rollback rate, each percentage change in the amount is equal to 6.7 million. And then at 96% collection rate, each mil equals $76 million. The rate that we're recommending, which is 8.87 mils, is higher than the rollback rate of 8.55 by 3.74%. It would generate a total of $675.6 million at the 96% collection level. And that amount is lower than the $687.9 million in the budget by $12.3 million, which equates to 1.8% reduction. Each percentage change in the collection rate for this at this 8.87 mils is $7 million. And then at the 96% collection rate, each mil equals $76 million. Next slide, please. So at the rate that we're recommending, which is 8.87 mils, we are proposing to do the following in order for us to ensure that the budget remains balanced for 2024. We can definitely tighten our belt and institute some level of spending control measures, which includes control of or elimination of use of salary savings for the remainder of the year. No reallocation of funds to any department as part of FY 2024 mid-year budget review process, which really, once the budget is adopted, this is a practice that, I don't think the county should be engaging. Of course, it is up to the county, to the Board of Commissioners to decide on, what to do. But, what that practice does to us is, it makes it difficult for us to be able to determine what level of end of the year balance we're going to have, and it will influence what the following year's budget will look like as well. And then also consider using any savings from current year's elections budget to cover projected shortfall from the cyber attack incident. Consider increasing premium to the risk management fund, which is the fund that we're using to support the cyber attack incident, for any amount that our insurance doesn't cover. And then freeze new spending in FY 2025 and review non-recurring items in the FY 2024 budget to determine whether they're critical to the operation of the county and they're unavoidable. So the next slide, please. I'm going to provide you the next steps that we'll need to use in order for us to have the rate approved and then, present the information to the tax commissioner for billing. And if you approve what we've proposed today, Then July 3rd, we'll be able to have the millage rate and 5-year tax levy ad published in AJC and the county website. And then July 10th, we are proposing that we have 2 hearings, one in the morning as part of our regular BOC meeting, and then the other one will be in the afternoon. The reason for this is, what I mentioned before. Once a rate higher than the rollback rate of 8.55 mils is proposed by the county, it is considered to be a tax increase, albeit it's the same rate as what we have now, which is what we consider to be a flat rate. So the 6 p.m. meeting will be considered as a special called meeting. Then July 30 will be the last day to advertise final public hearing date in order for us to have the final public hearing on the 7th. And then the last day to submit appeal on property assessment is August 2nd. That is all I have on the actual millage rate that we're proposing. And if you have any questions, we'll be able to, we're ready to entertain, unless, Sharon, I'm not sure if Mr. Conley is supposed to come before we start taking questions, or should we take questions on this?
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, we'd like to go ahead and bring Mr. Conley down to provide his update, and then we'll take questions collectively.
Okay, where is he? Is he here?
He is. He's present. He's coming down. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Roderick Conley. I serve as the Fulton County Chief Appraiser. I am here this morning to offer you just a brief summary for the 2024 digest. Next slide, please. Overall, the market indicates, as Hakeem has already suggested, a 6% increase year over year. In 2023, it was $274 billion as compared to 2024, increasing to $291 billion. Next slide, please. Looking at it from a residential viewpoint, the market indicates a 7% increase, going from $157 billion in 2023 to $169 billion in 2024. Next slide, please. When you look at it from the average residential sales prices, starting from 2021, a 4-year look, you will see in 2021, the average sales price was about $450,000 for residential homes, and in 2024, it increased to almost $600,000. Next slide, please. Commercially, the market indicated a 5% increase, going from $84 billion in 2023 to $89 billion in 2024. Next slide, please. The county averages about 2,000 to 2,500 new parcels annually. From 2023 to 2024, there was about a 350 parcel difference. The market has shown signs of slowing by way only of the number of transactions. As you can see, residential transfers decreased about 6,300 transfers year over year from 23 to 2024. After staff had had the opportunity to review and validate those sales, ultimately they ended with 13,750 sales in order to indicate the market. Commercial transfers did increase a little over 1,000. However, after staff reviewed those sales, they ultimately ended with 269 that indicated the market. Homestead filings followed the trend of residential transfers and resulted in a decrease of almost 800 homestead filings for the year. Next slide, please. So lastly, the internal sales ratio did meet all statistical standards set forth by the Department of Revenue. I wanted to reiterate what Hakeem has kind of already mentioned, that notices were mailed on June 18th of this year. The expected deadline for appeals will be August the 2nd. Although we are still early in the process, just to kind of give you an indication how appeals are tracking, as of this date, we have about a little over 500 appeals that have been filed versus 750 at this time last year. That's all I have.
All right, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, as Hakeem indicated, we're prepared to take any questions that the board may have regarding either the information that Mr. Conley presented or the proposed millage rate recommendation for 2024.
All right. Stay where you are, Mr. Conley. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you. I'm a little confused by this recommendation, Mr. Manager and Madam CFO. Can we go back to the first page of the slide? So it appears, well, let me get you all to confirm some things for me. At this millage rate, there'd be a $12 million deficit?
At the 8.87, we would be short against our revenue anticipation by 12.3 million.
Would that give us any money to make any of the Orca partners permanent?
No, sir, it doesn't. It doesn't provide resources to support additional recurring expense.
Would that give us the money to process the 60,000 cases the state court is expecting to handle this year?
If in doing that it required additional resources for state court on a recurring basis, my answer would be the same, no, sir.
Would that give us enough money to refurbish the jail, to start to refurbish the jail?
We have $10 million in our expense budget for 2024 that was intended to support a debt issuance related to the design for a new jail. Those resources could be used to support a debt issuance for jail refurbishment. So we would already have the resources in the budget and built into our recurring expense view.
Would it be enough money to help? Well, let me ask a different question. What was the recommended, what was your team's recommendation for the millage rate last year?
I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was a little over 9 mils. However, it wasn't a recommendation. It was something that, we discussed with the board, and then the board indicated to us that, we'd rather stay flat at 8.87 mils. Commissioner Harrington, if you may recall, we had about 2 or 3 different BOC meetings that we made presentation to the board in order to get or gauge your feeling and then get approval for what we should recommend for 2024. And at the end, the board indicated for us to remain at 8.87 mils.
That was for last year's millage rate, right?
After last year's millage was approved, and then between the time that that millage rate was approved, and then we presented the 2024 budget in November. We had a hearing. We made presentation on our long-term multi-year budget view, and at the end, the board indicated for us to remain at 8.87 mils, which is what we're recommending.
Okay, so back to my question. The recommendation for last year was 9 point something millage rate? That's what you started out saying before you.
Yeah. We started
with extra information.
We started with that. That was what we came to the board with, and we.
And it was 9 what?
Got to go back and take a look. I'll look for the presentation, and I'll be able to tell you.
I'm not going to be able to support this recommendation. I think it is reckless. I think it denies reality. I think it denies the justice partners that came in here and told us that they're going to need money. We had the chief judge of the state court come in here and say that they went from 30,000 cases in 22 to 43,000 last year, and that they're on pace to have 60,000 cases this year. We heard the chief judge of the state court state that they currently have 10 judges, and that is the same number of judges that they've had since 2003. And he anticipates that they actually need 15 to 20 judges to operate. Now, that's just the state court. We have magistrate court, we have state court, we have superior court, we have juvenile court, we have probate court, and all of the justice partners, including the district attorney, the solicitor general, are all saying that they need to make the ORCA positions permanent. Frankly, I'm disappointed at this recommendation. I'm disappointed that this recommendation would come forward despite knowing that we need to refurbish or build a new jail, despite knowing that all of the justice partners are asking for additional resources and to make the ORCA money, to make the ORCA positions permanent. So I'm disappointed that, because I think this recommendation is not realistic. God bless you. I don't think that it also would have to eliminate use of salary savings for the remainder of this year. They've been using salary savings to get by. They've been using that to make additional hires and to try to help retain people. Eliminate requests for departmental reallocation of funds as part of the mid-year budget process. We've been telling people all year they could come back at mid-year budget. And now we want to eliminate this? I'm just not in a position to be able to support this. It's illogical to recommend this. And frankly, I think we rely on you all to make recommendations, not based on what you think we want to do, but based on our needs. based on the needs of our departments and our elected officials. I think you do the people of Fulton County a disservice when you present a recommendation because you think it's the one that the board will be okay with or that the board will adopt. I think you're supposed to present a recommendation that provides the resources that are needed for all of the departments, regardless of whether the board likes that recommendation or not. It's very disappointing to receive this recommendation that will have us starting out with $12 million in the deficit, knowing that we've got so many needs from so many different departments and agencies. We heard from them this morning. They came down here. So, not the first time I've been disappointed. I guess it won't be the last, but I'm not going to be able to support this recommendation. It's illogical and it's not based in reality. And I almost want to make another motion, but I'm going to wait to let people talk before doing that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Well, I want to thank you for making what I feel is a tremendously sound recommendation to us. In fact, the only thing that I've heard illogical were some of the statements were just made by my colleague. This is a pretty simple, straightforward piece here, right? We adopted a budget which had the presumption of a flat millage rate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what's before us is a flat millage rate. And what you've shown us on the screen is the impact of that flat millage rate relative to the revenue budget that we adopted as part of the budget, correct?
Yes, sir. It reflects the impact on the revenue anticipated in the budget.
And that's roughly 12 million if 8.87 were the approved millage rate.
Yes, and based on all of the stated assumptions regarding the TAD, the amount of billings that get pulled out for the tax allocation districts and the impact of the appeals.
Right. So to listen to some of the comments, you would think that we were about to need to shut down county government. When in reality, what we're talking about with that $12 million number is 1.36% of our overall revenue budget of $884 million. 1.36. 1.36%. Okay, I think that's a highly manageable number to work within. And in addition to that, of this 12 million, I mean, we know that where there's we'll hear this later, that there's 9.5 million in interest we earn from Arpa that will flow to the general fund, which potentially could be applied. So, you know, if that were the case, pretty negligible change. And we also know that we tend to underrun our budget significantly each year, and based upon the projections that are noted within the operational report, that continues to be the case. So, you know, it's a sound recommendation based upon the budget we adopted, based upon the current spending patterns, and based upon our past history. It's also a sound recommendation based upon the fact that our residents are not going to bear any form of millage rate increase. We've heard that consistently, and we'll hear it again. So this is the maximum that they're going to be willing to entertain. And it's in line with what we recommended. Yes, we had some people that would show up and make, you know, kind appealing comments and that sort of stuff, but we're not adopting the 2025 budget today. We're voting to advertise a maximum millage rate that we will later approve. When we get into discussions relative to the 2025 budget, possibly there are some folks that have some cases where it makes sense to modify their budgets and increase them. Possibly there's some groups where they're not performing as they should, or they don't really justify what their current spend is, and the money should be reallocated. That's what a budgetary process is about. This is not the budgetary process today. This is about setting a millage rate that will allow us to fund 2024 operations in line with the budget that we approved. And it's sound, and I hope that everyone up here will support this as the maximum amount in which we're going to advertise today.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by walking through the timeline a little bit, if I may. Could you explain, either Hakeem, I guess, or Sharon, why the time frame is the way it is and why we have to make this decision today? I feel like last year we did not even start talking about this until the July meeting, and today this was so urgent that we couldn't even push this back 2 discussion items. We couldn't even push it back an hour or 2 in June, whereas last year I don't believe we even started this discussion until mid-July. So I'm confused by what the urgency is here.
We are working on a total digest preparation time frame that would allow tax bills to go out as close to our normal billing date of August 15th as possible. Even within this, and Hakeem, you may need to correct, or not correct me, but fill in what the expected, even with this schedule, what the expected billing time frame is for this year's tax bills off of the schedule.
Are you talking about when the tax commissioner is going to be sending the bill? It's going to be around mid-September to end of September.
So the longer it takes to get through the millage rate setting process, then it means the bills get delayed. The majority of our revenue comes from property taxes. Our cash flow depends on the receipt of property taxes. We've issued our tax anticipation note already this year based upon an expectation that we would see our tax proceeds start coming in the October, November timeframe. So this is, the schedule really centers around trying to meet and provide the tax commissioner with all of the information that he needs in order to generate tax bills and get them out as early as possible. So the assessor's office, I believe this year, did an outstanding job considering we had to work on all of this through the middle of the cyber incident. So the reason why it may seem rushed is we received this information last Tuesday afternoon. We had a holiday, and we worked, trying to get our recommendation prepared and to make the board's agenda without needing to bring it on as an add-on item. We've also coordinated with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution around meeting the advertising requirements, and also planned around all of the board's regular meeting dates rather than, with the exception of the one legally required evening public hearing, which is also on a regularly scheduled board meeting day, without the need to necessarily ask you all to hold a series of special call meetings in order to meet all of the advertising requirements and public hearing requirements to get through the full millage rate setting process. So that is why it may seem a little rushed this year.
Okay, I got that, basically. I think there was a lot you put out there, but I thought I heard Hakeem say in that answer that the bills don't go out until, like you said August, I believe, and he said September.
I said we were trying to build a schedule that would allow us to get bills out as close as possible to what we consider our normal billing timeframe, which is mid-August. But even with this schedule, that's why I asked Hakeem to confirm, even with this schedule that seems rushed, we still will be potentially looking at a mid-September timeframe. And we are only one of many taxing jurisdictions that have to go through this process and provide their information back to the tax commissioner in order for those bills to be generated.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is if we're really looking at September, if we were to shift this all back one meeting, how badly would that impact things? Because it sounds like it wouldn't impact it that much if we were to shift it back to the 2 meetings in August versus the July and August meetings.
It could affect the collection rate, because then you're pushing the due date to later in the year, and the sooner you start, doing your collection, the more you'll be able to collect in the year. But if we delay the collection of the due date, then definitely could impact, what that collection rate will be. So instead of us having 96%, we might end up with 92%. As a matter of fact, if you talk to Dr. Ferdinand, even with the data we have here, we probably say to us that, rather than using 96, we should be using 94% collection rate. But, we're counting on him. It's something that, he has been able to do in the past to get this 96% rate at, this time schedule that, we are providing to you for consideration.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation. I think, this idea that we're having to rush this morning and talk about it first without talking about some of the other important things on the agenda before talking about this is, I just can't believe that a couple of hours is going to make that much difference in this process, but okay. The reason I'm asking about why it's so rushed is because it feels to me like there is information that we don't fully have at this moment to make this decision. And I also think it needs to be clear that if we vote on a resolution today with a millage rate in it, whatever that millage rate is the max we can do for this year without starting the whole process over again. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, that's correct.
On the other hand, if we were to increase the rate that we voted on today, we could come down from that. So we could vote on a higher rate today to give ourselves some room to understand what some of the unknowns are at this moment, and we could still come back to 8.87 2 meetings from now when we take the final vote, correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct.
Okay, so, I'd like to just present that as a possibility as we're thinking through this. Voting for a higher number today does not lock us into a higher number, but voting for this lower number today locks us in to not being able to go higher. So, I think that just needs to be considered as we talk about some of these unknowns. And by unknowns in particular, there are a couple things that I'm thinking about. And so I'll just ask this as a question, though I've talked about it with you before, and I think I have a pretty good sense of this, but just for clarification, Madam CFO, we still don't have the total dollar amount that we will need to spend out of the general fund or possibly out of the general fund, I guess, to cover some of the unexpected costs from the cyber attack. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're still working through the insurance claim process, so there may be some costs that are not covered that we would need to find the resources for.
Okay, and so we know at this point from what you explained to me yesterday and the day before that we have, I think about 2.6 million was the number that we know for sure that we're going to have to pay on that front. Is that correct?
Based on coverage limitations, yes, that's my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
So it could be anywhere from, and again, from our conversation, 2.6 that we for sure have on up to, what's the top number there? Is it 7? Is it 9? What's the top?
Yeah, it could be anywhere from the 2.7 to 5 or so. I mean, it really will depend on whether items are approved or not. And also there are perhaps some additional costs that would be related to the changes that we've made that are really future costs that we're still trying to figure out if we will have to bear those this year to support next year, as we have historically had to do, pay in advance, or if those will be pushed into next year. So we still are uncertain on that piece as well.
So there's some additional spending over that 2 to 7,
Yes,
maybe
yes.
million that we
Yes,
may still
ma'am.
have to spend this year. So even if you put that part aside and you just take the, let's call it 3 million for easier math, potential spending or, pretty much guaranteed spending that we're going to have to do regards the cyber attack, add that to the 12.3 million deficit, we're now at a 15-something million dollar deficit, essentially. Have you all calculated the cost impact of dealing with SB 63? And or if we don't spend additional money to deal with SB 63, what are we looking at in terms of backlogs in the court and longer stays in the jail and all of those kinds of things? Have we done a full evaluation of that at this point?
We have not. We've heard and had meetings with a number of the justice partners who have referenced concerns, but we have not yet actually seen any financial analysis or analysis on perhaps the impact on the population, the daily population at the jail. So we have not had, we have not received the information and had the opportunity to make those analysis.
I have been told by some of the justice partners that we can expect a significant increase in the number of folks that, I think we all know that's the whole bill, right? That will be on cash bond instead of signature bond, will have to be in the jail versus not, and will have to, and will impact the courts and their systems. I think it's going to be pretty detrimental if it happens, but we don't have the numbers around that yet, so we can't really predict what we're going to need, whether this year in soundings or next year in additional spending. I want to now just say thank you to Commissioner Arrington. I think you made some very good points about this being a disappointing and I would argue irresponsible recommendation. And Mr. County Manager, I know we talked about this yesterday, and I will reiterate to you, as I did yesterday, that we put you in a difficult situation as this board, and I understand that you're sort of trying to deal with what this board gives you. But could you talk about sort of what brought you to the 8.87? Because my understanding is that this was sort of I think this is all the board will support, and therefore this is the implication of that. Commissioner Arrington asked specifically about the recommendation last year of 9 something, and I believe it was about 9.37 actually that was recommended last year. Is that correct, Hakeem?
Yes.
Okay. So you've recommended higher rates before and got what response?
Well, I think, the way we looked at it was 3 very significant decisions that the board has made, all of which had millage rate implications. And if you'll recall, we did a multi-meeting, long-term financial planning sessions with the board and looked at what the millage rate implications were for everything that was being considered. That included extension of Orca, which has been talked about this morning. It included the financing of a jail contemplated at the time of, I think, $1.5 billion to $1.8 billion. It included additional monies for program expansion, undefined at the time, and that the conclusion of that session was pretty clear that there was no appetite for an increased millage rate scenario. So then that was a very significant decision with an enormous amount of information being provided to the board. The second one, of course, was the presentation of the 2024 budget. So we did recommend in that budget a different millage rate. The decision of this body was to stay with a flat rate 8.87, and we allocated resources then within that financial envelope. So that was the second big decision. The third one, of course, was the jail feasibility study itself. So when the RFP came forward a couple of meetings ago, and the decision was made to go in a different direction and look for alternatives as opposed to that, one of the foundational expectations was provide us back an alternative that is conditioned on a flat millage rate, 8.87. So 3 times over, this board has reinforced that that was the expectation. So then as we looked at it and brought forward this one, we had one of 3 choices, 3 logical choices. One was meet the revenue growth or meet the revenue implied in the budget. That was 9.025. Stay at the flat millage rate, which have been reinforced 3 times over the last 9 months or so, or consider the rollback rate of 8.55. So quite frankly, we struck the middle ground. And we struck that middle ground based on having had 3, again, very significant decisions made with a lot more information than would ever be implied in this one necessarily. The traditional approach that the board has used is to look between now and the end of the year only when considering a millage rate. We have tried different approaches to discuss a multi-year view, and that's really never been taken up. So looking between now and the end of the year, it's a $12 million decision. It does bring up, other issues, but we tried to outline in the memo itself what the implications were to stay at 8.87. And quite frankly, none of them are draconian. I'm not saying that people enjoy not using salary savings or anything of that nature, but there's no layoffs implied, there's no elimination of programs, there's nothing that's hugely disruptive between now and the end of the year. Going forward, which I think was pointed out earlier in the discussion, when we get into 2025 is when, actual proposals come to bear, reallocation between departments or potential millage rate discussions occur anew. And I would anticipate that they may very well, because at a minimum, SB 63, which as Sharon indicated, we do not have anything definitive, but I do think there has been some data put together based on an email that we got from Madam DA as well as discussions with the solicitor. I don't know what all the implications of that are on either their funding, staffing needs, and or the jail, perhaps most importantly. So that's certainly a non sequitur. Another non sequitur potentially is, what would we project inflation to continue to be? What would we project the base growth to be? Is it slowing? And if it is slowing, is that something that we need to take into account when we do a 2025 budget, which will put more pressure on revenue and millage rates if we think that trend continues downward, as opposed to what it has been doing over the last several years. So all that being said, I think we believe that we actually did deliver a credible recommendation, given all of the decisions previously made by this board relative to the millage rate and the implications if they're confined to between now and the end of 2024, which has generally been the way that this has been postured and decided on.
I hear what you're saying. I mean, and I will agree with Commissioner Ellis on this point. I know he'll probably, faint in shock that I'm agreeing with him over something, but it is true that 12 million in the grand scheme of our budget is make-upable, so to speak. But again, these are some of the reasons I felt like we should hear the operations report and talk about senior rideshare. And I'll get to the rideshare thing in a minute, but one of the things Commissioner Ellis mentioned was the $9.5 million in interest that was earned on the Arpa money that we have and how that could be applied. But the operations report has sort of, detailed out how that 9.5 million is to be spent, and it is not to go towards this sort of $12 million shortfall that's described here. So this is another reason why I felt like we should talk about these first. There's a variety of different earmarks, if you will, for that 9.5 million that still leaves this 12 undealt with. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, and of course, those are recommendations to the board that the board will decide on in this operations report. So those are our recommendations, not necessarily decisions or allocations already made.
Right, but
relative to 9.5.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but I do think that's as an example, there are 2 new programs in there that are recommended for $1 million apiece. Why would we be recommending new programs at $1 million apiece when we're short 12 million to pay the things we already said we were going to pay for in January when we approved the budget? As a point, not to you particularly, Mr. County Manager, but just as a point to make, we have a mandate to balance our budget when we pass it in January. And, by law, we have no mandate to do the same at this moment when we set the millage rate, but we should. So my perspective is just because there's not a legal mandate to continue with a millage rate that balances the budget, we still should do that. We should care enough about having a balanced budget to set the millage rate accordingly. I want to ask you something else because you talked about the 3 different times when you sort of brought up potential for a higher millage rate and been shot down, so to speak. One of them, the first one I think you mentioned, was the long-term strategy. And one of my frustrations, I think, with not just us, but government on the whole sometimes, is this year-to-year mentality that there is no long-term strategy. And I think anybody who's been operating in the business world knows that you kind of have to think long-term to really sometimes be effective. And I want to ask, if we stick with this sort of idea that we are going to be at 8.87, forever, which seems to be the mentality at the moment, how many more years, essentially, can we operate that way? Meaning, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, this is the second or third, or maybe next year would be the 3rd year in which our expenses are higher than our revenue. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's next year would be the 3rd. I think this is the 2nd, if I'm correct. And I'm talking about actual expenses versus actual revenues.
Mm-hmm.
Because we often budget more in expense than we have in revenue because we take it out of the reserve from the last year. But actual to actual, I think this would be the 2nd year.
Yeah, so the question I think remains, how many years can we continue to move in this method or in this kind of lane of less revenue than expense? At what point does that sort of just stop working?
Give us just a second.
Well, while you're looking that up, I will also note that this idea that the county residents will not go higher than 8.87 is a fallacy, because the millage rate in 2016 was 10.45. The millage rate in 2017 was 10.38. The millage rate in 2018 was 10.2. Then it went down to 9.89, then 9.78, then 9.33. So it was above 9 as recently as 2021. So it's not without precedent that we be over 9, that we be in the 10s if we need to be. This is not something for you to answer, Mr. County Manager, but just for all of us. This idea that 8.87 is this magical number that we can't go above is absurd. And the idea that our whole and only job is to keep the tax rate the same is also not accurate. We have a responsibility to perform our mandated services at the highest possible level. And we have a precedent of doing a whole host of other services, and we want to perform those at the highest possible level. So it's not about just keeping that number at 8.87, it's about finding the balance that is reasonable for our taxpayers and performing these services at the highest possible level and to serve the most people and to not have jails crumbling and backlogs in our courts and 6 months to get your estate out of probate and. Did I give you enough time to get the answer? No. Well, I mean, I think, you know, if you took away, and I'll just continue to stall a little bit here. Did you get the answer?
We're going to have to actually run that through the multi-year model. And unfortunately, the multi-year model has all of the costs associated with the construction of a new jail. So it may take us a little longer than you might be willing to stall during the board meeting.
Fair.
But I mean, it really depends on the growth that we generate in digest value. Right now, the multi-year model is built off of, I believe, a 5% growth. So we would have to think whether or not that's going to continue. We used $70 million, I believe, this year of fund balance to balance this year's budget. So if you assume that, you know, growth stays at what we've projected and we aren't growing our expenses exponentially, we could probably get by another couple of years drawing our fund balance down. And that would be problematic for some other reasons like liquidity and things like that. But we will need some time to actually run it through the model and give you a real answer.
Okay, but the long and short of it is, it's not sustainable forever. There's some point at which this no longer is sustainable.
Not with continuing the plans that we have in motion now, or trying to meet the needs of anyone who came forward today to speak.
On that front, let me just go back because there's two sections in this recommendation memo that you all sent out on June 20th. The first is the impact on 2024 with 3 bullet points. They say, tighten our belt, the first one for 2024, tighten our belt and institute spending control measures, including elimination of use of salary savings for the remainder of 2024. So let's talk about that for a moment. It's my understanding that you've already gotten some indication, if not direct requests from some of the departments, that they were planning to use their salary savings or would like to use their salary savings. For example, I believe you mentioned that the sheriff had used up all of his overtime budget. Is that correct?
What I stated was that he had mentioned in a meeting that he had exhausted his overtime resources, and I said that typically we would look to his salary savings to cover his overtime needs. I have not had the chance to validate that back through the budget office, but that was a statement that he made in one of our sessions when he was saying that he was planning to come to the board for some asks as well.
Okay, and we heard from the probate court that they had some additional requests. I don't know if they were planning to use salary savings or how they wanted to go about those for budget soundings or whatever it was. But essentially, if the sheriff has no more overtime money, he cannot use salary savings based on this. If we approve 8.87, he cannot use salary savings to pay any additional overtime. So that means no more overtime at the jail, effective essentially immediately. Is that correct?
As I think I've said this previously, the salary savings that we were really talking about is where they were looking to take their salary savings and use them for equipment purchases or to move to the capital fund to do some office renovation or to use for something that is not or wasn't, I guess, funded in the budget originally. So if the sheriff came with a request for the use of salary savings, we would validate what he has available in salary savings. If it was for overtime, we would likely approve that overtime funding request using his salary savings. If he came forward and asked to use those salary savings to, purchase some more vehicles or something, we may not approve that at this point.
Okay, but that's not what your memo says. Your memo says elimination of use of salary savings for the remainder of the year for 2024. So either it is that or it isn't that. If we're going to go forward with this, I would ask that you all provide a very clear set of directions for all of the departments so that everybody understands exactly what, quote, spending control measures are being implemented, because it sounds like they're going to be effective immediately. And it is, not appropriate to willy-nilly decide, well, this person can use their salary savings and this person cannot. Either we have a clear policy or we don't. That is frustrating to me. But moving on, you also say in the second bullet here, eliminate requests for departmental reallocation of funds as part of mid-year budget review process. Have you had requests for those? What does that mean? Who will not get what if that moves forward?
Well, many of the discussions that we have had with, and most of them have been elected officials, constitutional officers, they are asking for funds either to replace the ORCA positions that will not be funded into the future, or in state court, when we met with Judge Taylor and Solicitor Gamage, I understood that that was really a 25 request for a new judgeship from state court, because it would need to go through a legislative process. So the requests that are coming through, when we talk about reallocation of funding, it would be for things that during the budget process that didn't get funded initially, that we said we would take a look at those at mid-year. It would be for requests that are coming in potentially for budget soundings, where they're asking for money to be added in this year's budget, where those requests exceed the amount of resources that we have available in our soundings contingency and would require us to pull money from somewhere else in order to fund. So those are the things that that particular bullet point is referencing.
Okay. And then last but not least, you talk about sort of yet another unknown, I believe, which is the current year's elections budget, and talking about if there's sort of some money there that we didn't spend for the various, I guess, primaries that have already occurred, and or if there's some money that doesn't get spent during the general, that we would be able to potentially use that money to cover the shortfall. When do you expect to have that amount?
We've had 2 election cycles, well, 3 now. I did reach out to their financial person. She does not yet have all of the information that she needs to close out the expenses for the first 2 cycles. The third one just occurred. So it's probably going to be at least another 2 to 4 weeks before we have all of the invoices from the first 2 cycles to close those out. Of course, savings from those cycles first will have to go to fund and reserve for a potential runoff election in December, because we did not fund that as part of the elections budget. And then anything beyond that potentially would be available to address any overages on the cyber incident.
But at this point, you don't have even a ballpark?
I don't have any numbers,
Okay.
no, ma'am.
All right, I want to say one last sort of, or make one last sort of point, which is that it's been said by Commissioner Ellis that this is not setting the budget for next year. This is not about the budget for next year. We shouldn't be talking about that. That said, I'm going to respectfully disagree, because this memo, again, that was sent out on June 20th says that this, whatever millage rate we set today, this 8.87, this max number that we set today, or whatever we vote on, I guess, ultimately, which according to Commissioner Ellis, can't be anything other than 8.87, is what the next year's budget will be developed on. And it will also assume a lower growth rate, which means we would be looking potentially at, more expenses for next year and less money to handle them. And I'm just going to read what the memo says here. Impact on 2025. Consider increasing the premium to the risk management fund in 2025, which has remained the same in the last few years, and replenish funds after cyber attacks. So we're talking about adding some money there. And it says, more importantly, freeze new spending in fiscal year 2025 and review non-recurring items in the fiscal 2024 budget to determine which of them are critical to the operations of the county and unavoidable. This was also mentioned in Hakeem's presentation. So my first question is, do we have a list of all non-recurring items that are not critical to the operations of the county and unavoidable? Do we know what this is?
Sharon, you want to say something?
We have the list of items that were funded as part of the 24 budget that were identified as being non-recurring. Those are the items that we would need to go through to determine whether or not it's critical for the operation of the county into 2025.
When will the commissioners and the public get this list?
Well, that is something that we do routinely as part of the budget development process. So as we are working through the 2025 budget, we will be reviewing those items. The budget staff currently is going through the exercise of reconciling and balancing what will become the base for 2025 for each of the departments. So when they have completed that exercise and the executive team has had the opportunity to review the list of items that were removed out of the 24 budget and not carried forward to the 25 budget, which probably won't be ready for another couple of weeks coming out of the budget office. That's when we'll have the list to take a look at.
Okay, but you can give me some examples now of what you would be talking about. Are we talking about arts funding?
If there were additional resources added in the 24 budget that were not recurring, yes.
Well, I think we know there were, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about arts funding. Are we talking, and then by the way, that's why all the arts people were here, because they're concerned that they will not get the level of funding they got last year from Fulton County. Are we talking about community service funding, grants?
If there were additional resources added, yes.
And we know, in fact, that there were, correct?
Did we add money for CSP? I don't think we added anything for CSP this year.
So those are all recurring, is what you're saying?
They are built in as recurring expenses.
But we're certainly talking about all of the add-ons that typically happen, the enhancement requests that happen at the end for budgeting. Yes, you're shaking your head, Mr. County Manager. So yeah, freezing new spending and reviewing all non-recurring items in the budget is potentially pretty impactful. Agreed?
Possible.
Yes, potentially, depending on what the new spending requests are.
And we're still not aware of exactly what the impact of SB 63 is going to be. We haven't taken into consideration, as I think you mentioned, Mr. County Manager, inflation, additional costs, contracts that are going up, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we would be in a very tight budget situation in 2025 if we go into it with this as our assumptive rate, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone else is chatting, so thank you. All right, well, I understand that doesn't lock us in today, but I do think it's a very bad start to our planning for 2025. I cannot support this for the rest of this year. I think we need to allow our justice departments to use their salary savings, and I, would feel better setting a rate that balances the budget and meets what we appropriated in January of 2024.
Okay, so now, Commissioners, I've been pretty lenient with the talking times today because we're talking about setting the millage rate. So ceiling for the millage rate, so let's be mindful.
Oh, now let's be mindful.
No, you have the floor.
Am I going to get some sticky notes over here?
No, no.
3 minutes,
No,
2
no,
minutes,
no,
Commissioner
ma'am.
Thorne?
You have the floor.
Oh, my
You have the floor.
goodness, that was a long, whew. Okay, can I see slide number 4 up there? I think it's slide number 4. Everybody, oh, that's not it. The one with residential sales prices by year. It was in the auditors. That one. Yeah. Gosh, we're living in a horrible time, the worst economy in a long time. Inflation is skyrocketing. We had reckless government spending that drove up interest rates, because the only way you're going to bring down inflation is to raise interest rates. And everybody knew that right off the bat when we just went ahead and spent money. So if we look here at the average residential home price, almost $600,000 now. I have 4 kids in their 20s. They're all trying to get on their feet. They're all trying to buy their own home. We're making Fulton County unaffordable. Are we doing a disservice to the people of Fulton County by, let's just tax and spend because we think we need money? Let's not tighten our belts. Let's just tax and spend, tax and spend. You look at those prices, it's $600,000 for the average home in Fulton County. You look at adding on all the taxes on that $600,000. You look at the cost of financing a home added on to those prices. My kids are choosing not to buy in Fulton County. They're looking elsewhere. Just, they have jobs where they can work anywhere, and it's sad. I have residents that are moving across McGinnis Ferry Road to Forsyth County because the taxes are so dang high here. Are we doing a disservice to the people of Fulton County by saying we don't want to tighten our belts? We want to just provide the best services ever. We want to do a $1.68 billion jail because we want our justice partners to have the best, the most that they can have. We've got to consider what the people of Fulton County are feeling right now. We can't just tax and spend and accommodate everybody and everything. We got to look at what we're doing. Now, as far as arts, did we defund the actual grant money when we added on for the arts department? Because that's a recurring, the amount of grants that goes in, is that a recurring expense?
We have a portion of the funds for contracts for services and arts that is recurring and has been recurring for years.
So all those people coming down here, most of them, we still have the same amount of money. We increased areas like $250 for Fulton Films, stuff like that, correct? Those were the add-ons. Or do you know, Dr. Rochelle?
There were no add-ons to my knowledge. So the legacy partners, those have been recurring for several years. So we funded all of the legacy partners, and we also funded all of the contract for services that we've previously funded. Some of the misconception regarding the reduction in funding was because we previously used Arpa dollars to increase some of the areas of funding in CSP as well as arts. And so also through a contract, an enhancement. So in a previous year, there was an enhancement in the arts during the budget process. That enhancement wasn't renewed, but the base funding was.
Okay, thank you. And I look at home values. In my area, home values were assessed 20 to 25%. People are calling me, how can this be in a single year, 20 to 25%? Mr. Conley, I don't know if you can give us specific changes in digest for certain districts, if you have that capability or not.
I do have some of that information. May I ask what tax and jurisdiction would you be inquiring about?
Whatever you had would be great. If you know, were there certain areas that assessed values increased dramatically compared to other areas, or was it pretty much standard across the board?
In comparison to percentage change, it was pretty standard across the board. Fulton County Schools was also 6%, Atlanta 6%. Atlanta Schools 6%, Alpharetta 5%. Once we get to some of the anomalies, is Chattahoochee Hills was 15%. This is, of course, before exemptions. College Park was 19%, East Point was 9%, Hapeville was 18%, Johns Creek 5%, Milton 8%, Mountain Park 2%, and Palmetto 33% were probably the main anomalies.
Appreciate that. You know, I just generally feel I would love to roll back the rate to 8.55. I would love to alleviate the tax burden on the people of Fulton County. I'd love it so that our young people, our people entering the housing market for the first time can have affordable homes. I would love it that my kids would choose to want to live in Fulton County. But at the rate we're going, I mean, when we were setting the budget, 60 million was added into the budget. Fortunately, it didn't pass. Fortunately, we tightened our belts. Everyone thought we couldn't make it through, but we found a way of making it through. I think we can find a way of making through. I look at this TAD, the TAD billings, the estimated increase from 8.8 million, increase of 8.8 million. That's an increase of 16.8%. That the TADs are getting more money put in. I think we need to possibly look there. If they're getting such an increase in the money that they can spend, and we are having a decrease in the money that we can spend, I think, 90% of the TADs are in the city of Atlanta, so it doesn't really benefit the entire Fulton County. So I think that's an area we should look at. I think there's ways we can tighten our belts. I just hope we would look at that, and I hope we try to relieve the burden on the citizens of Fulton County and do them a service of looking at it. Thank you.
That's it? All right, Commissioner Arrington? I'm sorry. No, Commissioner, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
No, I was in the queue.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see you up there. Go ahead,
Okay,
Commissioner
thank you. I'm trying to understand how do we freeze new spending in fiscal year 2025 and propose 2 new $1 million programs at the same time? How is that possible?
Commissioner Arrington, the 2 programs are being proposed in the Arpa fund, funded out of the interest income that's been generated on those resources that we received. And we'll cover this in the operations report, but in our discussions, those resources could be used for any purpose. We decided that we would recommend that they be used for ARPA-related purposes because the interest was earned off of the ARPA dollars. So we've included that in our recommendation in the operations report. So those are resources that were earned from our investment of those funds since we received them in 2021.
All right, I'm going to try to, thank you for that answer. I'm going to try to ask a different question. How is it possible to freeze spending in a new year and recommend new programs at the same time? I'm not talking about the source of the money. I'm asking how is it possible to freeze new spending and propose new programs at the same time? How is that possible?
Commissioner Arrington.
It's okay to say it's not.
Well, it depends. If the new program is recurring, yes, it could be an issue. But if the new program that we're talking about it's a non-recurring item that
Is a what? Hold on, say that word again.
if it is a non-recurring expense item that is only for this year, and then you have this interest revenue that is a non-recurring revenue, one-time revenue that we got out of Arpa, it is possible to fund that out of that. But everything depends on the board. If the board approves it, then we can fund it as a non-recurring item and be done with it this year. And if you want it to continue next year, the 8.87 means that we're suggesting it's supposed to be a base. So the board can change that next year. We can come to the board with a bunch of enhancements that the board will say that we want to fund in the 2025 budget. And if that is the case, then the 8.87 means it's going to be higher. All we're saying is if this 8.87 mils is approved this year, when we present the budget, we're going to have that 8.87 mils as a base. And then anything on top of that will be considered to be enhancement in 2025 for the board to decide.
Yeah, I mean, I know what the board is going to decide. Well, I know that the board is responsible for making the decisions. I understand all of that. So are you saying the two new programs are for this year and not for next year?
Yes, sir. Out of the ARPA fund.
Well, wait a minute. Aren't the justice partners asking for additional money to continue paying to make ORCA positions permanent?
They're asking to be able to maintain their positions that were funded out of the ARPA resources in Project ORCA, to be able to maintain those in the future in the general fund. That's the big issue with the ORCA positions, is that the funding that has been supporting them goes away at the end of this year. And they are asking for those resources to be continued into the future in the general fund.
And so instead of using that $2 million to fund, let's be real clear. That ORCA money, does it last till the end of the year, or does it end prior to that? Because we had several discussions about that. I think originally it was supposed to end in like August or something, and we used some, and some people used some. So is that ORCA funding going to last till the end of the year, or does it end prior to the end of the year?
We are ramping down the expenses so that by the end of the year, we will have utilized all of the resources that were programmed for the ORCA program, for the ORCA project.
Okay, let's go back. What was the original date that the ORCA funding was supposed to run out? Let's go back, because now we're getting, I mean, I unless my memory is fading, and maybe it is, that money was supposed to run out in August, and this board came back and voted and told y'all to try to make it last longer.
So originally, the ORCA program was supposed to end in 2023. We used the underruns within the ORCA program for where they did not fill positions when we had expected them to fill them, to be able to extend those positions into 2024. And as I recall, the resources that we had, if everybody kept their ORCA employees on at 100%, those resources would have ran out in the July or August timeframe. We added additional resources into ORCA at the beginning of 24. We swept through the ARPA projects and allocated additional resources so that we could stretch and get closer to the end of the year, but they have still been in a ramp down mode because we did not have enough resources to carry them the whole year in Project Orca, and also in recognition of the fact that we did not fund those positions and haven't funded them in the general fund for for the future. So we're ramping down to close out the program by the end of the year.
So I just want to be clear that the resolution does not talk about, the resolution attached to this agenda item does not say anything about elimination of use of salary savings for the remainder of fiscal year 2024, does it?
It does not. It does not, Commissioner.
Okay. The resolution attached also does not say anything about eliminating requests for departmental reallocation of funds as part of the mid-year budget review process. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct.
All right. And so instead of funding potentially more Orca positions, the goal is to create 2 new programs. What are these 2 new programs?
Commissioner Arrington, I could add some additional context regarding those 2 programs. So on May 15th, the board approved a resolution for the research by the county manager to determine the feasibility and an implementation plan to eliminate medical debt. So as a part of the information that we will present today, we're responding to the board's direction to determine the feasibility. A part of our feasibility assessment was to identify a funding source. So this is a recommendation and a response based on that resolution.
So is that 1 program or 2?
It is 2, and the reason that it's 2, as we conducted the research, in order to mitigate future medical debt, our recommendation for a program structure when we look at implementation is to provide a program that will help constituents who are within the 400% of poverty or less have access to assist them with their co-pays, specifically creating a medical home with FQHCs that are in the 5 zip codes associated with the healthcare desert. So we were just trying to give a comprehensive program recommendation to eliminate debt currently and to look for an opportunity to mitigate future debt.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna make a substitute motion to adopt a 9.37 millage rate.
All right, excuse me. Commissioner Arrington is made a motion to adopt a 9.37, correct, Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, that was the previous recommendation of the county manager and his team.
9.37, is there a second? Commissioner Barrett is seconded, going from the recommended 8.87 to 9.37. Okay, that's the motion that's on the floor. Madam Clerk? You still, what? Let me preside, Madam. Commissioner Vice Chair, do you want to be heard now, or do you want to dispose of this motion?
Dispose of the motion.
Thank you. You want to be heard on this motion? Your motion, this motion is to, okay? Motion on the floor is to increase the advertised rate from what's proposed and recommended by the manager and the finance team, going from 8.87 to 9.37.
I just want to, on this one, I just want to say, I want to remind everybody that this does not lock us in to 9.37. It allows us to have further discussion over the next several meetings about what rate we want to lock in. If we end up at 8.87 at the end of those discussions, so be it. But this gives us the freedom to have those conversations, to learn more about some of the monies that are going to be available for this year, whether it be from elections, what the cost is going to be for the cyber attack, et cetera, et cetera. I think we should leave ourselves the freedom and have that discussion.
All right, anybody else? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the substitute motion fails. 2 yeas, 4 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, but back to the motion that's on the floor. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. First and foremost, I want to say to the county manager and the executive team, in my humble opinion, I don't think irresponsible is the correct word in speaking in reference to what you all do. You all do what you are tasked to do. I have all confidence that when it gets to me, you have given me the information I need to make the decision that needs to be made on behalf of the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. Have we always agreed? Of course not. Have we had conversations? Yes, respectful conversations. So I just want to go on record saying I don't think anything that you all have done is irresponsible. Secondly, county attorney. What I would like to know at this point, since it was brought up during the newscast and since the tax assessor here, he may not need to weigh in, but the issue with the mail, will it affect? I know the payments are not due now, but I want to get some sense or idea of what we're doing proactively for citizens who do still use the mail system to pay their taxes. And if you could just briefly give us any type of synopsis, any type of concerns or conversations that the county has had, so we'll know what to let our constituents know.
Currently, I'm not aware that we have any specific protocols or proactive steps, measures in place. I can't imagine that it would impact things like, for example, people receiving their assessments, people being able to file a timely appeal. If they come back and say, I was unable to file it timely because I didn't receive it within time, that could impact our certification of our tax digest. There could be implications, but we have not specifically looked at that at this point.
County manager, can I ask that some type of conversation or proactive conversation, because I could imagine that at some point we may have citizens that may say, listen, and I know what it says on the tax assessor's bill. I know what it says, this is not a bill, this is whatever. So, however, I want us, given the fact that it is in the news, what could we do, or if conversations can be had in conjunction with the county attorney's office as to what would be a game plan or contingency plan if we have a senior, if we have someone who generally mails and it comes in late. And so you don't have to give me an answer now, but I would like for some thought to be put into that to make sure that we're covering our bases.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Barrett, motion on the floor again is to approve setting the millage rate at a max of 8.87 mils.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we probably don't have the answer to this, and maybe this is a Madam County Attorney question, but do we have any idea when the DOJ is going to come back with whatever recommendations they may come back with regards to the jail?
There's no specified time frame within which those investigations will need to conclude. We have been working as expeditiously as possible, so I would imagine we would be on the shorter end, but certainly we cannot control that. Once we've provided everything that they rely on our cooperation to contribute to the investigation, then that rests with how long it takes for the DOJ components to finalize the report.
But it is certainly possible that they're going to come back with recommendations that require us to spend money that we, either this year or next, right, that we have not anticipated at this point, correct?
That is certainly an anticipated outcome, is that necessary measures will be included in the report that would incur costs.
Okay, thank you. And one other thing on the jail issue, I mean, one of the things that, we've been talking about is the ability to fund our justice system adequately to avoid future backlogs and jail overcrowding and all of those things. And one of the things this board decided over the last several meetings was to withdraw the forward motion, if you will, on the idea of a new jail, but rather to issue a new RFP. I think Commissioner Arrington started to get at this with one of his questions. I'm not sure if we got a complete answer, and that is that we have up to $10 million allocated to pay debt service on whatever comes back from that process. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that gives us about how much, we can borrow about how much with a $10 million debt payment?
So I think the range is anywhere from $150 million if the life of the asset would be 30 years, maybe a little bit more, to as low as $85 million if it were considered to be 10. So it will somewhat be determined by the responses that we receive.
Okay, so it's possible if it's, in other words, if the RFPs and the work that, we're told can be done only extends the life of the jail for 10 years, or then it's $85 million that we can borrow essentially, because it's a shorter term.
Yes, ma'am.
I got it. So, I mean, in your opinion, Mr. County Manager, is it likely that we can do something for $85 million that will make the jail safe and allow us to do things like separate mental health beds from general population, medical beds from general, in other words, all the things we were trying to do for $1.7 billion minus the brand new building and the extra space in one place. Are we going to be able to achieve that at $85 million?
All right, let me run. Hold on,
I'll say that's an
Mr. Manager,
open-ended
Mr.
question.
Manager, just a minute. The motion on the floor
I
is
understand,
to,
but this
just a
really,
minute, Commissioner. The motion on the floor is to approve setting the millage rate at 8.87 mils, and your comment should be directed to that.
my comments are directed to that, because if we get information from the DOJ this year, we're going to have to come up with a way to spend it. And if we base next year's budget on 8.87, which is indicated in the memo that is part of the packet that is with this item, then we will be in a position where we can spend no more than $10 million per year on debt service for a payment to address the jail. And I'm asking if that's enough. That is relevant to this agenda item. Mr. Chairman, could you please answer the question?
Do I have to?
Please.
No, I'm not sure. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure because we don't have the proposals back. I think, it will be very difficult in today's construction environment to do everything, obviously, that we may have wanted to do, and that's taking the capacity off the table. But I'm not sure at this point how much can be done. So I really, honestly, cannot answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Thorne, you want to be heard?
I want to call the question.
Question has been called. Is there a second? All right. Let's vote on the call of the question. Ready? Yes.
The vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, let's vote. Motion on the floor is to approve setting the millage rate at 8.87 mils.
And the vote is open.
Mr. Chair, advertising.
Advertise.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. It's almost 1 o'clock. The next item is a presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report, which is going to be extensive, and we need your undivided attention, for that's going to take some time. So I'd recommend that we recess for lunch and executive session at this time. We'll take up items of real estate, litigation, and what's the other one? Personnel. It is a motion. Where do I hit it? Yeah. All right.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Items from executive session. Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation in items 1 through 5 of the executive session agenda?
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for authority to file claims contained in item number 9 of the executive session agenda?
Our motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And is there a motion to approve the request to engage Rosalind Rubens Newell, Karen Mills, and Eugene Fuller to serve as hearing officers for Fulton County at the rate of $400 per hour?
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open.
Thank you.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. No further action items.
All right, Madam Clerk, please continue.
Continuing on page 7, 240432, County Manager, presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report.
So, Commissioners, this operational report is fairly extensive, but very good information that we all need. So I would ask you to be very attentive and take good notes during this next couple of hours on this section. I'm not exaggerating either. Close to it. At least an hour.
Could we mark the start time now?
Yeah, it's
64
pages.
3:12. All right, we will go through this very rapidly, and a lot of this information is for public consumption as well as to ensure that you have it in front of you. And Steve, I think I'm just going to briefly hit the high points of this, and then we'll move to Orca and Judge Taylor. What you'll see in the deck, obviously, is months of not having an operational report now being captured. Let me hit one thing up front. The cyber response is effectively complete. We did put the final 6 call centers in place. So now we have all of our call centers. There are a few applications that we're still working to ground. One of the most important was vendor self-service. It's now remediated and being used. If the public does experience any problem, we've included the 404-612-4000 phone number or customer service at fultoncountyga.gov. So again, thanks to Kevin Kerrigan and our vendors for working with us on that. What we did ask Dr. Rochelle to do, and again, she'll step through this and only hit the highlights, is take all of the agenda in Health and Human Services and bring that forward. There are a couple of 3 new items. That's where we'll spend some of our time, but for the most part, a lot of this you do know. So Dr. Rochelle, let me ask you to hit the high points.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Next slide. Yes, thank you. So what you have before you, Commissioners, is a summary and update of 8 projects that have a goal of transforming healthcare access in Fulton County. They also align with our Project Care study that was commissioned in response to the Wellstar closures, looking at how we could address healthcare gaps. These projects are include investments in infrastructure as well as new programs. Next slide.
Excuse me, do you want questions after you finish? Or
Yes, sir.
On these pages?
No, I'll just run through it and then questions.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So of course you are already very familiar with the stellar work of the team here with standing up the first behavioral health crisis center. It will open in August. It is on track to open in August. We had some really good media coverage this past week with a media tour with WSB and the AJC. We are going to move forward, of course, with Grady as the the operator, and we appreciate the support approving their contract renewal today. The funding received from the state for this project is $9.4 million. It is a bit under what we anticipated, and we have adjusted the operating model in a phased approach to align with the funding that we will receive. Next slide. Again, we're opening August 8th, and this is just a representation of the work to socialize this new resource with various stakeholders. Next slide. We've already talked about the funding, $9.4 million. Next slide. Wanted to make sure that you are aware that we are continuing to move forward with 4700 North Point Parkway. This is an opportunity to ensure that there are also Health and Human Services assets in the north, concentrated in one facility. We anticipate this facility opening in the fourth quarter of 2025, and DREAM is will be evaluating the contractor bids over the next couple of weeks. Next slide. We are also moving forward with HHS South. We were tasked with undertaking a feasibility study to determine the best location for an HHS South that will have a similar service footprint as HHS North, but we want to ensure that it is situated and placed in the appropriate location. And so DREAM is working through, again, an RFP process that will be advertised in July, which will inform decisions we will make regarding the placement of the facility and what service footprint should look like. Next slide. As you may have heard previously, our developmental disabilities facility in the South has not been in operation for some time now. Post-COVID, those families are receiving services in Central Fulton. This will restore this service offering in South Fulton through the rehabilitation of an existing Fulton County asset. We project completion of the Developmental Disabilities Training Center South in 2025. Next slide. Opioid settlement is probably the newest topic that I have not provided a previous update on, so I will spend a minute and a half on this slide. The opioid settlement for the state is $638 million. Fulton County, as a joint litigant, is receiving funds in two ways. One, a direct allocation from manufacturers and distributors. We've already started to receive funding. We have in our coffers now $2.4 million. We are also going to be receiving an allocation directly from the state as a qualified block grantee. We have implemented the steps to begin receiving those dollars. The difference in the dollars that we will receive directly from the Georgia Opioid Abatement Trust is that those dollars must only and can only be used for the community partners. The $2.4 million that we already have received directly from the manufacturers and distributors, we have more discretion regarding where and how we spend those dollars. Again, the dollars that we will be receiving from the state must be redistributed to the community. To help us do that, we will be establishing a county opioid abatement trust council. There are 3 mandatory members for that council: the sheriff, public health, and our Department of Behavioral Health. And there are 4 additional members, and we will be bringing back the slate of that council structure back to you in a subsequent meeting. Next slide. Now I would like to just turn the conversation over for a minute to Jeff Cheek. His team has done an outstanding job with managing our HIV portfolio. We have continued to receive an increase in HIV dollars over the last couple of years, and Jeff has 1 or 2 main points that he wants to share.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you, Dr. Rochelle. It's my pleasure to talk to you today about two of our major programs, the goal of which is to eliminate HIV in Metro Atlanta. Our major program is the Ryan White Part A program, where we serve a 20-county area. We also operate the Ending the HIV Epidemic program, which was designed to provide funding to the 49 counties across the U.S. with the highest number of new cases. 4 of those are ours, Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb, and Gwinnett, and we administer the program on behalf of them. Really excited to say that over the past 5 years, we've gotten a 24% increase in our funding, going from $28 million in 2020 to more than $37 million now. And so those funds are designed to provide care and treatment to people who otherwise would not have access to services. One of the exciting things, well, actually, let's stay on this for just a second. We have a new website, endhivatl.org. Not only does it have a lot of information that's useful to clients and to the providers we serve, but may have information that's useful to you. We have a new interactive map where you can check by zip code what the HIV cases are, but also it has information on the poverty level, how many households are non-English speaking, so a lot of information that might be useful to you in other purposes as well. Our Ending the HIV, next slide, please, I'm sorry. So one of the big things that we try to do is to get people virally suppressed. What that means is you start taking medications, the amount of virus in your body gets so low that you can't spread it to anyone else. And also your health is improved. So we're moving in the right direction on that. In the past 4 years, we've had 11% increase in viral load suppression. Next, please. Our Ending the HIV Epidemic monies allow us to do some creative things that we're not able to do with our Ryan White dollars. And we've been focused on what are those things that break down the barriers that keep people from getting into care. And so there's a list of several of those there. Wanted y'all know that with this program, we've served about 3,500 people in 5 years, and we're improving health outcomes there as well.
Thank you, Jeff. Next slide. Commissioners, all of you are familiar with our efforts to partner with Grady on a freestanding emergency department. We have had the opportunity to brief all of you. For the public, we have information about how this asset would help citizens in South Fulton who currently have no access to emergency services. Next slide. I think the most important information that I wanted to reiterate regarding the freestanding emergency room, next slide. You can go to, well, I have the number now. Keep going. Would be the funding for the facility is $38 million. Grady is asking the board to consider half of the capital cost. Next slide. Next slide. And our CFO has put together a proposed, next slide, a proposed approach for funding, which would be the issue of bonds through the DeKalb Hospital Authority, $19 million with a 15-year payback, a debt service of $1.7 million. We would redirect a portion of the funds we have set aside in the general fund operating budget for BHCC operations to go to the debt service of the $1.7 million. We do have, as I said previously, funding from the state for $9.4 million to operate the BHCC. Next slide. Morehouse East Point Clinic wanted to provide an update here. You certainly have all of the information. I want to just highlight a few of the outcomes of the clinic. This is the project that we undertook under Project CARE in April of.
Excuse me, we don't have.
You don't have that?
No.
Okay. I'll make sure that you do get it.
Slow down a little bit.
Okay, slow down. I can slow down? Okay. So Project CARE was the project, was the study we undertook, the board commissioned to study the gaps in healthcare access that are in and around Fulton County that were exacerbated by the Wellstar closure. One of the first projects of that study was a partnership with Morehouse Healthcare, Morehouse School of Medicine, to restore an asset in East Point, specifically a primary care clinic. What I wanted to cover with you today are some of the outcomes of that partnership. Next slide. The clinic did open on time in October of 2023, and we have upcoming critical activities that I also want to highlight. We have already, as I said, opened the clinic. There are plans to integrate additional services into the clinic over the next year. Next page, please. What that service expansion looks like. You see the floor plan, phase 1, which we are already in. Phase 2 will include additional services such as radiology, behavioral health, and some other services that will, again, provide an access point and choice for constituents in East Point and the surrounding community. And phase 3 will provide some additional services regarding other critical needs in the community. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of the staff structure at the clinic. There are 14.5 FTEs. There are a range of different types of practitioners there, from doctors, nurses, counselors, different types of practitioners to meet the full scope of needs of residents in that community. Next slide. The good news about the clinic and how our investment is certainly helping to restore that resource in the community. There were $284,000 in cash received from operations. We invested $2.4 million in 2023, which carried over into 2024. And then there was other revenue for a total of $2.8 million in revenue, and the total operating expenses for the first quarter of 2024, $1.8 million. So there was an operating margin of $1 million. The organization or the practice is in the black at this point because of our subsidy. The plans that the clinic has is to continue to diversify their payer mix. Next slide. And what you see here is a year over year, month over month, well, not year over year, we're only in 2024, but month over month, look at the volume of the clinic. You see from November to May, we have continued to experience an increase in visits and new patients established. And what you see as the greenish color bar and the darker bar represent the payer mix. So there is definitely a payer mix that is contributing to not only the types of customers that are being served by the facility, but also over time will create a strong financial portfolio for the organization. We anticipated 20,000 visits per year. We're on track to meet or exceed that. Right now, as of May, there were 1,475 visits. We need 1,666 visits per month to meet or exceed our goal of 20,000 visits. So we are certainly on track to meet or exceed those expectations. Next slide. And I want to now pivot to medical debt. As I commented during the millage rate discussion, on May 15th, the board approved a resolution to ask the county manager and his team to look at the feasibility and an implementation plan to eliminate medical debt for residents in Fulton County. Our approach was to look at what is happening already in this space and looking at any existing data that we could find regarding medical debt, specifically in Fulton County. Due to the time constraints and wanting to bring something back to you today, we only looked at one data source, which was a data set from the Urban Institute, and this is where this data comes from. We're here comparing what medical debt looks like in Fulton County in comparison to Gwinnett, Cobb, Georgia, and the national average. What you see here is that 13% is the average medical debt in this data source, and the average debt is $660, a total medical debt of $93 million. We did have the opportunity to speak with the only company in the U.S. right now that is working to eliminate debt in partnership with municipalities and other organizations, and they have a higher figure for the debt. The way it was explained to us is that this Urban Institute debt only represents credit bureau or debt collection. It does not represent hospital portfolios, and the anticipated hospital portfolio debt is approximately $400 million. Next slide. Next slide. So one component of this was to make sure that ARPA is or to look at a funding source for this type of project. Our research indicates that these are governments, and I specifically wanted to look at government as a benchmark. Arizona, Cook County, New York, all of the governments you see here have all used ARPA dollars specifically for this type of initiative. The type of investment ranges for each government. None of them have used any other approach other than undue medical debt, which is a nonprofit out of New York that has a process and a entire infrastructure set up to handle this matter. Most of them all have wanted to eliminate hospital debt. There was one that included other types of medical debt. It does have eligibility criteria based on residency, based on income, and based on whether or not the medical debt is 5% or more of that constituent's income. There is no application process. The company will negotiate with the hospital on selling them their medical debt for $1 to every 100. And so an investment of $1 million in Fulton County could potentially eliminate $100 million of debt. Next slide. This is just some information on the company that all of the other governments work with, Undue Medical Debt, again, a nonprofit out of New York. Earlier in the conversation regarding the companion program, which would be a program with federally qualified health centers that serve the health desert, primarily in South Fulton. This approach would allow us to assist constituents who we learn through our research in the project care work often do not use a service or a primary care connection like an FQHC because there are out-of-pocket costs associated with that. What the outcome is of that is overcrowding in the emergency room, using the emergency room for inappropriate care, and incurring medical debt in a hospital setting. So the thinking here was to eliminate the medical debt and then provide an option to mitigate that in the future by incentivizing constituents in Fulton County to connect with a primary care home through a federally qualified health center by assisting them with paying their copay. So that is why we wanted to present a bifurcated or companion approach, not only to eliminate the debt, but to attempt to mitigate that type of debt in the future by incentivizing constituents to seek care in the appropriate setting. Mr. Manager, that concludes my report.
Mr. Chairman, we can either take questions on this section now, we're about 15 minutes in, or move through the justice section. We do have Judge Taylor here now to talk to state court, and then take questions on all of this at the end of both sections.
Yeah, while we're here, why don't we take questions here?
All right.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just a few sort of general comments. Thanks for the update. The last few items that were presented, in particular, I guess, starting with freestanding ER and then the components that we did not, a couple of us, at least I didn't have in my booklet here, the Morehouse.
And undue medical.
Yeah. And this is just more just a general statement, okay? I mean, we obviously have some significant things that we need to do as a county, right? And I feel like we don't close out the loop on the things that are core to us that we need to get done, and then we're moving on and we're introducing or allowing somebody to introduce into us a new significant project when we don't have the other items funded and spoken for. So,
What do you mean by that, Commissioner?
well, I mean, for example, right? We sort of agreed that, priorities, we were doing the Behavioral Health Center, we're starting up the HHS North facility, we got that right over, and then we're entering into the feasibility study for the South study, for the South Center. And we agreed that doing the South one was a priority and important and something that we want to get done, correct? And then, before we even have the feasibility study back and what that means, how we fund it, et cetera, we decide that, are we going to introduce to us, from Grady, we want you to fund a freestanding ER. Let's go do some medical debt. Let's go fund some other whatever, right? And I'm not saying any of these things are wrong, but we don't have what we had identified was our priorities to get done, a solution to that before we're then going on and talking about other things that potentially financially commit us to something that don't allow us to do our priorities. And so I just struggle with all of that when we've not solved for the things that we said were a priority. And I guess if I had a recommendation on this, and obviously we're going to go what the will of the board is, that until we got that the HHS South feasibility study back and understood what the financial commitments were around that we not, regardless of how good some of the stuff may sound to us, not, commit ourselves to future capital on other projects in this area until we know what that is and we have a chance to make some value decisions around it. So it's really more just a macro statement, in terms of more of these other things, kind of that we're not really kind of on our radar screen to do, and we're not things that we specifically had committed ourselves to do as a board.
So what's your reaction to what Commissioner Ellis just raised?
So, two things. The medical debt is.
Well, not that one.
Not that
No,
one.
that's
You
easy.
want me to go to
Yeah,
the freestanding ED? The freestanding emergency room is an opportunity based on research that was done to identify gaps and opportunities to close those gaps in South Fulton specifically. So in my mind, it is a continuation of work that we had already started based on that study, and an opportunity to make investments to solve the problem.
I mean, but if you don't have the funding to do the things that you set out to do in the first place, and then you introduce this and and this wasn't our work. I mean, somebody else did it, right? I mean, Grady came to us and said, okay, we did this, and, and basically announced we were giving them the money, right? Sort of presumptively, and then they're sort of back-ending this discussion through it this way. I mean, we've got no real public comment on this from, you know, kind of, hey, is this for the residents? Is this really what I think is going to solve the issues? And this is, you know, and this should be given more priority than, you know, gearing the funding around other means? Will this hurt the opportunity to have a freestanding hospital down the road? I mean, all that stuff. But, I mean, those are sort of other questions specific to this, you know, but, you know, we've got things that we've got to do that are core that we're required to do. I mean, you know, or that there are core services we're doing that we agreed that we're going to do expansion thereof, right? And we don't have a clear means to fund those. And then we're going to say, okay, well, then let's go keep adding to the pot, just because it's a continuation of things that might, you know, be good for us to do. So I struggle. I mean, there conceptually, there's a lot of stuff that makes sense with what's described. But then, you know, there's this reality of we don't have the requisite means to fund it and fund the things that we already know we need to do. So, and, you know, and I would put, you know, I'd put all that in that category, you know, in terms of the stuff that was described here. Payment of medical debt, you know, the emergency room. I guess we'd agreed to do the Morehouse one, so I guess that's a little bit different. And then on the other thing you were talking about paying co-pays or something. I mean, that's new. And then going to the Morehouse one, I guess one of the things I wanted, I mean, we said if you go to the financial piece again, well, first off, where's it? Where you had the breakout, oh, right here, okay. First off, if we do say this slide, say Fulton County subsidy, so we just clarify that we're the only one contributing the subsidy to this, not the city of East Point.
I think that was reference to the name of the clinic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, I think just it'd be good to see that. But so right now, I mean, through this projection, we're basically fully subsidizing this thing. Okay, what is and I know you said your expectation based upon trends in who was going and the types of, you know, payer mix and all that sort of stuff, that it was projected out to be 22,000. What do we have a financial projection of what this looks like year 2, year 3, year 4? In other words, how certain are we that this financial subsidy isn't going to be required to grow?
So I can get you the projection over 5 years. That is our commitment. The investment from the county goes down every year based on the payer mix and revenue growth over time. And that's how we determined what the annual subsidy would be based on the calculations of the increased revenue from the operation itself.
What happens if it doesn't materialize that the payer mix is that? I guess that's what, I mean, are we potentially,
So
do we unknowingly wind ourselves up at a constant subsidy of 2.5?
our subsidy for 2024 will be 1.8, for 2025, 1.6, for 2026. I'm sorry, I had the year wrong, but 1.4 in 2027, 1.6 in 2026, 1.8 in 2025.
And those are fixed, those can't go up?
No, they're fixed in the MOU.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Thorne?
Mr. Chair, point of order, can the judge go? He's on trial.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Where's the judge? Come on down, Judge. The judge is on trial. Can we decree, Commissioner Thorne, you okay with that? Or you have?
I guess so.
Well, not really, but I would appreciate it. Thank you. Come on, Judge.
I appreciate y'all. I wouldn't do this, but I do have jurors and lawyers waiting to start opening statements upstairs. Y'all asked me to come in today to talk about Orca and what's going on in state court. We do have a slide for you in your big old packet, and you'll see that in just a minute. I'm going to go over just a couple of quick overall points, just real quick. So you know already, $81 million was allocated to the justice partners in Orca or Arpa funds. State court was allocated less than $4 million. So less than 5% of the overall allocation to the justice partners went to state court, just to let you know. So with that, what did we do with it? We disposed of 18,200 cases, and we only have 2,700 remaining. And when I say disposed, that means disposed. Now, we do have some, as you'll see, we've got a total remaining. Well, as part of your slide deck, I guess I'll wait. Well, I'll talk about it. But we've got 5,100 cases remaining total that are considered Orca cases. However, 2,400 of those are what we call dormant cases because the defendant didn't show up to court. There's nothing we can do with that case when the defendant didn't show up to court until the defendant does show up, either from a warrant or comes back in for a failure to appear. So what we have still to work with are 2,700 cases. We are working diligently to resolve those cases. What we expect, bottom line, is that by the Q3 of next year, we should have disposed of all, at least all, if not most, meaning a few left over by Q3 of next year. One of the reasons for this is, and I just want to point out, court, I know y'all know this, but I was thinking about this as I was prepping for this. It's a lot different than, say, your business or a lot of businesses that you're in. It's not like Ford Motor Company where you can just enter in the input and you get your output and you know exactly what that's going to be. Each case is different. A misdemeanor speeding case could be very different from another misdemeanor speeding case. The speeds could be different. Their criminal history could be different. They could be super speeders. All of those things go into how quickly that case gets resolved, whether they have a lawyer, whether they don't, all of those things. So what we have left, bottom line is, with all of those differences, is what we have left are the cases that aren't the easy fruit to pick, right? These are the cases that are continuing because of a reason. As I say, we resolved 18,000, we've got 2,700 left. Our plan, as Arpa and Orca comes to an end, is to move all of those to the divisions. We have 10 divisions, as I said this morning. Judges, we are working diligently on our own cases, which is part of the reason why we pushed this out to Q3. And to let you know, I know this has been an issue that's come up about, are we really working? Are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? And I can just tell you that prior to the pandemic, we had filed 32,000 cases. We either disposed of, meaning the case was absolutely closed, or the defendants didn't show up to court, so it had to go into a warrant status, 30,000 of those. Last year in 2023, we had 43,000 cases filed. We resolved, or they went into dormant status because the defendant didn't show, 40,000 cases. There isn't, whatever may have been in the past, there isn't a single judge in state court who isn't working their tail off. I had the lowest number of closed cases last year. I'm chief judge. I preside over our Metro Atlanta Business Case Division with Superior Court, and I do the DUI court. So I have a lot on my plate. I was the lowest closed cases, I acknowledge that. But I also have the lowest number of cases pending. So all of us are working, and all of us are working hard. And so I just wanted to put that into perspective that, and the other piece is, our clerk's office is working hard. These folks have to process all these cases, have to move them in the right direction, have to do all of this behind the scenes. And again, that was what I tried to talk about this morning. I know I only had 3 minutes. I'm not going to talk in great detail today, but I'm just letting you all know that from my perspective, and I'm just looking at the numbers and looking at what folks are doing, state court is going to need some additional resources if y'all want us to be the premier adjudicating body actually in Metro Atlanta. Fulton County, if you ask the lawyers, I think state court gets really good rates. Now, they may just be telling me because I'm the judge, right? But I hear this from others as well. State court is really well regarded in Fulton County. And I'd like to continue that, but we're going to fall behind. That's what I have. If y'all have questions about that, I'm happy to answer any questions y'all have because I don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary.
Any quick questions for the judge before he goes back to his case?
Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask that you, whatever the ask is that you're having the issue with, for me, if you will send it to my office. And more importantly, I'm going to afford you the same thing that I afforded to other individuals who told me there would be a problem. I need it written out as to what would happen if you don't receive the additional funding. So if I can have that as soon as possible, I would appreciate it.
I will, if it's okay. I have a study that's being done by the Administrative Office of the Court statewide to tell us how many state court judges there should be in Fulton County. And so that they're going to put all this information together so that I can bring it to you. And it's not just me saying, here's what I think. I want to actually have that backup information. If it's okay, that'll probably be to me in a couple of weeks. Is that
As soon as you get it, I know I would probably need it as well as, I can't speak for the rest of my colleagues, but I know I need it as soon as possible.
I know, I'd love to have it. I would have loved to
As
have
soon
it
as you
sooner.
get it, I'll put it that way. Thank you, Judge.
so much.
All right, Commissioner Barrett.
Sorry, I was confused about the order. You said there are, I think, 2,700 ORCA cases remaining, but you're not able to complete those with ORCA positions, essentially, correct?
Correct. That would be, given the number that we do a month on an average monthly basis through the ORCA division, it will not be completed by the end of ORCA.
And if you had the resources in ORCA this year, would you be able to get them done this year, do you believe?
If we had it through the end of the year, we would be, I think, in an all but, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, you and I went over the numbers. I think we'd be in all but a negligible situation. Right. Okay.
Okay,
So I think, yes, there might be the outlier, but
Okay.
I think we'd be pretty well through.
Gotcha, but in terms of the rest of the information, in terms of like what you would need next year and all of that, you're going to get that to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, Commissioner Thorne for the judge, or you're in line, all right. Commissioner Ellis for the judge.
Yeah, so, all right. If I read the report right, the resolution of cases was 539 in the last month for state court.
I don't have that report sitting in front of me, but that may be correct.
Commissioner Ellis, it's 244 is the figure for the prior month for state court.
Oh, there we are.
Depending on
Hold on,
what
okay.
packet you have, it's either slide 42 or slide 31. It has our, can we go back to the previous?
Okay, all right. All right, I see it. And so, all right, and then so it's 2,700 cases. This number of dormant cases.
Yes, sir.
What is the historical sort of just general percentage of dormant cases? So like, how many dormant cases do you have right now? Is just sort of as an overall percentage of cases?
Ooh, I'm going to have to do math real quick. You're making me do math, but we had 33,000 total cases, no, 42,000 or 43,000 cases filed in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
We disposed of 33,000. We have 7,000 in dormant status because the defendant didn't show up. So I guess that would be, what, 42, 7?
Okay,
What
that's
is that,
fair enough.
6?
So what
Okay.
is our Fulton County sort of collective sort of, range of dormant cases? Do we run significantly higher than other counties? And what are the underlying causes of that? And who are sort of the parties responsible for driving that?
Okay. I can tell you, I don't have the metrics on what are the dormant
Right.
cases metro or even statewide or anywhere else. I can tell you that I was just at a state court conference
Right.
a couple of months ago, and many judges we have this open session where we talk, and many of the judges there were talking about how cases were having to go into bench warrant status. And
Okay.
a big reason for that is the bench warrants for defendants not, we think, defendants not getting notice time. We send out notice,
Right.
and for instance, our notices in my court go out anywhere from 30 to 45 days in advance, or even sometimes before that.
Right.
But we have had lawyers and parties, and I'm saying even the lawyers are coming in, are telling us, and Commissioner Arrington probably can tell you, from his perspective, they're not getting those notices until sometimes after the calendar. And it's not because they weren't mailed out, they're just not being delivered by the US mail. And so what we have resorted to is using email when we have it. We don't have a text system, but we have tried to develop, and I know Mr. Talley, our clerk, court administrator, has tried to work with local policing jurisdictions to get email addresses, cell phones from folks on tickets, on the uniform citations, so that we can communicate with folks more effectively than through the mail. But essentially what happens is, bottom line, here's the real problem. In Fulton County, we are fully incorporated. So almost all misdemeanor cases go through the city first.
Right.
Almost all. So they go to the city, get their court date there, and then at some point they get bound over to the state court.
Right.
We get the information from that court, whether it's good, bad, indifferent information, whatever it is. We input that, we notice based upon that information we have. That's usually a year later or more.
Okay.
From when the person was arrested or ticketed. So what that then does to you is you've got a transient population, they move, and in the meantime, they don't have a place to tell us what their new address is.
Okay.
Number one, they don't, and then they can't because of the way the case is worked in Odyssey. So we get a lot of folks who don't get their notices at arraignment.
So if a municipality is exceptionally slow in binding cases over, the chances are that they represent the lion's share of these dormant cases.
All the yes, and I know Mr. Gamage, I've talked with him about this, has been working, and I just talked with the chief judge of the city of Atlanta. I know they are a lot better than they used to be. But some of these inefficiencies are kind of built in right now, and I know Mr.
Right.
Gamage is working on that electronic way to get some of this information.
So they're not, so this isn't a matter of service in terms of physical service on somebody. This is more, written, this is through written correspondence, mail type stuff.
Yes, sir, it's all.
And not having proper information for when it's sent because the case is old when it's bound over to you and somebody's moved on.
Correct.
And then, at
And
what
then some
point,
people just won't show up to court, right?
I
I mean, you
understand
got
that.
that, but I think the
Right.
majority is.
and at some point, when are these just sort of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, written off, if you will? I mean, I guess there's some statute after some period of time if
No, sir. They
it
stay
just
open
always sits
forever.
out there, ad infinitum.
Correct. Until a judge orders it otherwise.
Okay, so a judge could look at this and say, okay, whatever.
Yes, sir.
We identified the person's dead, whatever kind of thing, right?
And we've been working with the Georgia Justice Project on that specific issue, in fact. And
Okay.
so a number of old warrants, like from the 90s.
Right.
Those have been moved out.
Right, okay. And then last question, but is not really for you, but I thought we were also, when we talked about having some of the courts come down, that the solicitor was going to come down and talk about his backlog as well, but I guess we didn't prepare that.
We had, Commissioner Ellis, based on the request of the board last month, we had asked for state and superior court. So state is today, superior court would be with the August operational report. If we want to reach out to our prosecutors as well, happy to do that and coordinate.
Okay. I thought specifically for state, and we were going to have the state and solicitor together, but that may have been my misunderstanding. So, I'll go, and one last question for you, Judge, and let you go, but
Yes, sir.
on my end, at least your uptick in cases, how many dispossessory eviction cases do you have of right now in terms of maybe an annualized basis right now on that?
So in 2022, we had about 1,100 dispossessory cases filed.
Okay.
In 2023, we had, I think it was about 8,800.
Okay.
Or no, 7,800. Our increase, I can just say year over year, 22 to 23, was about 6,700 cases.
Okay. So sounds like this is by far the most significant growth category of cases.
Correct.
All right. Thank
But
you.
we have experienced growth across the board.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's the most significant.
But the
Yes,
most
sir.
significant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Is that it?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I appreciate your taking me out of order. You all have a great rest of your day.
So back to Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
So I was going to piggyback on what Commissioner Ellis was saying. As you know, I was not in favor of the Buggy Works Clinic, Morehouse Clinic, because I didn't think it was a real solution for the healthcare crisis in South Fulton. And we had lots of conversations about that as well. But you did explain to me, because there are several clinics in the area, that it was going to be different because it has the community health worker program. And now, from my understanding, it's one community health worker now, potentially two by the end of the year. And Grady does have a community health workers. So I would, we committed to helping this clinic for 4 years. It's roughly the same amount we're going to be paying for the standalone emergency room in the next 3.5 years or so. So I'm hoping that they can get on their feet and be running by themselves, so then we can not renew that contract and focus on the Grady Standalone Health Center. And potentially, they have enough property to build a full hospital on that site. So I see that as a real solution going forward towards a hospital. I see this Morehouse Buggy Works just as helping Morehouse, basically. On another subject, I'm a bit confused and a bit disappointed on 4700 North Point Parkway. When I took office last year, this was in the works. The building was purchased in 2019. It's sitting vacant. We're going to combine it with a bunch of other, where we're paying leasing buildings. We're going to bring a lot of that into this program to save on leases. I was told that by the end of last year that it would be open, then it became the beginning of next year, which is this year, then it became the end of this year, then it became the beginning of next year, and now it's in the fourth quarter of 2025. And the RFP was just issued in May. So I'm just confused on why is there continued delay on this? And also looking at the health services building that's currently serving that area, the space we're leasing on Royal Drive. The condition of the chairs was just nasty in there. The constituent reached out to Bob and I about it. And I understand we are going to get some new chairs in there so that maybe people would want to sit in there in the waiting room. So now we're having to kind of refurbish that area to get it up to speed because of the delay in this building. And so I kind of wanted to get an idea, is this going to get pushed out at the end of this year to 2026? Is it just going to be a continual push
So why
out?
don't we, Joe, I'll let you, I don't know who told you the end of 24 or 23, 24, 20. So there's never been a plan of record of that. Somebody may have told you that, but that's never been a plan of record. But you could explain how many iterations we've had to go through to get to this level, and now even why this is extended with the number of people responding. I agree that it is later than what we would like. That I agree with, but I don't think there's been, I'm not saying who hadn't told you that, but there's never been a plan to deliver it 2 years ago.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. So in the ever-evolving construction market, we're seeing price changes. We developed the conceptual plan for 4,700 quite some time ago. Unfortunately, available budget for the project dictated that we make changes to that. It also happens to be coincidental with the development and construction of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, which took quite a bit of our resources to try to make that come to fruition in a shortened time frame. So now that we've gotten the bid out on the street, we have decided to extend the bid time because we got so much interest. There were approximately 60 companies or individuals at the pre-bid conference that we got over, I think, almost 100 questions submitted about the project. So we're getting those questions back out, but due to the extreme interest from the construction market, we're going to extend it through July the 12th. I believe the report says the 9th, but it's actually going to be Friday, July the 12th, at which point we will be pushing very diligently to get a selection before the board so that we can get started. The good news about this project is we have a very solid conceptual plan. So once we get into the actual programming and drawing stages of this project, it's not a sense of we're starting from scratch. So we do intend to pick up some steam.
And Joe, you may want to also just add that some preliminary work on HVAC had to also be completed before we could move forward with allowing any construction in the facility. And then we had to disposition all of the COVID inventory in a way that we could account for it because of the way we resourced some of those items from FEMA. So there were some preliminary work carryover from COVID that we needed to take care of. But then we had the HVAC matter that also took some time and was just completed in March.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In some ways, I'm also going to piggyback on what Commissioner Ellis said in that, as much as it deeply saddens me and disappoints me, this body just, adopted essentially, all but adopted an 8.87 millage rate, which locks us into no additional spending this year. And though I do appreciate all the effort you put in, Dr. Rochelle and your team, to researching the medical debt options, the two programs. And, I said when we talked about this, when Mr. Chairman brought it up as an item last time, that I care deeply about this. I can relate to it. I've had intense medical debt, and it's a worthy cause. And it sounds like the payoff in terms of the amount of investment to the amount of medical debt we can actually address is significant. On the other hand, with an additional, starting a new program in this moment for $2 million, no matter how wonderful it is, just feels like it's not the right choice financially when we're in a shortfall. So I would love for us to kind of hold on to this idea, and if there is extra money, perhaps we can do it. But I personally, I know you're not asking for a decision on this right now, but I personally would not support moving on it right now, given the budget situation. So I just want to express my thanks for you to doing the research and giving us some more detail on it today. That said, we did not get the slides on Morehouse or the medical debt, and
Yes, ma'am.
I'd love to get those if possible.
Yes, ma'am. We'll correct that right away.
Another, just a minor question on the moving around of money to address the freestanding emergency room. You talked about reducing, taking 2.5 away from BHCC operating costs to put at least 1.7 of it towards this debt payment. Did I get that right?
So, yes, we created a contingency for the operating cost for the BHCC based on the unknown of what the state was going to provide. The state has provided $9.4 million. Grady has indicated through a phased approach that we can operate the facility with the $9.4 million, and we have plans to continue to lobby the legislature for additional funds.
Is it, I'm sorry, is it a reduced level of service, though, at that level, at that?
It is.
Okay.
And the way I would describe it, rather than reduced, is because we need to open more slowly as far as the services. When we approached Grady, we had the notion to open the facility in a phased process to make sure that we could deliver stellar service. So with the $9.4 million, we will provide the living room model, which is the peer support program, and we will open all of the crisis beds.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The only other thing I want to say to you is just about, addressing the, health inequities described in the EY report and the issues caused by the closure of the 2 hospitals that we had. Those issues have not gone away. If anything, the lack of availability of service over this period of time has probably exacerbated the health outcomes. And so I want to make it clear that Commissioner Thorne seemed to be making the assertion that this is a one or the other kind of thing. It's a both and more. Like, even a freestanding ER doesn't replace primary care. It doesn't replace community workers. There's still a significant inequity in the south part of the county in terms of health care. And once again, I think the budget we're deciding to stick with or rather the millage rate for this year and the direction we're going with the budget for 2025 means we're not going to be able to do a whole lot to continue to address that health inequity. So that's also very disappointing, but I appreciate the efforts to keep all of these kind of balls in the air with the money we have. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, thank you, County Manager and the executive team, for all your hard work you've done on this. I commend what is being done in an area that has been so underserved. Personally, for me as a sitting commissioner with 2 other commissioners that I know that are affected by this, I think it's disingenuous to correlate one thing to another, but you advocate for a new jail, but you won't advocate for what needs to be done or support what's being done. Now, that's my personal opinion. I stand by it because as I sit here, I know the difference that the Morehouse Clinic has made to constituents in Commissioner Hall's district, to constituents in Commissioner Arrington's district, and former constituents that I had and some that I still have. Secondly, to understand that the urgent care, that it's not an urgent care facility, it's an emergency department equipped for acute healthcare needs. The opening of the emergency room in South Fulton marks a significant advancement for Fulton County as a whole. I understand we have budgeting issues. I get it. And I understand, taking on something else, and we have not fully looked at what we need to do to close the chapter or some chapters. However, for me, it's a no-brainer when you have pretty much a whole South Side that is underserved when it comes to health. And so call it what you want. Maybe I am sensitive. Maybe I have seen the deaths in my own family, in neighbors, the issues that come from healthcare redlining, however way you want to say it, whatever's considered to be politically correct or incorrect politically. I could care less because I'm talking about lives. And so I want to go on record that I appreciate the work that you all have done. I know sometimes we have to readjust. Sometimes we have to, rob Peter to pay Paul. That's what government has to do sometimes. But I want to go on record that the need is great. The need is even greater on the south side. And sometimes I don't think individuals who have multiple choices in their district understand that. They don't understand the lack of it because they have availability. And so what I'm saying today is, as I appreciate the conversation, I appreciate us making sure that we are putting the money where it's needed. I also have an appreciation for Fulton County addressing health inequity, addressing an underserved side of the county, and addressing something that should have been addressed quite a while ago. And so my comment is basically a thank you. And I appreciate the hard work that you all have done. And I know we're not going to get everything perfect, but to not do anything is worse than to try to maneuver and make it work. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right,
Vice Chair.
Commissioner Thorne. Okay. All right, any other questions on this section? All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. Could I just make one comment about, because very valid, relative to all the things that we have going on here. One of the reasons that this report is so lengthy is that we turned to Dr. Rochelle and we said, let's put together the entire portfolio of everything that we have in flight or proposed in Health and Human Services, because we spend, such an inordinate amount of time on justice and the jail. So that was the motivation, if you will, behind this. As we put this together, it became more and more lengthy. And then some of the late delays on the information that we got from Morehouse, we apologize for that, and we'll have a completed copy to all of you today, and as well as in the final piece of this. The thing that would be helpful, I think, to us is as these initiatives come up, if you do not want to see them move forward, either because we have too much going on or you don't see it being funded, it'd be helpful to know then, because once you pass something as a resolution or give us direction, we go off and start pursuing the how to make happen what you've already passed. If you look at most of these, the Morehouse Clinic, of course, that was passed some time ago. The BHCC, passed some time ago, funded by Arpa and by the state. HIV, of course, is federal funded, and we just want to bring it to your attention because of how much success we had with that. 4700 HHS, and Commissioner Thorne is just pointing out to me, it has slipped, there's no doubt about that, but it's been funded for some period of time being worked. The only thing that's really up for, if you will, and we're proposing, are the standalone ER for Grady, and we've said how we would fund that, and then the 2 programs for medical debt and FQHC. So I'm not sure that while it looks like a lot, we have a lot going on in this area. Most of it funded, approved, and already down the pipe in response to, in large degree, the AMC closings.
Vice Chair, you.
Chairman, I just want to reiterate the thank you again, because I think sometimes we look at a situation and we talk about a situation and we leave it on the shelf for another day. And I understand that in your report, you were telling us about everything, but these are things that not only are needed, these are things that we have voted on. These are things that have a demonstrated need. And so for me, I can only speak for me and the constituents that sent me here. These are needs. There is not anything that you all presented that was, in my mind, frivolous, we could do it any other better, we could do it any different. If there is a need, there is a need. And for me, I apologize if it sounds as though I'm taking it personal, because I really shouldn't. But however, when you have several deaths in your family, when you have several deaths of constituents that are related to the underserving of health care on my side of town, it hits me a little differently. And so I just want to say thank you again, County Manager. It seems like we have multiple things going on, but we need to have multiple things going on because we are trying to address multiple issues that affect us in the long run. We can't have a conversation about behavioral health if we don't have a conversation about the services in the area. We can't talk about real criminal justice reform if we're not going to look at the social determinants that affect communities of color. And so here again, I apologize if I seem a little bit sensitive about this, but it hits home with me. So again, I said thank you for multitasking, but everything that you have mentioned today is greatly needed, especially on the South Side. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Manager, continue.
Steve will hit on the highlights from Project Orca and the Justice Scorecard.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Naraki, Strategy Office. Appreciate your flexibility with our report this afternoon, and thanks to Judge Taylor for joining us earlier. Next slide. Go back one, please. Sorry, go for it. Jumping a lot of order here. Can we go to the project overview slide? Can we go back? Okay. Slide 40, please. Move through this pretty quickly and address any questions at the end. System-wide, we continue to make progress. We've disposed of 131,000 cases of our original 148,000, tracking at about an 89% completion to date. Next slide. Looking at our remaining cases, we've disposed of about 765 in May, which is a slight uptick from April's numbers, 657, and we have progress across all of our agencies. Next slide. Here we have our dispositions by department for the month of May and project to date. There's an uptick in progress compared to the previous month across all of our justice agencies, and we continue to be ahead of plan. If you look in the far right column, the 14,000, we are to the good for the program to date. Next slide. And next slide. Looking at our staffing ramp down as we are in our final year of Project Orca, we have a total of 13 time-limited employees that departed Fulton County for the month of May. These departures were either through a total separation from the county or a move over into the general fund to a full-time permanent position. And year to date for our final ramp down, we have had 68 that have left, time-limited employees that have left since the start of this year. Next slide. And next slide. Here we have our justice system scorecard. We have made a slight adjustment to this scorecard from what you've seen prior. We have added an additional column. We had previously tracked our delta between the current month and the baseline set back in May 2023. However, to show kind of more incremental progress, we are going to start reporting out the prior month compared to the current month, and that's how we'll calculate our delta going forward. Looking at each of our individual measures here, average length of stays had a 3-day increase or a 3-day improvement through a 3-day decrease. Our next category, the jail population unindicted without other charges, currently at 23%. If you recall from the operational report last month, unindicted data was still being recovered, and so we don't have an April number nor a delta to measure that against, but we'll be able to measure it in our July and August reports. Clearance rate for felony criminal cases, this is maintaining a fairly high level where we've actually had a 6% increase, so 100% over, or excuse me, 103%, so we have cleared more than cases that came before the bench. And then felony cases disposed within 180 days. Also looking at the felony cases disposed within 365 days, we saw slight increases there, 29% and 59% respectively, both representing about a 1% increase. So some continued progress there. Next slide, please. The next slide. Here we have our average monthly jail population. We continue to show a downward trend in our jail population. Our average count for the month of May was about 2,700, and kind of a snapshot time and date was 2,500 at the midpoint back on June 19th. So again, seeing a downward trend kind of month over month here. And we continue probably one of our best metrics, and that's 0 inmates on the floor. Next slide. And this is just a table representation of that data. So next slide, please. Here we have our facility utilization across all of our jail facilities. We've made some very minor adjustments here. We did have kind of a mixture of operational capacity versus total count of beds from prior report. However, this report in the far right column, you'll see it is only the total number of beds. As you can see, we are not exceeding capacity at any one of our facilities currently. Next slide. Here we've got our, our inmate analysis, specifically the unindicted. We are happy to report this slide again since our cyber incident. Currently, the unindicted without any other charges is sitting at about 23%, and on the next slide, we'll show a breakdown of that. So if we could go there, please. And here's a breakdown of that 540 individuals representing the 23%. The majority, the 391 you see in the 90 days or less on the far left, that is a good metric. We want the majority to be in that column there, 90 days or less. We have also shown significant decreases in both the 91 to 180 day period and the 181 to 365 since we last were able to report this data back in December, or back in January for December's data. Next slide, please. Next, we have a snapshot here of individuals on ankle monitors. This data was requested at the last meeting, and we will start to provide it going forward, just this monthly snapshot to track progress. As of May 31st, we had 1,139 individuals on monitors, the majority being under 1 year. You'll see on the left, or on the right side there, the reduction plan overview. Superior Court is rolling out a plan to review cases over 12 months based on the length of stay as well as the severity of the case. The plan is for monitors to automatically come off after 6 months, and it will take a judge's written order to keep a monitor on, and this will be reviewed in 6-month intervals going forward, once the plan is rolled out by Superior Court. Next slide. We have our priorities here. Mainly, we're continuing to focus on our final year ramp down plan. We have, now that we are essentially fully recovered with our financial systems, have been able to provide monthly detailed budget analysis to each of our 11 justice partners, kind of on an individualized basis, showing what their remaining dollars are at, showing what their burn has been, and forecasting out kind of what their projected spend rate will be and when they'll have spent all their funds, all their remaining funds. My team is also providing detailed ORCA case information to our justice partners so they can specifically target ORCA cases for disposition. And I think we have one more slide. Next slide. And here on our last slide, we have our, we show here our public-facing view of justice dashboards, just for reference. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioner Barrett.
I just had a question about the ankle monitoring. I know we were switching from one vendor to another. Can you give us an update on how that's going?
I'd be happy to provide a high-level update, Commissioner Barrett. We have successfully transitioned over about 1,000 are actively monitoring. Teletrex, the previous provider, is no longer under contract. We did have an extension that took them through the end of May. That has expired. The technology they were using, Sentinel, we were able to swap those accounts from Teletrex being able to monitor them over to our new vendor, A Second Chance. And so now the county has kind of that full view and availability of data along with that. I think kind of the biggest challenge right now is just for those individuals that were still on the, I don't want to say older as in older technology, but the technology used by Teletrex, the Sentinel devices, they still need to be swapped over to the Scram devices that A Second Chance uses. And so that's just kind of, that's an ongoing process right now. But it is moving forward.
Gotcha, thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
A quick question. Do we track how many inmates we have with mental health issues?
We are not specifically in this report, ma'am, but I would need to consult with the strategy office, but I think that is something we could potentially look, or also with the courts, but that's not something I'd have readily available right now.
Because I just thought, does that hold up indictments of some of these cases?
Yes, ma'am.
The percentage that have mental health issues that can't stand trial?
Competency is absolutely something that would hold up, and that's actually a contributing factor to the aging of indictments that you saw. Some of those kind of that were the furthest out were due to competency issues.
Okay, that'd be great. If we could maybe get that date at a future date, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Ellis?
So we are going to have, you're going to have Superior Court come down here. So
Yes,
just
sir.
doing the math again on, looks like Superior Court cleared out 200 cases last month. And doing the math on that, that would be on this remaining set of cases, that'd mean another 28 months for them to get through their COVID backlog. So we need some answers on that. And then, if I look at the magistrate court, I mean, the state court's numbers were, trended about, looked like they were about 9 months or something, but the magistrate court, similar, like 27 months. So bring them in the next round.
Yes, sir. Commissioner
No, I'm not
Ellis.
joking around about it. I mean,
Yes,
this
sir.
is, 28 months, to kind of clear out a backlog when, they were really the group that got the most substantive level of resources. So I would like to see, it'd be good to get some stuff from them that's, more material in nature about how they're planning to work their backlog down
Understood,
in a more expedited fashion. And then this is, since hopefully we'll be down here to provide an update too. I mean, I'm a little bit frustrated with this because we started talking about this ankle monitoring thing in October last year, maybe? When did we talk about whether or not we decided we were going to stop, the funds were going to stop being paid through Arpa and we were going to convert to general fund payment? When did we start talking about it?
I do think it was in the third quarter, September, October timeframe last
September,
year.
October, and we were told by the courts that they were gonna start actively monitoring this or whatever. And the second bullet point says, as ramp up continues with a new vendor, Superior Court is creating a policy. Why isn't the policy already created and activated and implemented and then working on it? I mean, this is not directed to you, Steve, this is sort of just general, so I'm going to talk over here to this screen. But as we have court officials come down here and ask for more money, this is why this becomes this really hard discussion, because we have supplied you with lots of money, provided you with lots of things, and you said you are going to do certain things, and then 6 to 7, 8 months later, nothing has been materially done. So, This does not apply to every individual within there. So it's, it's not meant to be interpreted as a blanket statement. But collectively, the system needs to understand that that is the piece of this that becomes really difficult to take them seriously with anecdotal stories when things like this have not been implemented.
Understood, Commissioner, and.
Not meant for you to contribute to that. This, this is meant for the public record. So you're just a messenger supplied to stats. So when they provide their update, hopefully you will convey to them that they can provide something that's concrete about what they're actually doing to monitor this stuff. So how many people have been over here over 12 months? We got like a bunch of them, right? It's over half of this population has been on a monitor for over 12 months. So I'm not admitted, again, Steve, that's not directed to you. This is just for hopefully when they come down, these are some of the specific things they can talk about.
We specifically discussed that to be part of their presentation or discussion.
Good.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
I would just say for the record, we did have 2 or 3 months down as a result of a cybersecurity period during that time. So I think we got to be fair to them. And then we just heard Judge Taylor say that they're mailing out notices and people aren't getting them the U.S. mail. So, I mean, it's not just us and it's not just the agency. There are a lot of different moving parts and we all depend on each other. We're interdependent. And so courts rely on the U.S. Postal Service to deliver mail. Well, if that doesn't happen, that pushes us back. And, obviously no one knew that we were going to have a cybersecurity incident and all of our computers and technology be down. So I think there has been good progress. Maybe there could be more, but these are not widgets. These are people's lives. These are not widgets. And we're looking at this as X and O's and zeros and ones on these charts and graphs and PowerPoints. But that is not what's going on across the street. These are people's lives and they have rights. They have constitutional rights. And it's a very delicate balance. So I just, for the record, want us to be mindful of that.
Commissioner Ellis.
And I'll just add for the record, that's exactly what I'm talking about, people's rights. We got 491 people that have been bound on an ankle monitor for over a year. We got people sitting in the jail, average over 60 days. And we're running the longest criminal trial ever in the history of Georgia, which is a spectacle across the street. You're right, it's people's lives.
All right, Commissioner Arrington. No? All right, anything else?
Any commissioners?
Oh,
all right.
I'm sorry. We're talking about Orca running out. Madam CFO, when does magistrate court's Orca funding run out?
Commissioner Arrington, I would need to check my numbers, but I believe it's going to be sometime in the next month or two, based on what their burn has been.
July 1st?
I don't recall.
So maybe sometime in July?
It could be July or August at the latest, but it may be July.
Maybe before our next meeting? Or maybe after our next meeting?
At some point in the month of July.
And we've only got 1 month, and we only have 1 meeting in the month of July, right?
Correct.
All right, y'all. Y'all took $750,000 from magistrate court, did not return it to them. They're still providing the services. They reached the MOU with the Superior Court, and their Orca funding runs out in 30 days or less. And I guess we're gonna do the same thing for magistrate court that we're doing for the Housing Authority and the Ethics Committee. Absolutely nothing. That's a crime, a pity, and a shame.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. Quick update on the Blitz plan by Joe Davis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. To date, we have completed 5 of the housing units at the jail, units 1 north, 2 south, 4 north, and 4 south. We are currently in the process of blitzing housing unit 5 north. Just to give you an understanding, each housing unit that we take out of service for blitz represents anywhere from 216 to 220 inmate beds, so as to give you a sense of what's currently offline. The next bullet point, you'll see a table where I've shared some jail maintenance statistics, where in the month of May, our maintenance vendor completed 82.7% of the work orders that were submitted as corrective maintenance, with 90.5% of preventive maintenance work orders being completed. The month of June, this data is only through June 19th, but we're at 73.9 and 56.8, and we do expect that to increase as the system catches up with the actual work. In 2024, in comparison to FY23, we are averaging approximately 1,606 corrective maintenance work orders per month, which is a 45% increase over last year this time. That typically is due to, in every case of the jail blitzes, those are all work orders that are individually created to address the various items in the units that are offline. So the blitz has a lot to do with that, but also a robust inspection plan that is in place now is also generating a much higher number of work orders. We are now down to 5 uninhabited housing units from 7 at the time of the last report. To give you a sense of what numbers of bed that accounts for, that's approximately 144 beds in the jail. The next slide was not intended to be a part of this report. It's actually an old report, so please discard that. But the last bullet point on this slide is important to know that we're still tracking to have 10 of the 11 scheduled housing units to be blitzed, to be completed in FY24, with the final unit to be completed at the beginning of 2025. And that's our synopsis of our jail maintenance operations, and I'll take any questions.
$1,600 corrective maintenance requests?
Yes, sir.
Per month?
Yes, sir.
Does that seem usual or exorbitant?
I think it's typical for what we're encountering now as it relates to entire units being taken offline, which allows us to see in real time maintenance work that needs to be performed. And so we're able to capture much more than we would under normal circumstances or an occupied zone.
So you're okay with that number because the number is larger because since you're taking them out, you're able to see everything, and out of the 1,600, you got 1,500 of them complete?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. No questions? Can't believe that.
All right, last subject. And again, there's already been discussion about this, so this may be tabled for another time. But I wanted to ask Sharon to explain what we were recommending in terms of the use of the interest earned on Arpa funds, which is, if you can advance to page 62, which is up there now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Anderson. As we previously noted during the millage rate discussion and other items, we did have about $9.5 million that we generated in interest proceeds on the ARPA funds. The regulations allow that those resources can effectively be used for any purpose. We've made a recommendation to invest them into our ARPA-like projects. From a capital needs perspective, we've looked to fund approximately $4.4 million to allow us to add the Board of Assessors to the work that would be done in this building towards being able to return them from their rental space back into the county facility. We also provided or restored resources that we had swept when we were asked to find additional resources within ARPA to extend the ORCA project. So we had removed the contingency from our health infrastructure projects, and because of some project overruns, and the fact that we haven't fully have a final cost projection on the South Training Center, we wanted to be able to restore that contingency for those purposes. And then lastly, the two items that Dr. Rochelle covered in her comments earlier in the report, the establishment of funds for medical debt and FQHCs, as well as the $250,000 for the community service program that the board had asked us to find when the CSP recommendation was approved. So that is the essence of what we have presented to you, and then the next slide just shows you the numbers and where we stand now with actual expenses against our ARPA resources plus the interest. So at this point, our ARPA resources that we received plus the interest in this document are fully allocated to projects and budgets. We have now a $241 million budget. We have known commitments, either contracts, purchase orders, about equals to about $190 million against that 241, and actual expenses through June 14th of $167.9 million, specifically for our American Rescue Act program. So that is how we have recommended that we spread our costs. And I will say that, of course, we're still earning some interest. So we will, as interest continues to accrue through this year, we will have a little bit more that we can put into some program or project as we progress through the year. But again, we will continue to monitor our progress in each of these areas to ensure that we have our funds fully obligated and contracted by the end of this calendar year. That is the requirement. We have, of course, until the end of 2026 to actually spend down those funds that are contracted and obligated under a contract. And with that, if there's any questions on the ARPA item and recommendation, I can take those now. And if not, I can move on to the monthly financials.
All right, hold on. Commissioner Arrington.
So how much do we have left in ARPA money now?
Well, we've allocated, Commissioner Arrington, everything to a project budget. But if you're asking what have we not actually spent in hard cash, it would be the difference between the 241 and the 167.
Okay, so what's that? You're better with numbers than I am.
It's about $70 million.
$70 million. All right, well, for me, I like the idea of medical debt, but given the conversation we just had about Morehouse and East Point and the money that we've got to spend over there, it probably makes more sense to provide medical services than to pay off medical debt. I think the good thing about the standalone emergency department in South Fulton is it's a one-time hit. We're not locked in for paying for 5 years, unlike Morehouse. Frankly, maybe Grady had the time or we had the foresight that we just would have done one of those. But I think Commissioner Barrett is correct. We need more. They got 5 hospitals in North Fulton, so I'm not going to be happy till we get 5 in South Fulton. But I don't know. where is the, like, I have not heard a big outpour of response about medical debt. Like, I haven't received any emails or letters or phone calls about medical debt. So I'm just wondering, like, where is that coming from?
The board approved a resolution regarding that May 15th.
All right, well, I guess we'll continue to talk about it, but I think if I have to pay, if I have to decide between paying medical debt and paying for ongoing medical services, I'm gonna pay for ongoing medical services. But maybe there's a way to split the baby, I don't know. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Arrington, just to further answer that question, the chairman brought that resolution as a just explore what our options were to address medical debt, and that's what this sort of was. Is they researched it and felt like if we invested this $2 million, we could address some medical debt for Fulton County residents. But we didn't approve doing it. We just approved looking into it, just to be clear.
And we've already got a contract with Morehouse that we got to honor.
For sure. I actually was just going to ask a question, but I had to help clarify on that one. On the $4.45 million for the renovation, it's in order to move the assessor's office, is that all for the assessor's move, or are there other things getting done as part of that 4.45?
We're still waiting to get what the actual cost estimate would be to include the assessor's office, so it is an amount that would be put towards moving the assessor's office back. We may have to do some value engineering in order to get them in that number, but it is all for the assessor's office.
So everything being done to this building is specifically for that purpose?
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were just talking about the 4.4 million.
Yeah.
So no, everything being done in this building is not explicitly to move the assessor's office back.
But 4.45 of it is? I'm confused.
4.5 is the additional that would be needed, and we would add it to the contract that the board has already approved for the work in this building. And that would allow us, we hope, to be able to bring the assessors back. The whole project, as the board knows, includes modernization of our restroom facilities throughout the remainder of the building, moving all of our forward-facing customer service functions down to the lower level so that we would not, in the event we had another airborne type pandemic situation, we would not have individuals needing to move throughout the building to conduct their business. They would be in one or two lower level areas. The renovations on the 10th floor and then all the way down the building as much as we can do with the resources that we have available. So we were adding this in to be able to hopefully bring the assessors back into this building and get out of the leased space. As a result, Mr. Anderson may want to add some more commentary to this, but this really came up in our conversation more so as a result of the incident that recently occurred in their building and some security concerns and the difference in security protocols between our facility and that facility. But the county manager may want to add some more commentary on that.
Yeah, no, I was aware of that, and I think it's important to do it. I was just curious about the cost and also the cost savings over time. What is that lease per year?
I think it's almost $1 million. Somewhere
It is
between,
almost $1 million,
yeah,
very close.
$750 to $1 million.
So we basically recoup our cost after 5 years, essentially?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
So on the ARPA funds, we've got 70 million open, or 67 million, or what is the number?
We have all of it programmed for
No. I want to know right now, how much cash do we have left?
about 70 million.
70. Okay. And then we've got how much of it programmed? You said all of it programmed. Okay, so it might be helpful to have sort of a view for us to see where that's programmed to.
Okay.
I'm
It's everything that's listed in the budget column.
53.
Well, it's the green. If you look at this, the slide that's up, it's
Yeah.
the green section, American
Yeah.
Rescue Act. It's everything that's listed in the green column under budget. Those are the
Okay.
projects and programs that we have allocated our resources, our ARPA resources now, plus the interest, to.
Okay. So if I'm looking at.
So for example,
If
the
all
help.
of this is sort of in the, so if I'm looking to try to understand where we've not really expended funds, I need to compare the expenses column in the budgetary column. Is that what you're telling me?
That's for the pure expense. The commitments column shows those items where we have an encumbrance. So there's been a contract, a board action, a contract issued, signed, and let. And that commitments column then is representing the encumbrances against the budget. And then the expenses are where we actually then spend against those commitments. It's important to note that the court backlog project is primarily payroll-related expenses. So you don't see the same level of, you won't see the same level of contractual commitment because those are all pretty much personnel-related costs.
Okay, so let's, all right, so the budget is to demonstrate, the line is to, that we've programmed for it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so and then the commitment is to show what we've contractually, whatever with.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if I look at something like, all right, this is where it gets confusing. I look at the biggest gap would be between pandemic-proof county facilities. We've spent $2 million. We've got a budget of 35.5, and we've got commitments of 2.3.
Yes, sir. The board has actually acted on the approval for the contract. The contract has not yet been executed, or has it? Oh, it has now been executed. So it's not reflected, it was not reflected in the encumbrances in the financial system then on June 14th.
Okay,
So
is this all fully committed?
Pretty much.
of the pandemic proofing
Yeah, I
portion.
mean, it just,
So the
I'm
board.
telling you this, I'm asking you this because you're having a hard time explaining to me. I'm having a hard time looking at it. This is hard for everybody, I think. to
I
the
understand.
process.
I do understand that. So
Yeah.
there's 35.5 million that we've identified as being programmed. That includes the 4.4 million that we're adding in. The board recently approved a contract for 28.5 million. That needs to be added to that 2.3 that's in the commitments column. We would need to bring back a contract amendment for the board to increase the contract to cover this portion for the Board of Assessors.
It's still not, okay, it's still not clear. And then if I'm to look at this health infrastructure, this would suggest to me that there's $9.2 million that hasn't been committed.
Inside the health infrastructure, we have we have funding for the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. We have funding for the Developmental Disabilities South Training Center. And we also have now added in the
But it's not in this
contingency fund.
commitment column. I mean,
Because we haven't brought the procurement action to the board for the board to take
Okay, well,
an action.
then it doesn't look,
To a-
then have we committed? I mean, there's like, this is entirely misleading the way it's set up. Because it does not look like that we've actually bound ourselves to, clear numbers here. This leaves the impression that we've got $9.2 million that's open. When you're telling me we don't.
Well, what I'm trying to express is that the budget is the plan. We are still executing against the plan. We are in the process of getting the responses, the cost proposals for the developmental disabilities facility. When we have that, we will bring it to the board just like we would any other.
Since we're getting closer to kind of the end of this, I think it might be better so we could see it more specifically, like what remains for us to do.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm getting at, right? Because, I mean, it's, then I come down, to smaller areas like, well, we got, I mean, obviously, what, testing, vaccination, commitments of 1.3, and then we had a budget of 2.8, so there's $1.5 million left. I mean, I presume we're not doing testing and vaccination. We've spent, in many cases, we've underrun a lot of some of these IT budgets in general. But you're telling me we've only spent $1.4 million, but we've got a commitment of 12.3 for IT virtual support. Is this something we just recently approved?
Yes. That is the ERP project that the board approved earlier this year.
Okay, so I think it just, where we got these gaps where we haven't, expended, it would be good to just be able to understand kind of what those are, and so we make sure that yes, we understand that here's what we've committed to. And so if you're telling me all that is committed, then are we then just saying that, or is everything definitely committed, or is some of this stuff, maybe not necessarily?
The $9 million that we're adding in right now, or that we've recommended right now, has a plan. We have a plan for it, but not a formal commitment in that those items would require us to bring something back to the board for the board to take an action on.
So you can say we have a plan. You're talking about you as a management team have a plan for something to bring to us, not something that we've really said, hey, we want you to go do this.
Well, yes, I would say that within that plan, we've previously presented to you the desire to, renovate a county facility for the DD Training Center. You all agreed with that last year, so that is in the budget plan. We are in the process of bringing forward the procurement action that the board would act on, that then formally commits us to that project, and then we start spending against that procurement commitment. For the next report, Commissioner Ellis, we can, or maybe we can even do this and send it to you all before July so that you can see, where we're at in each one of these areas and what the steps are that we still have to complete for, each of these programs or projects that are listed here within the total $241 million. Okay. We can just tell you where we're at in the execution phase against each of those.
Okay, fair enough.
Commissioner Thorne.
I'll be quick. First, I want to clarify, North Fulton County does not have 7 hospitals. 5, didn't have 5. Outside the perimeter, there are 2. If you want to go inside the perimeter, Atlanta area, Atlanta DeKalb, there's a cluster of hospitals, but I don't want people to think that we have just this abundance of hospitals everywhere in North Fulton. And I just had one quick question on the spending of the ARPA spending. There's a vaccine incentive program. What exactly is that program? And are we required to have that for ARPA spending? Is that why we have it?
No, we're not required to have it. When we were promoting our vaccination program, we did have a gift card incentive program that we were running at the same time. And so we had resources allocated towards that. We have a small amount that is allocated and unspent at this point. But that is what the vaccination and incentive program. But it was not a requirement. It was something that the board chose to do during 2021 timeframe when we were in the highest point of our vaccination program. Yeah, it's discontinued at this point.
Oh, it's discontinued?
Yes.
So, but we still have a budget point for?
We have a small amount of what we programmed that remains unspent. We haven't swept it yet because we still have some costs on our FEMA reimbursement that have not been approved yet. So we were, still kind of holding some of those things that were testing and vaccination related because that's most of what our FEMA costs were associated with. We were holding those amounts that were unspent if we needed to offset any disallowed costs from FEMA.
Okay.
During that same period of time that the ARPA resources could be used.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Yeah. I would love to see this list of committed versus planned and versus hidden versus, I'm being a little facetious, but I guess what I'm saying is, based on where we are now, we may make different decisions. What is the 28.5 spent on for pandemic proofing? What is that contract that was just signed?
It's for work to be done in this building to allow us to move forward-facing customer service functions that are on higher floors in the building down to the first, second, and third floor of the building, and then to come through the building and do some work throughout the building to improve the floor plans and the layouts of the floor plans, renovate the bathrooms, put in furniture in like the cubicles and things that we have put furniture in that we think will be useful in any future airborne type event that we may have. That's why it was originally called pandemic proofing. It's also in part designed to address the change in many of the departments that were here in the government center moving towards hybrid teleworking and hybrid employees, and to put in touchdown stations and more space that's conducive to employees that are working in that area. It also includes that we've presented the renovation of the 10th floor as well.
And you may not have mentioned the movement from 137 to the
Oh,
library.
yes, the movement from the HHS facilities from 137 over to the library and finishing the space at the library for that.
And also, we have up to 2026 to actually spend the amount, not at the end of this year for that, once the contract is issued to the vendor.
All right, well, yeah, let's hold off on issuing a contract because the pandemic been over for 2 years. I don't want a pandemic-proof nothing. Pandemic been over for 2 years. We need to look at what is there and what can be reallocated. I don't want pandemic-proof nothing. It's been over for 2 years. There's nothing else to pandemic-proof. And, that's an oxymoron. It basically says that what we're going to do would prevent the pandemic. We're going to pandemic-proof it. It's impossible. It's impossible. Let's spend that money on the jail. Let's spend that money on the hospital. I don't want to pandemic-proof anything. I need to know exactly what we have in the bank, what's planned, what's a contract, what's thought of, what somebody wants to do. I need to see all of that because guess what? Right now, all of that might change. All of that might change. Pandemic proof. All right, thank you. I mean, this is important because, I mean, we just made a decision about millage rate and we're gonna be 12 million under and this and that. And we got 28.5, the pandemic proved something. The pandemic been gone since 2022. That doesn't make sense. At least not to me. So let's, if you can, please provide us with all that information so we can make informed decisions going forward about where all this stuff is. Because what happens is we make a decision, something's been done, and like Commissioner Thorne said, this building's up there, it's empty. Well, if it's gonna be empty for 2-3 more years, let's sell it. And get some money. I mean, because of the bureaucracy of government, this isn't anybody's fault, right? It's the bureaucracy of government. We make stuff happen, then it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 years to catch up. But in that interim time, we might need to make some different decisions. And so I need to know exactly who's on first, is what I need to know. Thank you.
I think we understand that. I think that's perfectly fair. I mean, I think the things that won't change, right, the Behavioral Health Crisis Center is built. The Developmental Disability Center is absolutely needed, and we're without one. So put those two in the category of too late to turn back now. I think the remake of this building, while the nomenclature may be leading with our chin, which I brought up several times in our internal staff meetings, it still comes down to, do you want to modernize this building, which has had virtually, other than the cosmetic that we've done in here and then as you enter, hasn't had anything done in years. So if we don't want to do that, that would be a huge source of funds, and it's not too late. And then what we were planning to do was add to those in order to move the Board of Assessors here. If we don't want to do that, that's not too late, but probably represents a clear trade-off. But they're available for reassignment. And the last thing I would say is all of these things you have approved previously, but it may change. But I don't want the inference to be that we have a plan over here that no one has seen, because that's never been the case.
Right, yeah, and I think what it is really the lag, right? It's the lag between when it's approved. So
totally agree.
We approve, we think it's done, but then now we see it's not done.
Right.
I mean, frankly, I'd rather spend that $28 million at the jail. The people in this building are comfortable.
No, I hear it. Of course, we got to
to
test if it meets the criteria of ARPA at the jail. I'm not sure about that, but notwithstanding, let us bring back.
Well, let's pandemic-proof the jail.
Let's build a medical facility out there that was turned down previously by this group. No. So we'll bring this back and hash all this out in the next meeting.
Okay, just an observation. I said this operational report would take at least 2 hours. It's 2 hours. Vice Chair, you have the floor. Take your time.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we do a disservice to the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County when we give a directive to the county staff. They move on the directive, and then we get amnesia as though we didn't vote. This body has voted on several things and gave a directive to the county manager and the staff that they move on. We do a disservice to the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County when we give the impression that there's a big pot of money that the that the county manager has behind his back somewhere, and you're hiding it, and I just want you to move out of the way a little bit so I can see it. Because my understanding, and I could be wrong, because we do have a lag, it started out as pandemic proofing, but we talked about the results of COVID, the hybrid, how we were trying to come into the national norm as far as how we were going to operate, how the building was going to look. And so maybe it's me, but because we give the taxpaying citizens, when we frivolously put stuff out and act as though we got this pot of money that we don't have. I do understand the misunderstanding of what is allocated and what we have contracts for. But what is allocated versus you all coming back to the board to get the approval, there has to be some kind of understanding among our colleagues that this is the process. Because I don't believe that any of you all are doing something outside of what the board directive is. And so I just want us to be a little bit more sensitive to the message that we're sending to the taxpaying citizens who are listening to this. I do understand and give clarity that, okay, we have a certain amount allotted. We have a certain amount that we have actually spent or spending up to date, but we have an amount that requires you to come back and get approval or for us to sign off. If I am incorrect, I would more than likely let you tell me right here in front of everybody if I'm wrong. That is my understanding. Is that the way that this is operating, County Manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's be fair in the discussion that we have here. Because what oftentimes happens, we throw certain things out and we give the impression that we have a county staff that's moving on their own directive as opposed to the directive that we have given. But we also have a process, which means a certain amount of money, that's allocated, a certain amount of money spent, a certain amount of money that will eventually be spent in that area, or if it's in that area, it's in that area for a reason, because it can't be spent in any other area but that area. And so I think here again, for the listening taxpayer citizens, let's not give the impression that the county staff is doing anything arbitrary to what the will of this body has, for one. And for two, there is a difference between what is allocated, what has been spent up to date, and what is left to spend on projected costs in that area, which could either go up or down. So I just, unless, CFO Hakeem, he got a gold pot over there that I don't know nothing about, because if you do, I need to borrow maybe about 1.5 for my wedding, but we can talk about that later. On a serious note, you all, let's all of us are stewards of the taxpayer dollar. I don't think anybody down here would disagree with that. But we must be stewards of what we say publicly in reference to the taxpayer citizen, because we are giving them the impression, maybe unintended, that county manager and you and your staff are going and doing stuff and then coming back telling us what you're doing without the benefit of knowing that we have given you the direction to do that. So I just want to be crystal clear on that point.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Anybody else? All right, Mr. Manager.
In that same vein, Mr. Chairman, you sent me a note about the potential of administrative holidays on, this last item, on 7/5 and then on December 26 and 27, based on how the holidays fall, which certainly we would welcome and would be glad to implement if it's the will of this board.
It is, I hope. Everybody understand? Break it, say that a little, simplify, Mr. Manager, what that means.
So both July the 4th, which falls on a Thursday, and then Christmas, which falls on a Wednesday, present the opportunity for us to create administrative holidays if we go ahead and make this decision and then communicate well in advance, where employees could take off a Thursday and Friday for the 5th rather than just Thursday and then having to come back on Friday. And then for Christmas, that holiday, what was suggested by the chairman, is the ability to take off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
So moved.
Thank you. Let's vote on that. Appreciate that. Madam Clerk?
Okay, and the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Ms. Corbett, would you let our 5,000 people know? Thank you, ma'am.
They already know.
And Mr. Chairman, the very, very last item, we recognized, and you were there when we did so, Ms. Whitmore, for 30 years of public service, all here at Fulton County. So for the public's benefit, and then for the rest of the board members, I want to thank Sharon for her tremendous service and incredible knowledge of everything, operations as well as financial. And again, a spirit of public service held very high by Sharon over all these years. So thank you.
I cry ugly, so thank you. They all got to witness that previously, but thank you, Mr. Anderson. I appreciate your comments, and thank you for the applause. I do appreciate it. I love my job. Thank you.
And that concludes our report.
All right. 2 hours and 8 minutes.
Of which the board talked, I think, 2 hours. And
No, most of the board. 2 of us hadn't said a word today. Yeah, which is, Madam Clerk, continue.
Page 7, 240433, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to amend an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $150,000 to provide landfill, soil waste disposal, and single-stream recycling services.
All right, have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It is seconded by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240434, request approval to increase the spending authority in an amount not to exceed $150,000 to provide the required EPD underground storage tank, regulatory inspections, and to provide additional landfill site maintenance and repairs.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 8, 240435, request approval to extend existing contract in an amount of $260,783.56 to continue to provide program management services for an additional 4-month period in order to complete Phase 2 library renovation and expansion.
All right, favorable motion by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240436, Information Technology, requests approval of a statewide contract in the amount of $3,250,000 to provide telecommunication services and products countywide.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240437, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount of $932,943.50 to provide telecommunication services and products.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, can we just have, for the benefit of the public, someone explain the difference between the two contracts? We just did one for 3.2, and this is another one, which basically lists the same thing for telecommunication services countywide.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Arrington, Kevin Kerrigan, CIO. So the second item, the first item was for all of our landlines, so all phone services, circuits, all core infrastructure. This second request, which should have had the detail, this is specifically for all of our wireless services, cell phones, hotspots, cradle points. So it's a separate item on the contract.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, do we vote? No. Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
Vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240438, Purchasing and Contract Compliance, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 102, Division 1 of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances to alter the public notice requirements for advertisements, inviting responses to Fulton County solicitations to permit but not require such advertisements to be published in the county's legal organ.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Arrington.
So we just changed to the South Fulton neighbor. We didn't know their rates were higher when we changed them?
Commissioner, when we looked at the rates and we looked at the time we have to advertise, they have a 2-week lead period. We're not saying we're not going to advertise. We also want other mechanisms that the state allows us to have so that we can be flexible when we have to advertise. We're just saying it doesn't always require us because that would extend our time to advertise if we don't get it in within a 2-week period. That's all we're asking is for. We also have we have our website, and we also have the Georgia Procurement Registry that we're required to advertise in as well.
All right.
We're not saying that we're not going to advertise.
No, I get it, but it said that the rates were higher.
They are.
It said the same thing you said, that there's a longer period to place the ad.
Yes.
And that the rates were higher, and it just seemed like to me, since we just made this change, that we would have known that before we made the change. When did we make the change to South Fulton neighbor?
The sheriff and the probate judge made the change, I think, in January or February. And they didn't realize that in our code, there's an advertisement requirement that's at the legal organ, so we had to revise our code as well.
All right, I'll follow with you later. I didn't understand. You said the sheriff and the probate changed it.
Yeah, they're the ones that can designate the legal organ for the county.
Okay.
Not purchasing.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, excuse me, motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Health and Human Services, 240439, Senior Services, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $134,288.98 to provide staffing services to support the operation of the Department of Senior Services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote. Sorry.
Quick
Commissioner
question.
Zorn.
Yes, Ms. Whitaker. New World Employment, formerly Snelling, is that also formerly Happy Faces? Have they changed their name twice in the same?
No, it's Snelling doing business as New World Employment.
Okay, but was Snelling formerly Happy Faces?
Snelling bought Happy Faces.
Bought Happy
Yes.
Faces. Okay.
They acquired Happy Faces.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, 240440, Community Development, request approval of a resolution by the Board of Commissioners to authorize adoption and approval of the 2024 HUD Annual Action Plan.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240441, Public Works, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $64,422 to provide management, oversight, and administrative services for required stormwater management program.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
441.
And the motion passes unanimously. 240442, request approval of a change order less than 10% for Big Creek Water Reclamation Facility Expansion Project, Phase 2B, in the amount of $3,782,603.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240443, request approval to increase the spending authority in an amount not to exceed $300,000 to provide standby utility pavement patching and paving services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Justice and Safety, 240444, County Manager requests approval to increase the spending authority in an amount not to exceed $175,000 to provide program support services for the county court backlog reduction plan.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 10, County Manager's presentation and discussion items under Health and Human Services, 240311, Senior Services.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We had a couple of add-on voting items. Can we take those up before this?
There were two.
I mean, we had two that are somewhat, seem to be time sensitive, and we have people waiting here to talk about the
Well,
Grady
yeah,
thing.
No objection. Sound those two.
Okay.
We added those on an emergency basis at the beginning
Yes.
of the meeting.
On the add-on memo, 240450, Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $9,481,532 to expand services to provide full service, operation, and management of the new Fulton County Behavioral Health Crisis Center.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240451, request approval to increase the spending authority in an amount of $28,848 to implement health communication strategies in underserved communities and to form, lead, and facilitate a community coalition board and develop an online hub.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Back on page 10, 240311, Senior Services. Presentation of the Senior Transportation Uber Lyft Program Update and request approval of the $4 cost share per one-way trip.
All right. Madam,
Yes, sir. Today, the department will present recommendations to sustain the Uber Lyft program within the $4.6 million budget allocation. We are bringing back a more thorough analysis of the means testing option that the board asked us to revisit. I'll turn it over to the department director, Ladisa Onilagu.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Ladisa Onilagu, Director, Department of Senior Services. Joining me is our Deputy Director, Dr. Quayle Rashid Henry, and our Program Manager, Raphael Patterson. Waiting for the presentation.
You can go ahead and start while they try to pull it up.
Sure.
So the agenda item is left over from last time. What you're telling
Yes,
us
sir.
is that this is not this.
Yes, sir, we are still recommending the $4 cost share.
And so is there something we need to vote on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, next slide. Next slide. Thank you, clerk. All right, this slide, no, let's go to the beginning. Oh, wait. All right, the executive summary presents our state of play. Transportation is a supportive service, and the Uber Lyft program is designed to support aging in place. Demand continues to increase. 7% trip increase from Q1 '24 to the end of May. There's been a 3% to a 5% ridership increase from the first quarter through the end of May. In December 2023, the department presented options to control spending. Today, our department is recommending new sustaining measures. One is a self-attestation of income to determine the cost share.
Repeat that.
Self-attestation. And I'm going to provide more information on that, Chair, and what
Mr.
that
Chair,
means.
it will be an honor system. If we use the means test, we would not collect documentation, we would just use an honor system. So you would just self-declare what your income is, and we'll use that as the basis for eligibility.
Our guidance will be the federal poverty guideline. Seniors 250% and lower will pay a $1 cost share, and any senior who is above the 250% federal poverty guideline will pay $4. So we wanted to kind of just set the tone and tee up the following slide. So let's proceed to the next slide, please. To restate the program design, Senior Services manages the contract with Common Courtesy. That is the approved vendor. This is a 100% demand response service, providing trips to medical appointments, community trips, multi-purpose facilities. The hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, and the program budget for this year is $4.63 million. Next slide. Ridership and trips continue to increase. We've shared this with the board since June 2022. So this slide shows year-over-year services and how the trips have grown, the importance of this program. I want to direct your attention to the last bar on this chart. This is where we have a solid number of 79,855 trips that were taken through May 2024. 2,361 seniors rode in May. We wanted to project forward and where we could land by the end of this year, so we annualized the second quarter at a 7% trip increase. So we could provide up to 199,478 trips by the end of December. This is a conservative estimate, and we could possibly experience a total of 2,856 seniors requesting services in the month of December. Next slide. During the May 1st presentation, the board did provide some guidance, and we took your feedback back to the drawing board. So we wanted to come back and share with you what we did. We did survey seniors. We selected a sample of seniors at the end of the first quarter and found that out of the 228 sample size, seniors surveyed are open to paying more than $1, but they are reluctant to showing financial proof. So this speaks to Dr. Rochelle's explanation of self-attestation. So we are recommending a self-attestation process. This removes the need for a system to safeguard personal data and reduces administrative burden and cost to administer a means test. I'm going to have Quaylee come up and explain the table at the bottom of this slide, and she will also explain the following slide.
Okay, thank you, Ladisa. So the table is based on, and it shows the criteria that will be used to set the proposed cost share. And the data is based on 2024 census data. We use the federal poverty guideline levels to establish the income eligibility for each of the cost share tiers. So we also use the ridership assumption through year end, the 2,856 ridership, to parse out the $1 cost share, which would may likely affect 600 riders, and the the $4 cost share, which may affect 2,256 riders. We also show the potential cost savings per month at $72,000 per month for the $4 cost share riders. The next slide, if we could go to the next slide, it shows the breakdown of the federal poverty guideline levels. The 250 federal poverty guideline level and below, those who would be paying the $1 cost share, that represents about 21% of the seniors, and above the 250, we're projecting that that may impact up to 79% of the seniors. And so this data comes from the GIS data that we analyzed, the team analyzed for us during last year, and thinking about the means test and how we arrived there. So for a single individual, we could be looking at someone paying $37,650, or that being their annual income, and they pay $4 for the cost share. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to Ladisa.
Excellent. Thank you, Quaylee. Next slide. So I stated earlier in the presentation what our projections could be at the end of the year. And so this slide helps to frame the policy discussion that will begin at the end of this presentation and kind of give an idea of what the cost will be based on ridership and number of seniors served with controls implemented or without. So if you look at the very bottom of this slide, we wanted to present how many trips and the total number of seniors that are registered. I actually received an update late last night that the total number of registered seniors is about 6,954. So if all of those seniors took 8 trips, and I'll just use the number here on the slide, we're looking at up to $15 million every year. Could be extreme, but we wanted to present a true picture on where we are with the registration and the interest in this program. The very next bar, second bar from the bottom, which is in red, is the annualized number of trips for 2024, and that is the 199,478 trips with an 8-trip maximum, because most seniors are just taking no more than 8 trips a month. That total would be about $4.68 million, $4.69 million, and that would cause us to be looking at an overrun of about $55,000, because this year's program budget is $4.63 million. If the board approves a $4 cost share and the self-attestation program, then we could provide 199,478 trips, but still stay within budget, getting us to about $4.5 million with an underrun of $160,000. For 2025, we wanted to present to you how we could serve seniors with the allocated funding for FY24, because we don't make assumptions for additional dollars in future years. So because this year's budget is $4.63 million, we would carry that forward to next year. And in order to stay within budget and manage the program, we would be able to serve 2,311 seniors and provide about 221,000 trips. Next slide. This is our final slide, and these are the recommendations that we're asking for you to consider. Permit a self-attestation program based on the federal poverty guideline. Again, seniors at a 250% federal poverty guideline and lower will pay a $1 cost per trip. Any senior above 250% will pay a $4 cost share per trip. We're recommending that the board establish a maximum of up to 8 one-way trips monthly. This is how our projections have been presented to you for some time now, because that is based on the average number of trips seniors are actually taking. We're requesting for the board to consider implementing, if the board approves, we will implement this program, provide senior notification, and begin providing the self-attestation forms, contacting the seniors and whatnot. We would serve up to 2,856 seniors by the end of this year. For 2025, we're requesting for the board to consider approving a service level of 2,311 seniors monthly, and that's up to 8 one-way trips per month per senior. And the department will continue to evaluate, and our plan is to update the board this October. And with that, we'll conclude and answer any questions you may have.
Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. My office has received quite a bit of calls on this. You know, our senior population, our aged population, is one that I think all of us as colleagues and, of course, your department take to heart. But in good conscience, I could not support an increase at this time based on the feedback that I have gotten. I'm hoping that we can find the money somewhere else. At the minimum, to the end of the year, I want to offer a substitute motion to keep it at $1. If we want to impose the amount that you stated in your report, up to 8 one-way trips per month per senior, but I want to offer up a substitute motion to keep it at the $1 for now. I have had too many seniors, too many advocates, too many people that reached out to me when they saw this on the actual agenda, and in good conscience, I could not support $4. Even I know, you know, you said self-attestation, which would be the honor system, but based on conversations that I have had with not only seniors in my district, some of these seniors have been in Commissioner Hall's district, Commissioner Arrington's district. A few of them were even in Commissioner Barrett's district. So right now, I'd like to offer up a substitute motion to keep it at $1.
All right, that's the substitute motion. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. And you got that program? What do I do now? Here, it did. You did it for me? Oh, okay. But I do have a question. I'll second that motion for keep it at $1. What would be the cost to keep it? And that is for until the end of the year. We let 2025 stand on its own. But from now through the end of the year, $1, what's that cost?
Can we go back to the previous slide, please?
How much?
55,000.
That's all?
Mr. Chairman, the other measures that would have to be taken in combination with sustaining or remaining at the status quo of $1, this is predicated on an assumption of limiting the trips to 8.
Understand.
And the number of seniors that we would serve, the upper limit would be 2,856.
Okay, I understand all of that. But what's the cost for $1 per trip?
55,650, yes.
That's all?
For 2024, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's the additional cost.
Okay, well, I'm happy to second that motion if that's all it costs.
I think it's probably, I can't speak for all of and I would not speak for all of my colleagues, but I have received a overwhelming amount of seniors that have reached out to me. And so I just think that would be in the best interest at this time, at least to the end of the year.
All right. Commissioner Barrett, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank all of you for the work on going back and sort of looking through this again. I know I was a little hard on you guys last time, so I really appreciate the effort to come up with something that will serve as many seniors as we can and still keep this from being a budget that just goes up and up and up year over year. I do appreciate that this year the difference in cost is, within reason, certainly. But I did want to ask you, Dr. Rochelle, because we had talked about the cost implications for 2025. If we don't implement the $4 cost share and the limit of 8 round trips, what is the implication for next year's budget?
1.9 million additional dollars would need to be invested.
Assuming that growth rate stays around 7%.
Assuming that the board adopts the 8 limit trip maximum, and assuming that we can have approval for 2,856 seniors.
Wait, so if we approve nothing today, and unless you're saying if we keep it at $1, but we go with the 8 rides and the capping the number of riders, essentially?
It would be approximately 6.5 million.
Okay. So at a minimum, we would have to come back and vote on those two things, the cap, the number of riders cap, and the number of trips.
Yes, ma'am. That was the only way the team could give you some estimate. We had to put some parameters in place in order to run a calculation. So that's why we chose that, based on the 3% increase that we've seen and the 7% increase that we've seen in the number of rides. We use that as a baseline for the calculation. Of course, it could be higher, it could be lower, but we thought, based on the data that we have, that those were reasonable assumptions.
Okay. So without controls, essentially, it could go way beyond, potentially.
Yes,
Okay.
the floor would be 6.5 with those controls of limits and the number of seniors.
Okay. It just seems to me, listen, I would love to continue to do $1 across the board, but I'm gratified to hear that in the survey, a lot of folks did say that they were open to paying a little bit more. And while not comfortable with providing proof, it sounds like they were okay with just sort of stating their income. So that's good to hear if we do need to implement those measures. I'm in support of this because I think we cannot be a body that is determined to not spend any additional money, but then never say no to a program or, anyway, I appreciate the effort.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
I concur with my colleague, what she said. The seniors in my area, I did hear from a lot of seniors. Some even did a little survey that I sent to you and their whole little senior community, and they just see the importance of the program and trying to keep it viable. And I feel like we need to start reeling in some parameters. At the time of the survey, I don't even think they knew that they would have the attestation put in there at all. They were just willing to pay the $4, and I think it's great that we're putting that in with the honor system so that those who really would struggle to pay the $4 can still pay the $1. And the seniors that I talk to that can't afford the $4, they just see an importance of the program and really, really are willing to spend $30 extra to keep the program going.
Yes, and Commissioner Thorne, if I could respond to that, what you had just shared in response to Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, that the options are there for seniors who do struggle, and the ones that did contact you, they may indicate that they are below the 250% federal poverty guideline, and they stay within that $1 cost share. So we wanted to build in an option for the entire board to consider to help us to continue to manage this program and provide this important service. But thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
I concur with the previous two colleagues that spoke on this. I think, you've got an option for those who are below the poverty line or have, and it's simple, straightforward, and those are not. The average cost of an Uber ride is like $25, right?
Yes.
So for folks that, would have the means to do it, they could be doing it anyway, but we're facilitating the service and we're doing it at a discount. This is, I think this is a no-brainer for the sustainability of this program to move in this direction. Probably gonna need to do even more in the future, but, this is a good framework for setting this up and then, looking at the trends and see what it means, 6 months down the road. So we kicked this can down the road a lot. Hopefully we'll take some action on it and take you up on your recommendations today.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman?
I appreciate your recommendations. I'm not speaking that the recommendations are not good recommendations. I guess with me, given what our seniors have been through this year, and some of them are still grappling, even though $25 may not seem like much to us, maybe 2 drinks at Starbucks, it could be the difference with someone paying for their medication. They've got their Georgia Power bills going up. They've got their gas bills going up. Some of them are being affected in other ways. And so I only offer this as what I call a temporary solution to the end of the year. If going into 2025, if we see that $55,000 difference was not warrant or worth it, then maybe I would back off of trying to fight for the seniors right now. But in good conscience, at this point, with Fulton County, with what some of our seniors have expressed to me, some of the things that they're doing, they've had to deal with individuals in their homes that have lost jobs, who are helping to make the ends meet. Some of them have been displaced. And so this is what I am offering up temporarily to the end of the year, and that's my reasons why. So I just wanted to make sure that the senior department, Ladisa, you all did a lot of work on this. And I don't want to look as though that I am not taking you all's suggestions. This is something that does not come easily for me to say, but when it comes to our senior population, I'd rather fight, even if I have to fight by myself and be right, or to go along with everybody and be wrong. And so after a lot of consultation, after a lot of conversations with even senior advocates, I'm going to have to stand by asking my colleagues to keep it at the $1 at least to the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Natalie Hall?
So just so we're clear, we're voting on keeping it $1 and nothing else. Is that correct?
That's the
So
motion.
that is going
To the end of the year.
right, till the end of the year, and that's going to incur a cost of $55,000.
Yes, ma'am. $55,650.
Okay, so then at the beginning of the year, Ladisa needs to bring it back.
Well, of course, we're going to go through the contract renewal process at the end of this year, so we'll have to set the contract at the 4.63 million. And if we reach that 2,856, yes, we'll bring it back very soon at the beginning of the year.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Dr. Rochelle, I thought you just said it would cost $6 million to run this through the end of the year.
No, sir, there was a question about 2025.
So you're saying, help me understand this $55,000 number.
So for the remainder of the year, our projections based on a 3% continued increase in ridership, we are projecting that we will reach 2,856 seniors who take 8 trips each the minimum is a $55,650 overrun. Those seniors could start taking 16 trips, but this is based on the data that we have now using the trend analysis of the 3% that we've seen from January until now for the number of seniors who are taking trips and the 7% in the number of trips.
And you said that's a minimum of 55,000?
It's a minimum because we don't have any other controls in place. So if the trend goes up past 3% and there are 3,000 seniors that take a trip, it's going to be more than 55,000. We just wanted to try to give the board our best analysis based on the trend that we've seen in the first quarter leading into second quarter.
All right, I just want to be clear though. So it's not going to cost 55,000 to do it. It's going to cost at least another 55,000 to maintain it. Because there's a difference between saying it's going to cost 55,000 to keep it and saying it will cost at least 55,000 to keep it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that clarification.
And Dr. Rochelle, also, we have experienced 200 new seniors registered riders and taking trips since March up till now. So to your point, at least it's growing.
I mean, because the reason y'all brought this to us last time to go up to 4 was because y'all thought y'all were running out of money. So I'm perplexed as to why it's $55,000 today. If it was only $55,000, why even bring it? Why didn't we pass it last time? Why did y'all suggest taking it to $4? If it was only going to cost another $55,000.
Now, well,
When we brought the,
I have a response.
when we started this conversation, we requested 1.5 million. So that's where the conversation started. So no action was taken. We came back to the board with the new contract, and we were asked to continue down the road of understanding what some sustainability measures could be if there were no controls in place or if they are. So we're just simply presenting to the board options to remain within the 4.6 million and want it to be transparent about where the program could go. So right now, today, if all of our projections hold true, at least that's a very good way to qualify this, 55,000 for the rest of 2024. If we don't go over 2,856 seniors, and if those seniors continue to take only 8 trips, that is what we project.
So based on us adopting a millage rate today with a $12 million deficit, I'm not going to be able to support this substitute motion. Thank you.
Even if it's $100,000, it's worth it to keep it at $1 per senior. We always talk about how much we love our seniors, but this is where you prove your love for the seniors. Madam Barry.
Okay, so just to clarify, any senior who declares themselves only able to afford the $1 ride will be able to do that even with this $4 option.
That's correct.
Okay, so we can still love them all just as much. And the ones who want to support the program by paying the $4 will pay the $4. Well, right now we're voting on leaving it at $1. I understand that. I'm just clarifying that. And also the 56,000 minimum, essentially, turns into, and we did spend another 1.5 already this year over last year. And then now we're talking about another 1.5 to 2 million next year, and then incrementally more year after year after year if we don't implement a control. So just reiterating all of that before we vote.
The record will be clear. Vice Chair?
Yeah, let the record be clear that we're not talking about widgets. We're not talking about spokes on a wheel. We're talking about our seniors. We're talking about individuals that are on fixed income. I know, yes, there are some that can pay more. I'm not advocating for the ones that can pay more. I'm advocating for the ones who can't. hence why I said, if the minimum that we are going to charge or have to eat at the end of the year is $55,000, so be it for our seniors. If we have to eat $100,000 at the end of the year, so be it for our seniors. Our seniors who are in the winter years of their lives, who have seen their prescriptions go up, who have seen them being preyed on, whether it's deed fraud, whether it's someone trying to do trafficking with their, they've been a target all year, whether someone has been trying to take their check from them, cases where individuals have stolen, in my district, a pet from a senior and told the senior, you will not get your pet back until you give me $500. And so here again, if I'm the only one standing on this, I'm advocating for the seniors that can only afford to pay $1 for the rest of the 6 months. And as Ladisa, you said, if it goes further, you will come back to us. You will come, am I correct in saying you will come back to us and let us know if it has become astronomical, or if it goes, it looks like we're going, instead of 55,000, maybe 100,000 or whatever, you will come back to us and let us know if it goes over.
Yes, and our plan is to come back to you this October as well, so yeah.
So if the plan is to come back in October, if the plan is to say that you care about the seniors, the least of these, the ones who are preyed on every day, people are calling their phones trying to get their homes from them. A lot of them are being followed in the grocery store. I was in Kroger and someone ran up and snatched a senior citizen's purse out her hand and ran out the door. So I'm asking, just temporarily, of my colleagues, can we keep it at $1 for the least of these?
Commissioner Thorne?
I just want to clarify. We are advocating for the seniors that only can pay $1. They will still only be able to pay $1. Let's make that clear. The ones that can afford will help supplement the overall cost of this skyrocketing program, and they can afford it. And my seniors came to me and said that the program, keeping it, is more important to them, and they want to help. They want to contribute. They see their neighbors, seniors that need the program, that are homebound, and they rely on this program, and they're willing to kick in. They want to pay something. You know, for someone who takes care, we're managing my father-in-law's finances right now. He loves to be able to feel like he's a contributing citizen and helping other people. And so I feel like the calls that I got, the emails I got, I had seniors that wanted to contribute. And so I feel like we have to do a responsible thing. We have to tighten our belts now. We just passed an 8.87 millage rate. This is one area. I know it's only 50,000, or whatever it's going to be, but we've got to tighten our belts somewhere. This is just a small step to show that we're being responsible, and we're still advocating for the seniors that can't afford to pay the $4.
Thank you, Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Natalie Hall?
So can I make a friendly amendment that we keep it $1 until the end of this year, and then at the beginning of the year, they can start this $1 attestation, and the seniors can still get their $1 if they do not have the ability to pay more, and it can go up to $4. How about that?
Accept it.
That covers
I made the
everything.
second. I'll accept that.
All right.
All right, anybody else? All right. On the
Mr. Chair-
substitute motion for keep it at $1.
It doesn't cover the ridership.
Go to the $1 with the attestation, and they can, if they can't pay, they'll pay $1. If they can, they'll pay $4.
Does that include the 8 trip?
Yeah, that includes the 8 trips and all that.
So, Mr. Chairman, so that we're clear, can FGTV please advance the slide to the recommendations so that the team understands, that we understand your direction?
Yes,
For 2024, the program will remain at status quo,
yes, yes.
$1 cost share,
Yes.
Yes,
no changes.
Yes.
right.
If it passes.
If it passes, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, let's get that
Yes,
straight.
sir. Thank you, Mr.
Wait, but there's more, but there's more,
Just a minute.
but there's more,
Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
but there is more. Please continue.
For 2025, we will implement the means test at the 250% of the federal poverty level. Those seniors that are lower than 250% of poverty will continue to pay $1. The documentation required will only be self-attestation. They will self-report on an honor system. We will not be requesting any documentation, no bank records, nothing. When Miss Sally says, I make $20,000, that's what we'll document, and she will pay $1. For seniors that make above $250,000, if they say, I make $38,000 for one person, they will pay $4. In addition to that, starting in 2025, trips will be 8 one-way trips. We will also need to come back to you with the 2,311 monthly trips or 2,856 trips. I don't know if you want to make that decision today, but in order for the program to work with the cost share, we need approval for not only the limit, but the number of seniors that we serve.
Commissioner Hall?
Commissioner Hall, do you want to change your friendly amendment?
Yes, to include what you just said from this page.
Okay. So this page basically will be implemented beginning 2025.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Rochelle, I
Yes,
just want,
ma'am.
for the listening audience, you said 250,000. You meant 250%.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, of poverty. Thank you.
Okay.
Clarification, one question, is letter E also implemented for 2025? Just for understanding for our team.
Yes, this page will be the policy direction for 2025.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
status quo for 2024.
Thank you.
The friendly amendment is accepted.
All right, I'll accept it as a second. All right, let's vote on the motion, substitute motion that's before us.
And the vote is open. And the motion failed, 3 yeas, 4 nays.
Back to the main motion, which is to approve the $4 increase for seniors. Let's vote.
Point of order, that is just so tainted to say that. It is not to approve. The recommendation is not to approve a $4 increase for seniors. The recommendation is to maintain it at $1 for seniors that are in poverty and under the 250% level. And for all others to pay $4. And so I don't know why someone would attempt to mischaracterize that in an attempt to make others look bad. That is inappropriate.
Let's vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
240404, Discussion, report from CFO and Purchasing Director on implementation of the Cherry Becker procurement recommendations, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, CFO and Madam, where's it? Purchasing, is this the one, we will have legislation at our next meeting, and I'll be drafting legislation to deal with the issue of constitutional officers not following our purchasing procedures, and if we end up in court, we end up in court with all the sheriffs statewide, but that's the legislation that we'll have, so we'll hold this one today. Continue, Madam Clerk.
240445, discussion, outstanding water bill from City of Atlanta, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, Madam CFO, where are we?
Mr. Chairman, not much to report today. We've completed our preliminary review of the account list that was provided by the city. We had it mapped by the GIS department. There were a few outliers that we've reviewed, and we've identified about 20 accounts on that list that we need to review with the city for removal. These are either facilities that the county owned or rented at one point in time in the past that we no longer own or rent. And then we are continuing our analysis of the 6 major accounts, the data that the city, the data that the city has provided. So we'll continue to update the board as we make progress on that analysis.
All right, when do you think we'll have a final decision on this as to whether we owe or do not owe?
We are, the stage that we're at now with the account analysis is we're going back to our payment records, pulling the actual payment documents to look for payments that we believe we've made that we do not see posted on the data that the city has provided. That will depend on how long it takes us to pull all of that old payment data. So we're working on that. I will say, you know, it's probably going to be another 6 weeks at the minimum. Currently, one of the individuals working on this is out on bereavement leave as well.
All right, is it true also that the Atlanta public school system is having the same problem?
They have reached out to us, and in fact, we have a meeting scheduled with them. I'm glad you mentioned that. We have a meeting scheduled with them tomorrow afternoon to see what their issues are.
Okay, so we'll continue to hold this one. Continue, Madam Clerk.
220446, discussion, options to confirm or deny allegations of a culture of corruption in Fulton County government, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Right, we will continue to hold this because the county attorney did not finish her response to this whole culture of corruption here in the county and what our options are. So we can hold that until the next meeting, because I think it's going to be instructive for all of us to hear this, particularly in light of the manager's statement that the only corruption that he's aware of is among elected officials, and there's 44 of us, so I'm curious as to which of the 44 of us will be investigated by somebody. Continue.
240447, discussion, county auditor, review of the registration and election absentee voting process.
Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
Yes, I have Mr. Nix here to present. Currently, I asked for this audit because other counties had done the audit, but Fulton County has been plagued with inappropriate absentee ballot handling, security, processing, mailing, in all areas. So I just wanted, now that we moved into a new warehouse, we have a new facility, that correct procedures are going to be put in place. We are currently being punished by having monitors once again assigned to us starting, and I have to agree by August is my thing. The cost to the county is going to be about $160,000. And they're going to have multiple monitors this time, so I'll let you go through the audit, Mr. Nix. Thank you for coming.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, other members of the board, we were asked to do this audit by Commissioner Thorne, and specifically
Speak up, Mr. Nix.
We were asked to do this audit by Commissioner Thorne, and specifically asked to look at the absentee ballot process. The objective was to assess the effectiveness and efficiency of the absentee voting process and evaluate whether adequate controls exist throughout the process. The scope was between November 2023 and February 2024. The background purpose was to observe the preparation, mail-out, receipt, opening, and processing of absentee ballots for November 7th, 2023, and the general election and March 12th, 2024 primary election. Specifically, the auditors were on site to observe the process of mailing out those absentee ballots and the opening of them. The areas that were reviewed were the absentee application acceptance phase, ballot production and mail-out phase, receipt and storage of ballots, ballot extraction and processing phase, ballot upload and retention phase, and consent order. Because the report is voluminous, I won't go into the description of each one of those phases. I will speak to what the auditors observed and what the recommendations were. For the absentee application acceptance process, for the mail portion, there were no application mailed in for them to observe, so there are no recommendations. For the walk-in process, there were no walk-in ballots to observe, so there were no recommendation. For the email and fax, at the time of the auditor's visit, there were no emails and faxes. However, they did review the daily count log sheet showing the number of applications received by date through the various pathways. The recommendation there was that there were procedures that were not listed on the report, on their SOPs. And so the recommendation was to update those procedures to show all of the processes that they go through. There were no recommendation for the Garvis portion of the report. The next section is ballot production and mail-out phase. The auditors determined during this phase that all the steps were not listed in the SOPs. At the time of the observation, we had a very, very detailed write-up on what those steps were, and we can provide that to any board member or to elections when they are ready to review that. For the stuffing of envelopes, the auditors did observe that process. They felt that that process was clean and there were no recommendations. For the verification of mailing envelopes, during the process, and I will read to you the observation that they had, we observed the verification of the absentee voter report to the mailing of envelopes by the absentee officers. The verification included the confirmation of the name, address, precinct, and political party. The envelopes were also reviewed to ensure all inserts, including ballots, were present and within the white mailing envelope. We observed one envelope that did not include a ballot. It was inadvertently omitted. The ballot was requested for the political party and the precinct and placed into the envelope. The auditors recommended that steps for handling missing and omitted ballots were not addressed. They recommended that the procedures are updated to include that information. They did make note of the fact that there was a corrective action plan in place for that missing ballot. However, it was not included in the SOPs. For the verification of ballots, the auditors observed procedures that were not detailed in the SOPs. They recommended that those procedures be updated to reflect all of the steps they observed. Again, the auditors have detailed information, step-by-step procedures to share with the board or share with elections regarding those steps that were not listed. For the counting of the ballots, we observed the counting of the ballots and noted the first count did not agree with the manifest total of 814 ballots. The courier performed a recount by running the ballots back through the counter to ensure all ballots were accounted for. After the recount, the total agreed to the manifest total of 814. One ballot was inadvertently left on the table. The auditors recommend updating the procedures to include all steps observed to ensure processes performed by all staff are consistent and to ensure all requested ballots are mailed to respective voters. For the safekeeping of the ballots, the auditors noted that there were no procedures listed for the transportation of those ballots. And so I will read what they said here. We observed the sealing of the ballots. We did not observe the ballots being transported downtown. We were informed that there must be at least 2 mail couriers traveling with the ballots. We were unable to verify the consistency of the steps performed given the absence of written procedures. As it relates to that particular process, there were no procedures in place, and they were not listed. So receipt and storage of ballots, verification. The auditors recommended that the ballots be pre-sorted to determine initial issues with applications containing missing information or other issues so staff can continue with the verification and acceptance of ballots. This particular recommendation relates to just the efficiency of the process. We looked at Cobb specifically, who had implemented this, and it did speed up the process of verification. Verification ballot acceptance. The auditors recommended currently the absentee ballot supervisor and other designated absentee specialists can verify or accept ballots. The auditors recommended that they specify a name, a specific job title who would be doing it in the absence of the absentee ballot supervisor. Verification ballot acceptance continued. The procedures for this portion of the operation were not documented. Batching and safekeeping was not included in the SOPs. Ballot extraction, written procedures were not detailed to include all of the steps. Prep station, no procedures existed for this phase. Scanning, we observed the scanning of 50 ballots on scanner number 1, noting the acceptance of the scanned ballots and recording information on the manifest. Dual signatures were required. However, the auditors recommended updating the written procedures to include specific steps for ballot scanning. Ballot upload and retention. There were no recommendations in that area. Specifically, ballot retention, there were no written procedures for ballot retention. I'm sorry, there were no adequate written procedures for ballot retention. Lastly, they looked at the consent order, which was issued by the state, and what they recommended was that for those individuals who are required to go through training for RLA, they recommended that they implement an acknowledgement form that training had in fact occurred.
Thank you for that. I appreciate all the work your office has done on this, and I appreciate my colleagues here that are up here still. I looked at the zip files that you were given with the standard operating procedures. Did you get a chance to look at all the documents that were dumped in there?
No, I haven't.
So if you open that zip file, it was, you would think it'd label absentee ballot SOPs, but it had all kinds of stuff. And probably 25–30% of it was just random stuff thrown in there. So I don't even know if by chance you had to quarantine again and somebody has to take over the process because the regular staff couldn't be there, where they would even find these SOPs. I mean, in there they had ordering and reassigning mobile devices for the department, invoices paid, payments SOP, purchasing thresholds SOP, Fulton County Voter Registration Division, all of that, just stuff like that thrown in there. Did you guys look at even accessing the SOPs cleanly?
My staff has looked at those SOPs. I have not looked at them personally. We haven't had a chance to go through each one of them and determine the validity of them, and that's where we are.
I want to put up my first slide because I really don't think the Elections Department understands the seriousness that we are one step away from having the state board take over our election again. They made some changes. They've taken the Secretary of State off the state board. They've changed some staffing on there because honestly, Fulton County keeps getting a slap on the hand and nothing gets corrected. And I was very, very disappointed in the last regular meeting by the Board of Elections. One of the board members had asked, can we discuss the audit at our meeting? And it wasn't put on the agenda. The chair ignored it. Instead, they put on some things for challenging voters. I think were drafted up by the ACLU. If we have to understand, in June 2020, we had a horrible election. Long lines, voter suppression, ballots, voters didn't get their correct absentee ballots. The SCB, some people didn't even get ballots at all. So that's when the SCB decided to put a monitor in. It was voter suppression, people not getting their absentee ballots. So it's very important this year that we get that step right of actually putting in the correct ballots and the people actually getting their ballots. And now we're going to have this mail system delay that's only going to complicate the process. Could you go to the next slide? These are some concerns by the Carter-Jones report. And by the way, he's listed as coming back as another monitor. They're going to have a team of monitors. So if we don't have SOPs in place to address all these concerns, we're just one step away from being taken over again. Could you go to the next slide? I don't know if you can play it or not, but the videos that we saw, the handling of the absentee ballots were, quite honestly, we were told that the temp workers there were just feeding the ballots through, but it was jamming. The system was jamming. And that's why they had to put them through multiple times, the same stack. They'd put it through, let it go through, take it, stack it up, put it through again. We were told it was jamming, but then we signed a decree saying that, oops, we double scanned over 3,000 ballots.
Commissioner, just one question. Is this the most recent election, or is that from 2020?
That's 2020.
Okay.
They got masks on. So we have to get this right. There was a Facebook video. You can go to the next one. There was a Facebook video of one of the temp workers going around this government center willy-nilly with absentee ballots in open crates, not secured. Exactly what you talked about, bins not secured for transporting the ballots. We've got to get that right. The optics are horrible. And the opportunity, no temp workers should be left alone with ballots, point blank. Just recently, Mariska Bodison in February in court, and Mark Wingate, a former BRE member, both of them testified that we just didn't even do signature verification. It was the law that you had to have signature verification to verify that the ballot was turned in by the correct person. Both of them in law said that you guys couldn't get the Blue Crest software to work. I don't know how much you spent, millions of dollars on that software. You couldn't get it to work, so they just didn't even do signature verification at all. So that's a form of voter suppression. If people who were ineligible to vote voted because we didn't do the proper verification. It's also why they put in SB 202 that you guys say is voter suppression, and now we have to check IDs because we screwed up. We screwed up and we didn't do signature verification. So they had to change the law to accommodate. You can go on with the consent decree where we admitted we double scan ballots. And when you went to ask, I put that in my request. These are one of the reasons why I want this audit done. And you came back to me, you're like, well, Nadine didn't even know about it. And so then I had to follow up and send you articles on the actual consent decree because our elections director didn't even know about it because the chair and Patrice Perkins Hooker went down and signed it, but there was no discussion in their meeting. Oh, their meeting was great. Oh, we just have to go down to the State Board of Elections. There was no discussion. The board has to be a part of reeling in and helping developing these processes. You know, in June of 2021, Mariska Bodison testified that they just happened to lose the Dropbox security forms, transfer forms. She said, as we review the documents provided to you in our daily log, we noticed that a few forms, wasn't a few, it was 385, are missing. It seems when 25 plus core personnel were quarantined due to a positive COVID-19 outbreak at the EPCs, some procedural paperwork may have been misplaced. We've got to make sure that all that paperwork's there, and there's checks and balances to make sure that it's not simply misplaced. So I'm just frustrated, and I apologize, and I thank you, Patrick, for coming down here. Your responses to, I don't know if you want to give your responses. You guys say you've updated all your standard operating procedures, and maybe you could fill in a little bit more.
Yes, ma'am, by all means. Thank you. Good evening, Board. Patrick Eskridge, Deputy Director for Fulton County Elections. So if I could, in response to some of that, Commissioner, all the instances and concerns that you raised were from 2020, 4 years ago. Also, the time of this audit was they did the observation for November 2023 and March 12th, the presidential primary. So from that time, we've conducted 2 elections successfully. Even in going through this process, all the issues are, not issues, but concerns or recommendations from the county auditor in reference to the SOPs have been updated. Even the ones that in the report that needed to be drafted were drafted, added to the SOP, and resubmitted back to the county auditor. So again, not to dismiss, but again, currently we are in compliance. We have met all the asks from the county auditor in regards to this process. So I thank you but I would like to make that clarification.
I appreciate you coming down here. I understand Nadine couldn't come down here. Do you do a verification with the number of envelopes and the number of absentee ballots scanned. Is that part of your reconciliation process to make sure that you have the same number of envelopes and the same number of ballots scanned?
Yes, ma'am. That's a part of the process itself when received an application. So that is built in, it's built within the process.
I appreciate that. I'm going to let my colleague, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Thorne. I'm gonna make a suggestion. You all may have already done this. This seems to be a very passionate issue with my colleague, Commissioner Thorne. Not saying that you all haven't, but I want to say publicly, any and everything that Commissioner Thorne has brought to you all, please take it under advisement. On the other hand, I also want to say, any of the things that the auditor found or any issues, missteps or whatever, in a county this large, I don't know that it would have altered anybody's race that much. And I'm not trying to, well, let me rephrase that. Somebody who had the whole entire world running against her. I don't think any of those things would have changed my race, the outcome, but that may be me being biased. So let me put that out there. Can you all do some things better? Of course. But so can we. Hence why it's 20 minutes to 7. And folks want airtime for their podcast, but let me take that back. Strike that from the record. Strike that from the record. Bad commissioner. I guess what I'm saying is, sometime Commissioner Thorne and I agree. Sometime we disagree. In our disagreement does not lessen my passion or hers. My concern openly today is I want to make sure that the door, so to speak, is open for Commissioner Thorne and any issues or concerns that she may have. Now, mind you, the caveat to me saying that, you all run that department. So I expect for you all to be the subject matter experts, in my appreciation. However, if we have a colleague that has an issue with SOPs, we have a colleague that has an issue, if I have a colleague that has an issue with anything, it's not even just this, but anything, I would hope that the relationship would not be adversarial. Because I think we're all on the same page. It's no way you can tell me when all eyes of the world are on Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections that we do not try to get it right. I remember Patrice Perkins Hooker telling me that she was not going to resign, and these are her words, not mine. She said, Vice Chair, I was not going to resign. I was going to stay in place. She said what made the determining factor for her was when she heard me say, the eyes of the world are on Fulton County. And so whatever way we move, somebody somewhere is not going to like it. You ain't going to be able to please everybody. So I would just ask that the relationship, I'm not saying it's adversarial, you didn't hear it from me, but I think it could be a little bit better. And I'm going to ask the Board of Registration and Elections, I'm going to ask that department, and I'm also going to ask my colleague that moving forward, now that she's had the audit, now that she's had her say, that we find the things and the successes that we have had and build on those. Is any Board of Registration and Elections, the size that we are, going to be 100% error-proof? No. We've got empirical data that says it can't because of the size. We're going to make some mistakes. Are those mistakes going to mean the difference between someone winning and losing their race? I would say on the side of not. Very small percentage. But I will ask, moving forward in good faith, as the vice chair today, that whatever we can do, Chairman, to make sure that we can move forward as best as we can on one accord. Thank you, Auditor, for being here at 6:45. Thank you, Deputy, for being here at 6:45. And you all, kudos, because you are doing the job. I'm never going to throw you all up under the bus because I know you're doing the job. But just like anything else, we may have some residual issues going on. We may have some differences, opinions going on. But I think if we look at the areas that we do agree and we work from there, we'll find less contentious. Okay? Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
I'll be quick. I just want to thank my colleague for her words. We all want the same thing. We don't want Fulton County to be in the news again. We don't want things covered up. We want one person, one vote. That's the achievement here. And I do have to say, Mr. Eskridge, you've always been very respectful to me, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your calmness. But there were a few things that I asked for 3 weeks ago. I wanted some cost on running EV locations. I wanted to see some historical data on precinct voter patterns. And I also wanted to see staffing of all our precincts. If I could do that, I'm going to be looking at cost. You guys can develop those SOPs. I think today I asked if I could just see the updated SOPs, just to read them over for my own benefit. Not that I'm going to call you back up here again or anything. I will work with the board and not directly with you. But I do appreciate you coming and being here and hanging out all day today.
My pleasure.
Thanks.
So two quick things. Number one, we typically get a report after an election, printouts and so forth. What happened? By precinct.
By precinct. Sir, if that's what follows our election, you'll get it. After this, I'll make sure I speak with Ms. Williams, and we'll get that to you.
Okay. That would be, okay, we need that. We always get that after every
Certainly,
election.
yes, sir.
Where's Mr. Nix? Did he leave? Oh, he's behind you. Mr. Nix, could you provide us a status report on, well, first of all, I'd like to have a copy of that audit for the board. Okay. Could you distribute that to the board? It's public information now, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to have the board, for all of us to have a copy of that. And my request, so, is for a copy, not a copy, but a status report from you at our next meeting on all of the audits that you have completed that you may have not released yet, and also those that are in progress. Recognizing that if you have to delete anything without revealing names, I'd like to just know where we are on a number of audits that you're doing. I'd like to have that at our next meeting.
You are referencing audits, or are you referencing reviews or investigations?
All of the above.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
I had one quick question for Patrick. Have you guys turned over all your election materials to the clerk yet?
No, ma'am. The delivery, I believe, to the SOS is Friday.
Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, any other matters to come before us today?
We just have one last item, but it was Commissioner Arrington's discussion item. Would you like to hold that?
Hold it? Okay, we'll hold it. All right, that's it.
No further items.
All right, no other items to come before us today. We are adjourned. Thank you for your patience and attendance. It's all right. It's good.